In the Dragon Ball world, age 756, Mount Pozu. After defeating Piccolo in the martial arts tournament, Goku's life entered a new chapter. After a long day of work, Goku was about to experience one of life's four great joys. At night, Goku yawned and stepped outside. Klin really overdid it. I told him I didn't like that stuff. During the daytime wedding, Klin and the others kept fooling around forcing Goku to drink, but they ended up collapsing first, and Goku finished all the leftover food. After bidding farewell to everyone, Goku and Shishi rode the flying Nimbus back to their old home on Mount Pozu, beginning their life as a couple. He stepped out now because he had drunk too much during the day and needed to relieve himself. Haha, still I ate so much today. After taking care of business, Goku returned to the room with a satisfied look. This was the most satisfying meal he'd had in years. Looking at Shishi sleeping beside him, the events of the past few days felt like a dream. Defeating the reborn Piccolo, meeting Grandpa Gohan, and finally his wedding. Suddenly a sharp pain shot through Goku's head. It hurts. It hurts. What's happening? I didn't feel this bad earlier. What's going on? Goku clutched his head with both hands, as if reciting dozens of head-tightening spells, then his eyes rolled back, and he fainted straight away. The next day, after a night of unconsciousness, the explosive pain gradually faded, but Goku's head still felt swollen. HSS still a bit dizzy, as if I've slept for decades. Goku's mind was in a daze. In just one night, a huge amount of information had been crammed into his head. Words like Saiyan, Frieza, Android, Majin Buu. It was as if memories from another life had been torn into pieces and stuffed haphazardly into his brain. But these fragments were not only jumbled, but also severely incomplete. The confusion of memories made it hard for him to distinguish dreams from reality. After a long while, Goku, you're awake. A crisp voice interrupted his thoughts. Turning around, he saw a young girl radiating both cuteness and heroism. Long fair legs, a slender waist, simple pajamas couldn't hide her gentle curves. It was Goku's newlywed wife, Shishi. Shishi, I think. I was just confused. It's only a dream after all. Goku's mind returned to reality, but some details from the memories still bothered him. Goku, if you haven't woken up yet, you can rest a bit more. They'll go make you breakfast. Shishi quickly changed clothes, tying her hair into a neat ponytail. No, Chi-Chi, I'm going out for morning training. Goku also changed into his martial arts uniform and pushed open the door. The morning light was just right, the air fresh, and layers of mountains stretched into the distance. Knowing that potential crises lay ahead, becoming stronger, training, and protecting the ones he loved was what he should do. Shishi poked her head out from the kitchen, watching Goku start doing push-ups in the yard, a smile curling at the corner of her mouth. Don't train too long, a breakfast will be ready soon. Got it. Goku continued training, constantly planning his next steps. First, go to the Temple of God to ask Kami for advice, then decide what to do next. Then he stopped worrying and planned to step up his morning workout. Suddenly, an electronic voice rang in his mind. Ding. Cannot detect host. Unbinding. Unbinding failed. Confirmed host soul dead. Unbinding successful. Detecting suitable target. Target found. Binding. Binding successful. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed the hidden condition, established a marital relationship with a key character. The city dominator system is now officially bound. Goku stopped his movements, paused, and dug in his ear. What was this all about? Ding. Newbie gift pack distributed. Congratulations. Host obtained 1,000 points. Charisma 5. Physique 3. Random skill being drawn. Draw complete. Congratulations. Host has obtained the skill Peach Blossom Pressure Point Strike. Then in his mental space, 4 different glowing orbs appeared. Pressure Point Strike. That's... Goku frowned vaguely, feeling he had heard of the move before. He remembered. It was at the previous world tournament. That old man named Jackie-chun seemed to use it. Curious, Goku touched the orb representing Pressure Point Strike. In an instant, all the related details flooded into his mind, and a glimmer of understanding appeared on his face. But why does this skill feel weird? As the top martial artist on Earth, aside from novelty, he naturally noticed how different this skill was from his own techniques. Ding. System tip Peach Blossom Pressure Point Strike can be used to subdue enemies, heal the wounded, and also generate flirtatious interactions with female characters. Specific usage is left for the host to explore. Goku. Alright, so that's it. But since it can cure and save people, it seems like a decent ability. Then the system continued reporting. Ding. Newbie mission released. Goku. What? Mission 1, have a chance encounter with any woman and successfully obtain her contact information. Reward 5,000 cash, 200 points. Mission 2, go to a famous shopping mall to make a low-key show-off purchase, single transaction, no less than 3,000 yuan. Reward strength 1, 150 points. Mission 3, use Pressure Point Strike on any female character and successfully immobilize her. Reward random medical skill 1, 300 points. Ding. Newbie mission, choose one of 3, complete within 24 hours. Failure or timeout will deduct 500 points. Goku stood in the yard as the morning sun streamed down his face, full of confusion. What is all this nonsense? What chance encounter showing off wealth contact information? Although Goku didn't understand many things, he had married Chi-Chi, so he somewhat understood that certain things between men and women couldn't be done casually. This so-called system wanted him to go out on the street, chat up strange women, and even use the pressure point strike on them. I won't do it. Goku replied bluntly, then resumed his morning training, ignoring the voice. Ding. Host, please do not disregard the system mission. Ah-da-da-da-da. Goku threw punches and kicks continuously, still ignoring it. Ding. Completing missions grants generous rewards, helping the host reach the peak of life. May. Goku brought his hands to his waist, energy gradually gathering. Ding, ding, ding. System detects host's passive response. Forced reminder mode will activate in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. Annoying. Goku used energy to build a mental wall in his mind, blocking the noisy voice outside. This world finally fell silent. Time passed quickly. Goku, breakfast is ready. Chi-Chi, wearing an apron, had a gentle smile on her face, a stark contrast to the fiery little girl she once was. It smells so good. Wukong patted the dust off his clothes, peeked into the kitchen, and couldn't tear himself away. Go wash your hands. There are a few more dishes almost ready. Chi-Chi lifted the lid of another pot, releasing steaming white vapor. You drank last night, so let's have a simple breakfast this morning. At noon, I'll roast a dinosaur for you. A large table was laden with dishes. Wukong washed his hands and sat down while Chi-Chi sat opposite him, resting her chin on her hands and gazing at him with affection. Chi-Chi, why aren't you eating? Wukong picked up a giant bird's egg and took a big bite. I'm happy just watching you eat. Chi-Chi smiled happily. By the way, last night you said you wanted to continue training after marriage. Wukong's chopsticks paused midair and he looked up at her. Last night on the flying Nimbus, he had talked with Chi-Chi about their future life. Earth was peaceful now, but Bike Jr. was still around and he needed to continue honing his martial arts. But overnight he felt a tremendous change within himself. Let's not mention that noisy system. But in his dreams, the future enemies of Earth were countless times more dangerous than Bike. With his current strength, he was far from enough. He told all of this to Chi-Chi. Yes, Chi-Chi, that's it. Wukong summarized it briefly, laying out the pros and cons. I want to visit the Tianshan temple again. I trained with the god before. Oh, I should be able to improve further. Chi-Chi didn't hesitate. Good. You're not stopping me. We just got married. Wukong was surprised that Chi-Chi in his dreams rarely seemed so gentle. Kiki's smile was gentle, but her eyes were resolute. I am worried. But Wukong, there must be a reason for what you want to do. Besides, she extended her delicate hand and took Wukong's hand. Aren't I going with you? We're not separating, you know. Wukong, have you forgotten? I'm also a martial artist. Wukong was stunned for a moment, then broke into a grin. Chi-Chi, you're wonderful. You just realized that. Chi-Chi gently squeezed his hand and stood up. Hurry up and eat. After eating, I still have to pack. Oh, before going to Tianshan Temple, I want to stop by Huiyin Mountain to tell my dad. Okay. Huiyin Mountain. Moang stood at his doorstep, tears streaming down like a child weighing several tons. Chi-Chi, my precious daughter. Yesterday his daughter got married to Wukong, whom she loved. Although he was very happy about it, he couldn't help crying upon seeing them again. Dad, we're not leaving forever. Chi-Chi wiped away the old ox's tears. Wukong is going to train, and as his wife, of course I have to go with him. After some time, when we've made progress in training, we'll definitely come back to see you. The old ox cried a bit more, then brought out a large box from the house. Opening it revealed it was full of capsules. Houses, cars, various tools and supplies, especially food capsules. There were so many. Wukong, take these. When you're away from home, you need to be prepared for everything. Moang shoved the box into Wukong's arms, then held Kiki's hand and rambled for a long time. Don't skimp on food. If you need anything, tell me on the communicator, and Dad will find a way to send it to you. Got it, Dad. And you, Wukong. Moang turned to stare at Wukong. Training is fine, but don't just focus on practice all day. Make time to spend with Chi-Chi. Eat 3 meals on time, add clothes when it's cold, don't stay up too late. Dad. Kiki's face instantly turned red. What nonsense are you talking about? All right, I'll stop. Moang wiped his tears and laughed. Go on. If you stay any longer, I'll start crying again. Chi-Chi hugged the old ox, and Wukong said seriously, take care. Then they jumped onto the flying Nimbus and soared into the sky. Moang stood there looking up at the tiny golden speck. Whoa, my Chi-Chi. Tianshan Temple. The two gods stood before the temple, their eyes on the newcomers. Wukong, his voice was calm, and, Chi-Chi. Greetings, Tianshan-sama. Chi-Chi bowed politely with a demure smile. Wukong, however, walked forward casually. God, I want to continue training. I feel I still have a long way to go. The god was silent for a moment, then nodded slightly. To come for training right after marriage. That's rare dedication. Come in together. They entered the temple. Wukong recounted the crisis from his dreams and raised some training questions. The god pondered for a long time after listening. I believe you, Wukong. The god's tone was solemn. Earth is lucky to have a warrior like you. As for training, you've learned most of what I and Popo can teach over the past few years. If Earth truly faces a great crisis in the future, calling the other warriors here for joint training would be a feasible approach. Great. Wukong's eyes lit up. Don't rush. The god raised a hand to stop his jubilation. This is just an idea. He'll need to observe for a while before deciding how to proceed. You can stay here to train, and Chi-Chi can live here too. The temple is simple, but it can accommodate 2 more people. Thank you, Taiyan Shinsama. Chi-Chi bowed again. In the days that followed, Wukong and Chi-Chi trained early every morning, studying the use of ki with Popo. Occasionally at night, Chi-Chi would drag Wukong out to stargaze. As for that wretched system, since it couldn't transmit its voice, Wukong had long forgotten about it. A month passed quickly. While training, Wukong suddenly felt an itch on his back and instinctively reached to scratch it. Chi-Chi leaned over to look and let out a gasp. A tail. It's a tail. Wukong, your tail has grown back. Huh. Wukong craned his neck to look, but couldn't see his own tail due to his Bodis limitation. He carefully felt it with his hand, and sure enough, a small furry stub a few centimeters long had sprouted at the base of his tail. It really is. The god hurried over at the sound and frowned, examining it closely. Wukong's tail. Wasn't it sealed by me before? Maybe it's due to my constitution. Wukong nonchalantly wiggled his hips, and the tiny tail wagged along. Chi-Chi crouched down, looked at it carefully, and gently touched it. Does it hurt? No, it's just a little itchy. That's a relief. Chi-Chi sighed in relief, stood up, and looked at the god. Taiyan Shinsama, could this be a problem? The god was silent for a long time. Let's observe it for now, he finally said. Be careful, and it's best not to train for the next couple of days. We'll keep an eye on him. Chi-Chi nodded seriously. Wukong had already started the next set of exercises, clearly not taking the advice to heart. No. Chi-Chi nestled in her husband's arms, reflecting on the moments of the past year. Though they traversed the same serpent path, their feelings now were entirely different. The experiences of this past year had been far more thrilling than the decade or more of her life before. First, she followed Wukong to the Temple of the Gods, then met King Kai, underwent training under tenfold gravity, and absorbed his profound martial philosophy. Her body and spirit had undergone dual evolution. It was no exaggeration to say she had been reborn. If her combat power had been around 100 when she first arrived at the Temple of the Gods, now it had increased at least 100-fold. King Kai once said that her base strength rivaled that of the universe's top warriors. With the King Kai fist added to the mix, she could easily dominate unless she encountered an absolute supreme powerhouse. As for Wukong's strength, he was not only more powerful, but also progressed faster than her. His exquisite techniques and brilliant ideas left her striving merely to keep pace. Feeling her husband's warmth, Chi-Chi thought that spending a lifetime like this wouldn't be so bad, living happily every day free from any worries. Living together, training together, resting together, growing stronger together. In this vast, boundless space, Son Wukong was flying at high speed. My heart seems to have fully grasped how to be as calm as the sky and as swift as lightning. As time passed, the red aura around him gradually stabilized and slowly receded into his body. After a long while, Son Wukong's eyes blazed with dazzling light. Finally done, he let out a long sigh of relief, having mastered this secret. Next, I can proceed to the next stage of training. But first, I need to return to Earth for a good meal. Son Wukong patted his growling stomach, tightened his hold on the softness in his arms, and instantly accelerated. An hour later, the two arrived at King Yama's office. After greeting him, Wukong stood by the door, communicating with the guardian deity through his mind. This was one of the little tricks he had recently learned. The fragmented techniques in his mind, with King Kai's guidance and long contemplation, would soon be fully integrated and usable. A minute later, King Yama, I'm truly sorry to disturb you. The guardian deity, wearing a fawning expression, then turned to Wukong with a look of reproach. Wukong, why didn't you tell me beforehand when you returned to Earth? Haha, sorry, guardian. I forgot that I can't go back on my own. Wukong felt a bit embarrassed. Influenced by those chaotic memories, he had only just realized that he couldn't use instant transmission yet. After returning to Earth, he would need to master those techniques thoroughly to avoid further misunderstandings. By then, King Yama was already extremely impatient. Fearing his anger, the guardian deity quickly led the two away sheepishly. In a flash, they were back at the Temple of the Gods. After the two had eaten their fill, Wukong noticed the guardian deity frowning and staring at him seriously, so he also became solemn. Guardian, from your expression, has an enemy appeared on Earth. Though he remembered nothing happening at this time, this world was not set in stone. Chi-Chi, upon hearing this, also looked serious. Having gained such an opportunity to grow stronger, she was determined to contribute to Earth. Whether it was the seance Wukong had mentioned or the Majin let them come. The two of us. Now we are terrifyingly strong. Son Wukong had grown a tail again, and the moon had been revived by the Dragon Balls. Who would have thought that Earth's current strongest warrior would turn into such a monster upon seeing the moon? Wukong, have you thought about your next step? The guardian deity stared at the tail on Wukong's waist and took a deep breath. Next, I really want to continue training. But, Guardian, didn't you say there were enemies? Where are they? They'll go eliminate them. Wukong had sensed for a long time, but hadn't detected any particularly evil key. Wukong, nothing is happening on Earth right now. Seeing Wukong's persistent questioning, he finally explained. Oh, with that serious look of yours, I thought Earth was in danger. If you can't control that transformation freely, then, when Earth has no enemies, Wukong, you are the greatest danger. Ordinary training is no longer effective for me. I plan to visit Pauza Mountain first. Wukong didn't hide his thoughts. They'll tidy up my grandfather's old place. From now on, that will be Kiki's and my home. As Wukong spoke, Chi-Chi looked at him with deep affection. The guardian deity took another deep breath. There's no time for lovey-dovey. Wukong, you know Earth's crisis. How can you slack off? Right now, immediately at once, both of you get to training. But ordinary training really has no effect now. I was thinking. The guardian deity roared, cutting him off. How can training be ineffective? Have you forgotten about the hyperbolic time chamber? While Wukong was still dazed from the shout, the guardian deity pushed them to the door of the time chamber. Wukong was still a bit confused after entering. But since he could continue to grow stronger, he didn't mind too much. Chi-Chi frowned thoughtfully. Wukong, I feel that the guardian is hiding something from us. His behavior just now was too suspicious. Wukong scratched his head. I think he's always like that, mysterious and odd. And even if there is something, it shouldn't be too important. The guardian is a good person. I was actually planning to find Bulma. Chi-Chi immediately became alert, forgetting the guardian's oddity. Wukong, what do you want to see Bulma for? It wasn't that she was petty, but Bulma was simply too outstanding, beautiful, and incredibly wealthy. Even though Bulma had a boyfriend, and Chi-Chi knew Wukong wasn't that kind of person. But the most important thing was that Wukong and Bulma had such a close relationship. During the World Martial Arts Tournament, she had noticed that when Bulma looked at Wukong, her gaze was practically dripping with allure. If she hadn't come into the picture so suddenly, and if Bulma hadn't been snatched up by Yamcha, who knows who Wukong would have ended up with? What if Bulma happened to be in a cold war with Yamcha, and Wukong with his innocent demeanor contrasted with Yamcha's smooth talk? He would be a perfect pure white moonlight strike for her. A domineering female CEO falling for a war god as her white moonlight. Chi-Chi gasped sharply. Imagining them chatting happily, she, the legitimate wife, would seem like an outsider. Even if she was easygoing, she had to be cautious. Seeing Kiki's strong reaction, Wukong was puzzled, of course, to ask her to build a gravity machine. Bulma is so smart, she'll definitely find a way. But as Wukong said this, he didn't see Chi-Chi gritting her teeth. Chi-Chi, what are you waiting for? Let's fight together. Wukong's voice came over light and casual, as if calling a buddy for a game. Okay, coming. 3 months later. With no one else around, their battles grew increasingly ferocious. Inside the hyperbolic time chamber, there was no night. From the entrance to the sky, then to the ground, the kitchen, the bathroom. Every place became their battlefield. Goku seemed to have become somewhat addicted to this feeling. Somehow, ever since returning to Earth, training with Shishi was far more efficient than training alone. Shishi felt the same. If her time on King Kai's planet was gritting her teeth and enduring, now it was a mix of pain and joy. She had begun to savor the pleasure of growing stronger. A fierce, dazzling white light flooded the entire space as two figures clashed violently. Bang, 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 bang. They exchanged blows at breakneck speed, afterimages flashing everywhere. Kamehameha. A blast of energy mixed with red aura shot toward Goku. But Goku didn't dodge, or instead he looked excited. Kamehameha. Goku responded with a one-handed Kamehameha. As the energies collided, countless bricks and debris flew in all directions. 5 times Kaioken. Shishi's sudden burst of speed caught Goku off guard. A powerful roundhouse kick sent him crashing from thousands of meters in the sky into the ground, creating a crater dozens of meters deep. As the smoke cleared, Goku's figure emerged. With the Kaioken unleashed, the battle instantly escalated into an even fiercer confrontation. Energy bullets filled the sky, raining down endlessly. Such an assault, if unleashed on Earth, could annihilate all life several times over. Only a place like the hyperbolic time chamber allowed them to fight without restraint. Chi-Chi, I won't hold back anymore. Goku placed his hands on his waist, gathering energy into his palms. Kamehameha. 10 times Kaioken. Kamehameha. 2 colossal beams of light collided. As Shishi had expected, even with her power boosted tenfold, she was only on par with Goku's base form. Red and blue intertwined, filling the entire space with blinding radiance. Know if this attrition continues, you'll give in first. Shishi's hands began to tremble, then clenching her teeth hard. Kaioken. 20 times. In an instant, Goku's Kamehameha was completely overwhelmed. In mere moments, the opposing energy blast was right before his eyes. Within seconds, Goku was blasted back thousands of meters his body, and the relentless energy wave carving a deep trench across the ground. Goku's blood was fully boiling. Voila! An incomparably mighty punch struck the blast, rebounding the once unstoppable wave. Seeing the futility, Shishi dodged aside. After this exhilarating battle, a certain switch seemed to have flipped in Goku's mind. He could feel it. At this very moment, every cell in his body was surging. Hiya! Goku moved with his will, clenching his fist. A terrifyingly intense aura exploded from his body. Boom! Goku's black hair stood on end, transforming into a brilliant gold. Sizzle! His pupils, initially black, quickly turned emerald green. His muscles swelled in an instant, exuding explosive aesthetics. Bang! The entire chamber was filled with his vast aura. The ground cracked like a spiderweb under the force of this energy. Super Saiyan, Son Goku. It was done. He looked at his hands, still wreathed in golden flames, feeling the torrent of power within. So this endless surge of power is what it means to become a Super Saiyan. Just the increase in ki alone far surpassed the 20 times Kaioken. Though this scene had appeared countless times in his memories, and he had sensed this barrier days ago, he never expected to achieve the transformation on his first attempt by his own will. Goku could sense that from now on only a spark of emotion was needed for the transformation to come naturally. This was the result of honing his foundation to the extreme. He took a deep breath, not deactivating the form, and flew toward Shishi's energy. Chi-Chi, look, I've achieved this transformation. Goku's first act after transforming was to share the good news with Shishi. Shishi was momentarily startled by the blonde figure before her, but in the next instant, she realized it was her husband. Feeling the vast aura emanating from him, she couldn't help but comment. Amazing, Goku. Shishi studied her husband closely, golden hair, emerald eyes. Beyond the explosive aura, all traces of childishness had vanished. His body looked even more powerful than before. That cool demeanor was something she had never seen before. Somehow he seemed more handsome. She genuinely felt happy for his tremendous progress. Goku, let me test your skills. Shishi assumed a fighting stance and immediately activated the 10 times Kaioken. Boom. Another 3 months passed. Seeing Goku's figure and his still exuberant expression, a hint of fear crept into Shishi's heart. She admitted she had celebrated too early. These past months she had been like a little pushover. The moment Goku transformed, she was utterly crushed with no room to resist. No, even without the transformation. In their previous battles, Goku had been holding back an entire ocean. The experiences of this period made her shiver all over. It was simply terrifying. One couldn't imagine it without experiencing it firsthand. That golden state of Goku's was completely different from the Kaioken. Once a certain trigger was hit, it was pure extreme madness. Especially in the last half-month, Goku had remained in this transformed state, showing no sign of reverting. Sometimes she even felt she might die here. It wasn't that she feared death, but after training so hard, she couldn't afford to fall here. Between husband and wife, there were whispers. From her husband's fragmented words, she knew Goku would become even stronger in the future. If she remained at this level, how could she keep up with his pace? But before that, she had to find a way to survive first. Shishi's face was flushed red as she tried to sneak away while he wasn't looking. Goku instantly appeared before her. Chi-Chi, where are you going? Let's spar a bit more. He grinned, clearly itching for another fight. Goku, you go ahead and meditate. They'll make you some food. Shishi stammered, especially when she felt his burning body heat. Her face turned pale with fear. Goku, no, I really can't anymore. She looked frail, her voice softer than ever before. I haven't recovered since yesterday. Why don't you train on your own? If we continue, we'll die. Shishi was truly terrified. If she hadn't long adapted to Goku's wildness, and if her body hadn't been greatly strengthened, the mad experiences of these days would have surely finished her off. After every battle, even when Goku held back significantly, she would be sore all over the next day. Having barely adapted to the 10 times Kaioken and beyond, she never expected resisting Goku to remain so difficult. If this continued, her body would be ruined by him. Chi-Chi, are you feeling unwell again? Goku seemed to have taken it to heart. If that's the case, then forget it. They'll find a way to help you grow stronger together. Goku's face was full of regret, but seeing his wife's somewhat haggard appearance, his heart softened. He crouched on the ground, adopting a contemplative pose. Before long, a mountain of food was piled before Goku. Chi-Chi, you should rest well these few days. If you keep your nerves too taut, it will crush you. As Goku ate, these words suddenly tumbled from his mouth. I'm glad you can understand. Shishi breathed a faint sigh of relief, but she was truly afraid of Goku's relentless drive. Then together with Goku, she began to eat heartily. Strangely enough, it seemed that as her strength grew, her appetite had also increased. She thought back to Goku's immense appetite. Could it be that she had broken through some bottleneck? Goku chewed on meat with large mouthfuls, his hands never pausing. His heart still held some regret. After returning from King Kai's place, Goku had sensed the energies on Earth. Even Piccolo now seemed far too insignificant. In his journey to become stronger, it seemed only Shishi could walk alongside him. He could feel his wife's progress. Her current strength was no less than his own when he had first returned. The long road of life. Cherish the one before you. This phrase inexplicably surfaced in Goku's mind. However, to keep Shishi growing stronger, he had pondered many things. Among them, during their sparring, he had discovered Shishi's hidden talent. Similar to the Gohan in his memories, she could unleash astonishing power when emotionally stirred. But Shishi was not a Saiyan after all. The experiences in his mind could not be directly applied. If he asked Shinran, perhaps the dragon would have a solution, but making random wishes would create evil dragons. What a headache. Forget it, I won't think about it for now. Shishi's cooking was getting better and better to eat quickly. After eating, continue training. A few more days passed. After Goku's persistent coaxing, Shishi finally agreed to spar again. Goku, who had been pent up for days, kept warming up, clearly intending to go for hundreds of rounds. But this time Goku was destined for disappointment. Shishi directly unleashed the tenfold Kaioken. Though her attacks were fierce, her energy was already slightly disordered from the start. Shishi floated in the air, having just released a series of small energy blasts. Fine beads of sweat dotted her forehead as she gasped for breath. Watching Shishi charge toward him at full speed, Goku frowned deeply. With a hint of doubt, he too rose into the air. Strange. Although Goku had remained in his Super Saiyan state, he had suppressed his power to a very low level from the start, both to enjoy the thrill of battle and to avoid hurting Shishi. But her performance was completely different from what he had expected. Could it be that heart disease he'll get later? But there's no cure for it now. What can I do? Goku arrived at a conclusion, his pupils contracting. No. Logically, I should be the one getting sick. And the timing doesn't match. Goku endured the storm of attacks, a tempest raging in his heart, his frown deepening. Shishi's aura was rapidly declining, her punches growing weaker. This wasn't the normal depletion of battle. Something was definitely wrong inside her body. Seeing her husband somewhat distracted, Shishi gritted her teeth and forcibly raised her energy. Goku again. Watch me. Tenfold Kaioken. But then darkness veiled her vision, and she plummeted from the sky. Before losing consciousness, she vaguely heard her husband's shouts. Shishi. When she awoke again, she was already lying in Goku's arms. The two arrived at the entrance to the room of spirit and time. Goku, should we continue? Fearing Goku might still crave more action, Shishi asked. Training is over. Goku gave her a reassuring smile. Chi-Chi, you need to be good now. They'll take you out and have Kami check your body. Seeing her husband's comforting expression, Shishi's heart raced, and she buried her head against his chest. At Kami's lookout. Kami, it's just as I said. I hadn't even used any force before Shishi collapsed. Goku paced around Kami incessantly, his earlier calm completely gone. Does Shishi have some serious illness? Seeing Goku so frantic, Shishi wanted to comfort him. Goku, I'm fine. Ugh. Shishi had barely uttered a few words before she began to dry heave. A wave of panic struck Goku. He clumsily helped her to his side, staring at Kami with a tense expression. Chi-Chi, don't worry, you'll get better. We still have the Dragon Balls. Right? That's it, we have the Dragon Balls. Goku, you. Just be quiet for a moment. Shishi leaned on him, looking utterly drained, and it was a long while before she caught her breath. That idiot Goku didn't understand, but she seemed to have an inkling. Shishi? Goku. You fool, just listen to what Kami has to say. Kami's expression turned serious. He gave Goku a deep look, then broke into an ant-like smile. Goku, first of all, congratulations. Congratulations. That's right. Who would have thought, you silly boy, that you're about to become a father? Goku was dazed, but Shishi was overcome with excitement. She grasped Goku's hand, carefully sensing the changes in her body. There was a faint life force in her abdomen. Detecting the tiny life within, tears streamed down her face. Whether from joy or fear, she couldn't tell. Goku, facing this for the first time, was utterly at a loss. He could only repeatedly hold his wife in his arms. Goku, do you understand now? But for more detailed precautions, you'll need to go to a hospital on Earth. Fearing Goku wouldn't grasp it, Mr. Popo pulled him aside for a separate explanation. Pregnancy? You mean Shishi has a little baby inside her? Goku let out a long sigh of relief. He wasn't so foolish as to understand nothing. As long as it wasn't the heart disease. Moreover, some of the things Mr. Popo explained enriched his knowledge. Mr. Popo, you're amazing. You know all about these things. Mr. Popo's face darkened at the remark. He had been single for over 1,000 years. Was it really okay for Goku to say that? But while he was used to Goku's ways ahead, take it as a compliment. But where did Kami go just now? Goku fetched a stool and had Shishi sit down. Kami went to get a potion prepared for you. Are you about to leave? Please wait a moment. A potion prepared for me. Goku was puzzled. Shouldn't it be for Shishi? Sunlight bathed them all, and he rubbed his eyes. His wife seemed exceptionally radiant. Wukong, if you're going back, you must take this. The voice of the heavenly god rang out, followed by a small bottle being handed to Wukong. Oh yes, heavenly god. Shishi is pregnant. I need to take her to the hospital right away. Wukong's blunt words caused Shishi's face to flush crimson, and she landed a punch on his head. Bang! Wukong, ever the jester, slammed his head straight into the floor. Wukong, don't say such things so loudly. Haha, doesn't the heavenly god already know? Wukong pulled his head out of the floor, holding it with an exaggerated expression. Ouch, ouch. Even pregnant Chi-Chi, you're still so strong. Haha. Seeing her husband's antics, Shishi rolled her eyes and turned her face away. Ever since returning from King Kai's planet, had taken to telling these pointless cold jokes. Ahem. The heavenly god cleared his throat, reminding them that an elderly alien was present and put a stop to their flirting. Wukong, I didn't ask earlier, but this form of yours, is it a newly mastered transformation? Even though you're trying your best to suppress it, that blazing aura is impossible to hide. Oh, this is called Super Saiyan, a kind of transformation. I plan to fully integrate this form into my daily life. Wukong explained. Super Saiyan. The heavenly god was taken aback, but didn't dwell on it. Speaking of transformations, what are your thoughts on that tail, eh? He pointed at Wukong's back, where the golden tail instantly coiled around his waist. I think it's fine. Ever since my tail grew back, I feel not only stronger, but also much more in control of my body. The heavenly god nodded, realizing the tail was indeed crucial for Wukong. Wukong, since you're leaving now, there's something I must make clear. As the guardian of Earth, he had to speak plainly for the planet's safety, even if it pained Wukong. Perhaps because of your increased strength, my seal no longer works on you. The moon has revived. Regarding your childhood transformation into a giant ape, have you found a way to control your sanity? Wukong frowned deeply. When his tail had regrown, had sensed the changes in his body, but had been too immersed in the feeling of wholeness to consider the implications. Now, with the heavenly god's reminder and the memories flooding his mind, he realized that the monster who had killed his grandfather and caused havoc at the tournament was none other than himself. Wukong, on the night of the full moon, never go out. It's safest to sleep at home. Let your tail never grow back, or it will only cause trouble. Grandpa, why have I never truly thought about this? Just a year ago, I still had the chance to apologize to you in person. Wukong. Seeing his distress, Shishi moved to comfort him. Mr. Popo stopped her, indicating the heavenly god had more to say. Wukong, what I gave you is a special medicine made with ultra-divine water. It can help you maintain your sanity. If you plan to train that transformation, this should assist you. Wukong stared at the bottle for a long time. The familiar design seemed to be missing a few characters. Seal of the Great Demon King. So how do I use this medicine? Wukong asked. It's best to drink it the moment you see the moon, just before you transform. Otherwise, I can't guarantee the effect. Wukong nodded, pocketed the bottle, and leaped down with Shishi. Flying Nimbus. Wukong called out, and while waiting for the Nimbus, he also retrieved the power pole. Knowing the truth about the giant ape, the staff his grandfather left him seemed all the more precious. He would have to find the 4-star ball again when he had time. He waved to Corinne in midair, and the Nimbus arrived. However, Yajirobe was nowhere to be seen, probably off somewhere eating good food. On the Nimbus, sensing Wukong's troubled thoughts, Shishi patted his chest. Wukong, are you still thinking about Grandpa? He wouldn't want you to dwell on it. You didn't mean to do it. You didn't know anything back then, did you? Wukong was stunned, then squeezed her hand. Besides, we'll definitely have a chance to see Grandpa again. Aren't you still practicing instant transmission? Once you've mastered it, you can go to King Kai's, or even King Yama's anytime, right? You can apologize to him in person then. That's right. After I defeat those villains, I'll go to the other world and apologize to Grandpa myself. Wukong's expression turned resolute, then he shifted the topic. But for now, the most important thing is to get you to the hospital, Shishi. Orange Star City. Ox King drove, taking Shishi and Wukong to the hospital. Sir, you can't go through there. Several police officers had cordoned off the road, shooing away passers-by. It's a dangerous area ahead. The criminals inside are armed, no one is allowed in. Seeing Ox King's imposing build and the two thug-like figures in the back seat, the officer added a few more words, fearing they might be reckless. If you're just sightseeing, go home. Gunshots rang out from within, along with the cries of women and children, proving the officer's words. Shishi and Wukong exchanged a glance from the car. One person's energy signature is fading fast. Chi-Chi, stay put in the car. They'll be right back. As a good-hearted citizen, he felt it was his duty to rescue the innocent. Wukong pressed two fingers together and instantly appeared at the robbery scene. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. The robbers' bullets were spraying recklessly, but Wukong's key barrier deflected them all. Please save my child. In front of the bank's entrance, a blonde woman, clutching a girl, cried out in anguish, oblivious to her own bullet-riddled body. "You bastards." Wukong clenched his fists, genuinely angry now. But someone else acted faster. Bang, bang, bang. A pink figure darted past the thugs, finally landing atop a police car. "Tada! Super Saiyan 3 has arrived." A crisp, youthful voice interrupted Wukong's actions. Apart from the robbers inside, all their accomplices outside had been knocked out. "You villains, this is the end." The girl wore a pink superhero costume and a pink helmet revealing only her mouth. "Damn it. You again, kid." A fierce-looking man, seemingly the leader, grabbed an employee and pressed a gun to his head. His comrades followed suit, using hostages as shields. "Release the hostages immediately." The pink girl's clear voice rang out again, but her answer was a hail of machine gun fire. "Watch out." The girl dodged the bullets and instantly assumed a fighting stance, ready to counterattack, but found herself lifted into the air by a hand. "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" Wukong immediately dodged with the girl, only to realize it was a false alarm. "Uncle, don't cause trouble, all right? As an ordinary citizen, how can you come to such a dangerous place? Think about your wife, think about your son. What if you get hurt?" The girl, feeling embarrassed, pushed Wukong out without another word. "Hey, watch out." A burly man suddenly lunged with a dagger. The girl shoved Wukong far away, and with a swift midair kick, sent the man flying over 10 meters. Wukong sighed in relief. From the brief encounter, he sensed the girl's extraordinary abilities and set his mind at ease. He then approached the injured mother and daughter. The girl had only hit her head and was unconscious, but the mother was in critical condition with 2 gunshot wounds. Without prompt treatment, she might not survive the trip to the hospital. Wukong transferred a trace of his chi, his hands blurring as he stanched the bleeding, healed the wounds, and stimulated her vitality, all in one seamless motion. She should be out of danger now. Leave the rest to the hospital." "Sir, thank you so much." The woman gazed at Wukong with gratitude, silently etching his figure into her memory. Wukong waved his hand and made a few gestures in the air. The other lightly injured individuals began to recover slowly, though they remained unaware of it. Meanwhile, afterimage fist. Countless afterimages of the girl appeared. The robbers saw a blur, felt a sharp pain at their necks, and fell into a deep, infant-like slumber. "Looks like she's handled them all." A faint smile curled at the corner of Wukong's mouth. He had judged correctly. This world has never lacked geniuses. I've been underestimating the people of this world. As everyone cheered, Wukong flickered, quietly retreated behind the crowd, and vanished into it. "Wukong, how is it?" 2 people are injured, but they don't need my help." As they walked away, the girl slipped into a hidden alley where a small white robot awaited her. "Phew, that scared me. Jiru, you should have seen it. Some uncle was causing trouble, and I almost couldn't hold back and hurt him." The girl removed her helmet, revealing a short black bob with bangs. She looked about 13 or 14, with an air of spirited determination. That uncle seemed so familiar, as if she'd seen him somewhere before. But the situation had been too urgent for her to focus on that. "Xiaofeng, mister. Satan wants you to know that Miss Miguel is about to give birth." "Oh my, is that true? I've never seen a new mother before. Let's go, let's go." Xiaofeng pressed a button on her wrist, changed her clothes, and flew toward the hospital with Jiru. After Wukong and Shishi finished the checkup, just as they were about to leave, Wukong suddenly halted. "What's wrong, Wukong?" Shishi asked. "They're here." Wukong stood at the hospital entrance, staring at a point in the sky as 2 figures grew larger. "Is this the little girl you mentioned earlier?" Shishi's expression shifted with surprise. From the aura the girl revealed, she was already no weaker than Shishi herself. "Who are you?" Xiaofeng's gaze swept over them, finally resting on Wukong's face, and she froze for a few seconds. "Golden hair. Could it be? This time? How?" Her mind churned, and she suddenly didn't know what to say. "Little sister, you seem very familiar with Wukong." Shishi stepped forward, noticing her troubled expression. But it was Ox King who answered. "Chi-Chi, this is the girl who came looking for Wukong a year ago. You were out training then, so I told her about it," and she left with a disappointed look. Wukong stared at the familiar face, now filled with confusion. Looking for him? A year ago? But this girl was much taller than he remembered, graceful and elegant, nothing like the little one in his memories. Just then a group of nurses carried in the injured, including the mother and daughter from earlier. With them was a black-haired boy. The woman spotted Wukong at once, called the boy over, and whispered something to him. The boy looked at Wukong with gratitude and quickly ran over. "Sir, thank you for saving my mother and sister." The boy bowed deeply with solemnity. "My name is Lapis. Sir, I will repay you one day. It's nothing, just a small kindness." Wukong smiled sheepishly, but the doctor behind him was less courteous. "Hey folks, this is the hospital entrance. There are more injured to attend to. Please move aside." "Oh, sorry about that." Wukong quickly apologized. They had no choice but to step aside. As the procession began to leave, the boy bowed once more and hurried back to his mother's side. Despite the interruption, their curiosity about Xiaofang remained undiminished. Their persistent stares made Xiaofang uneasy, and she could only fidget with Jiru. Ouch, Xiaofang, don't be like this, Xiaofang. Is your name Xiaofang? Wukong frowned, studying her face. Xiaofang. Trunks. Androids. Time machine. Could this really be his granddaughter from the future? If Shishi had a girl, she'd grow up to be just this adorable. Mr. Wukong, I have something important to do. I'll visit you properly another time, Xiaofang said hastily. Seeing the growing tenderness in Wukong's eyes, she felt as if she had already been found out. Oh, is that so? You must come. Shishi will make you something delicious. Thank you for understanding. They'll definitely come. Growing more flustered, Xiaofang hugged Jiru and dashed off in a flash. Jiru, hurry up and lead the way. Once far enough away, she gave the little robot 2 light punches, though they were gentle. This child. Wukong shook his head with a smile, then glanced at Shishi's belly. But normally the first should be Gohan. Then Goten. Hiss, my head spinning. Chi-Chi, however, looked at him suspiciously. Wukong, did you already know this girl? Of course. Wukong pinched her cheek excitedly. I can't say too much, or it'll affect history. They'll tell you when we get back. What's with all the secrecy? Ox King was completely bewildered, not understanding their cryptic exchange. But soon he'd be a grandfather, so these trivial matters didn't concern him. For now, he just needed to be the driver, and in a few months happily hold his grandchild. Back at Mount Pozu. In their room, Wukong shared his suspicions with Shishi. So Xiaofang is our future granddaughter, and she came back in a time machine to ask for our help. Shishi frowned, pondering the truth of it. It's just a guess. If those memories are real, that's likely it. But in my memories, Trunks will time travel in a few years. I don't recall any other time travel memories. Trunks. How did I say something just now? Ha ha. Shishi rolled her eyes at her husband's goofy grin. You silly. The sea surface was calm and placid. Wukong hovered midair, his eyes closed as he sensed the underwater currents. The box of capsules from last time had contained most of the Ox King's possessions, but they had already been mostly consumed by himself and Shishi. If he couldn't find a way to earn money, he would fall into the predicament from his memories, waking up every day to Shishi nagging him to go out and work, the mere thought of which made his scalp tingle. Fortunately, when the Ox King mentioned jewelry, it sparked an idea. Near Mount Pozu, north of Kame House, Wukong frowned, recalling. I remember it's around here. There should be some pirate treasure chests or something below. I remember Bulma and Krillin were there, and I even ate a huge octopus. If the chest was still there, it must have sunk deep nearby. Beneath this area, there were undercurrents and the presence of large marine creatures. He took a deep breath and slowly spread his arms. Huh. A golden aura erupted from his body, expanding outward like a tangible force. The sea began to churn, waves splashing, and then the seawater started to part, as if an invisible giant hand was prying it open from the middle, forcibly cleaving a canyon-like rift. The water piled high on both sides, forming 2 towering walls thousands of meters high. Sunlight refracted through the watery curtain, casting a dazzling spectrum of colors, a breathtaking spectacle. Thizes. A green figure in the distant sky suddenly halted. Piccolo hovered among the clouds, his green pupils narrowing slightly. He had been out training, but upon sensing this energy, he flew over directly. The sheer magnitude of that energy far exceeded his comprehension. Moreover, he could feel that its owner was using it to push apart the entire ocean. Son Goku. As Piccolo flew closer, his pupils contracted sharply. Even though Wukong's hair was now golden, he recognized him in an instant. To think that someone so overwhelmingly powerful could actually be you. Piccolo trembled all over. In just one short year, the gap between them had become as vast as the distance between clouds and mud. Meanwhile, from another direction, an orange figure was also speeding over. Wah! Wukong, is it really you? You scared me to death. What in the world are you up to? Krillin's voice echoed from afar. He flew up panting and stopped nearby. His round bald head gleamed exceptionally under the sunlight. Gazing at the golden figure in the center like a deity, then looking down at the seabed trench, his mouth hung open wide enough to fit a fist. Making such a huge commotion, are you trying to tear the earth apart? Unlike Piccolo, seeing Wukong like this didn't frighten Krillin. Instead, it gave him a sense of relief, as if he had narrowly avoided some calamity. Was it just an illusion? Of course not. Wukong suppressed some of his energy, approached Krillin and grinned. Shishi is pregnant, and we need a lot of money. I remembered during our adventure before there was treasure around here. Let's see if we can still find it. Krillin was stunned, struggling to keep up. Pregnant? You're going to be a father. That's right. Wukong couldn't stop smiling. Congratulations. Krillin punched his shoulder lightly, then looked down at the seabed. But you didn't have to split the entire ocean. This is way too dramatic. Anyone would think it's the end of the world. You're a terrifying man. How did you even train like this? It's okay, Krillin. No one lives around here, and I've controlled my energy, so it won't affect anyone else. I also remember it's around this area. In a cave, there was a huge treasure chest. Krillin's face was full of nostalgia. It was right after the Tenkaichi Budokai, and that crossdresser's psychic powers had really given him a beating. Bulma hid an enormous diamond worth hundreds of billions, and you got the Dragon Balls. Only I who discovered the chest with her ended up with nothing. But Bulma gave the diamond to us casually. Master Roshi wanted to keep it for himself, but Blonde Launch snatched it away. Such a pity. Huh. Back then I was so focused on finding the Dragon Balls that I didn't understand these things. I only remember going through a lot of trouble only to find the 4-star ball. I'm so jealous of you, Wukong. I've got nothing to do, so I'll join the search too. With Krillin's help, Wukong breathed a sigh of relief. 2 people searching was faster than 1. Unfortunately, the 2 circled the entire underwater ruins, but found nothing. The green-skinned figure watching in the shadows was fuming with anger. Son Goku. Unable to bear their clumsy antics any longer, Piccolo descended slowly, glanced at the seabed expressionlessly. What you're looking for is over there. He lifted his chin, pointing in the opposite direction. Several kilometers away at the bottom of the trench lay a treasure chest remnant covered in coral. Thanks, Piccolo. Wukong waved at the green figure and dashed straight over. Once the target was found, the rest was simple. Wukong beckoned with his hand, and countless scattered gold coins and gems flew up from the mud. Wukong, since when did you have this ability? Krillin's jaw dropped in astonishment. It's a form of energy control. With enough practice you can do it too. Isn't that right, Piccolo? Oomph. Piccolo turned his head away, watching the treasure fly, and Krillin muttered on. This gold looks like good quality. Wukong, are you going to take all of it? Yeah, we need money for food, hospital bills, and Shishi needs to recover, plus the child's expenses later. Wukong continued to manipulate the scattered treasures, soon piling them up. But this much should be enough. Oh, Krillin, take some for yourself too. You'll probably need it later. Krillin didn't respond immediately. He thought for a moment, then nodded solemnly. In the end, he picked a small pouch of gold and a few gems. They'll just take these, you can have the rest. Krillin, aren't you short on money? Wukong looked at him. I'm alone, so I don't need much. Master Roshi doesn't need it either. Enough is fine. Krillin smiled and tucked the gold and gems into his pocket. These gems. I can give them to my girlfriend later. Girlfriend? When did you get a girlfriend? Wukong asked curiously. I will definitely have one in the future. Krillin's face flushed. None of your business. Thinking back to the cute Shishi at the Tenkaichi Budokai and their happy life after the wedding, he was green with envy. Yamcha had Bulma too while he... Damn it. After scavenging most of the treasure, Wukong picked out another small pouch and set it aside. This is for Master Roshi. Krillin was taken aback, then took it with a smile. Don't worry, Wukong. They'll make sure he gets it. Wukong exerted his power again, slowly closing the parted sea. The waves surged for a while before the surface calmed back to normal. Piccolo glanced at Wukong and suddenly remarked, I hope your martial arts don't regress after having a child. With that, he turned and flew away. Krillin scratched his head. That Piccolo, he's so stubborn. But Wukong, was that your full power just now? Haha, take a guess. In the western capital, at the Brief's residence. Bulma was in the laboratory wielding a wrench as she tinkered with a colossal machine. Her hair was a tangled mess, and her clothes were smeared with oil stains. Bulma. Goku's voice rang out from outside the door, followed by a thunderous crash. He had simply pushed the door open. Goku, what brings you here? Bulma crawled out from beneath the machine, removed her goggles, and gave him a thorough once-over. You've dyed your hair gold too. We've only been married a few days, and you're already straying from the path. It's not what you think. It's a long story. Goku, hold on a moment. I'm far too filthy right now. Let me wash up first. Without waiting for his explanation, Bulma waved her hand dismissively. Oh, what a hassle. Shut up, Goku. I'm telling you, no peeking. Goku set down the bundle he was carrying and spread his hands. Who would want to peek at something like that? It wasn't as if he'd never seen it before. An hour later, Bulma emerged from her bath wrapped in a towel. Sorry to keep you waiting, little Goku. Goku snapped out of his meditation and opened the bag before him, revealing a glittering pile of gold coins. Bulma, I actually came to ask for your help. Bulma's eyes lit up and she regarded him with suspicion. Whoa, did you rob some rich guy? How else could you have so much treasure? No way. This is the treasure we found at the bottom of the sea. Me, Krillin, and Piccolo. We dug it up together. Oh well, congratulations. You're rich. Not at all. We're so broke, we can barely put food on the table. Bulma knew Goku's character all too well, as she was just teasing him. I haven't seen you in a while, but you look even stronger than before. What a shame I settled for Yamcha so early. Then she poked his abdomen, feigning sorrow. You have no idea. That wretched Yamcha is nothing but a playboy now. He's nowhere near as innocent as you, Goku. Goku watched her flailing about, responding only with a bashful grin. Alright, enough joking around. Goku, you came all this way today because you want me to help you convert these into cash, right? Goku dipped his hand into the bag and pulled out a few coins. Yes. Shishi is pregnant, and we need money for the hospital. My appetite has already eaten through our savings. I don't know how much this stuff is worth. And there's one more thing. I want you to help me build a gravity chamber. Pregnant. Bulma's voice shot up an octave, and her towel nearly slipped off. You're going to be a father. That's right. Bulma froze for 2 seconds, then lunged forward, throwing her arms around Goku. That's wonderful. Wonderful. I want to be the godmother. What's a godmother? The child's godmother. Why do you need to ask so many questions? Bulma released him, planted her hands on her hips, and burst into laughter. Fine. Leave the money to me. And the gravity chamber too. However, Bulma picked up the small cloth bag beside her and glanced inside. It was filled with various gems and a magnificent crown. This is a gift for you, Goku quickly explained. You're being too polite with me. Shishi told you to, didn't she? No. I gave some to Krillin and Grandpa Rashi too. These are for you. Don't do this in the future. I'm a mega-rich heiress. I don't need your paltry offerings. Bulma put on a show of anger, but inwardly she was delighted. This idiot Goku had given her a present for the first time. Even if it wasn't what she had hoped for, it was far better than that bastard Yamcha. He sponges off me every day and still parties around. I get it. These gold coins are of good quality. They'll have someone appraise them and convert them into cash. By the way, how soon do you need the gravity chamber? The sooner the better, Goku replied. Oh, and there's also a spaceship I used as a kid. I don't know if it'll be useful to you. As a kid, a spaceship. Goku brought it in from outside. After Bulma inspected it, she nodded in satisfaction. It contained technology not found on Earth. Though some parts were faulty, when it came down to it, this ship was worth far more than those gold coins. 1 month. She extended a pale finger. In 1 month, I'll personally fly the ship over to you. Thanks, Bulma. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he vanished. Bulma was stunned. Since when did Goku become so elusive? If he pulled a stunt like this at night, should she just give in to him? She shuddered at the thought. 1 month later, Mount Pozu. A roar suddenly echoed through the sky. A massive spherical spaceship descended from the clouds, landing softly on the open ground outside the house. The hatch opened and Bulma hopped out, followed by a robot pushing a cart. Goku. Shishi. Bulma waved, beaming radiantly. I've come to see you. Bulma. Shishi rushed over to greet her. Bulma took Shishi's hand, glanced at her belly, and then reached out to touch it. How many months? A little over 3. Let me listen. Is the baby being good? Bulma pressed her ear to Shishi's stomach and listened for a while. I can't hear a thing. It's only 3 months. What could you possibly hear? Shishi laughed at her antics. Hey, Bulma. Goku waved in greeting. Seeing him come out, Bulma straightened up, clapped her hands, and the robot pushed the cart over. Piled on top were several cases of banknotes and a small box. Here you go, Goku. Bulma turned the spaceship into a capsule, then pulled a black card from the box and handed it to him. I exchanged those gold coins for 3 billion zeni. The cash is in the cart. This is a black card from Capsule Corporation. I've linked it to your identity. There's a credit limit of 50 billion on it. A gift for my godson. 50 billion. Goku took the capsule, then picked up the black card, turning it over in his hands. How much food can this buy? Bulma rolled her eyes. All you ever think about is food. Forget it, you probably have no concept of money. Better let Shishi hold on to it. The instructions are in the box. If you lose it, remember to come to me for a replacement. Shishi took the black card and carefully put it away. Thank you, Bulma. As for Bulma's claim of being the godmother, she didn't mind at all. With such a wealthy godmother, her son would be financially free for life. Don't mention it. What are we, strangers? Bulma waved her hand dismissively, then leaned in close to Shishi's ear and lowered her voice. I have to tell you something. I had another fight with Yamcha recently. He knows I'm coming here, so he might show up later. I purposely ditched him. I don't want to deal with him, humph. You two fought again. Shishi blinked. Don't even get me started. That two-timing scumbag. Bulma pursed her lips, a hint of irritation in her voice. Forget it. Let's not talk about him. Soon another whoosh sounded from the sky. Yamcha descended from above, followed by Puar. Bulma, you took off in the spaceship without waiting for me. Yamcha landed with a sour expression. Can't you fly yourself? Bulma retorted, crossing her arms and turning her face away. Yamcha opened his mouth, glanced at Shishi and Goku, then swallowed his words, muttering, I didn't come here to argue with you. Puar flew over, chirping in a cute voice. Shishi, congratulations, you're going to be a mother. Shishi patted Puar on the head. Thank you, Puar. Then the atmosphere grew awkward. Fortunately, a few more figures soon appeared in the sky. Krillin landed first, holding a bag of fruit. Shishi, Goku, congratulations. Krillin. Goku greeted him. What brings you here? To offer my congratulations, of course. Krillin handed the fruit to Shishi. I wasn't sure what to get, just some fruit. A small token of respect. Thank you, Krillin. Shishi smiled warmly. Soon after, Tien, Shinhan, and Kaiatsu arrived. Tien approached Goku with a stern expression. Kaiatsu floated in the air, waving happily. Chi-Chi, congratulations. Shishi nodded with a smile. Then came Master Rashi, Oolong Lunch, and the others, as if they had all coordinated. Finally, Yajirobe arrived. He carried a small cloth pouch, looking thoroughly reluctant. Yajirobe, Goku waved at him. Long time no see. I never thought you'd come. Long time no see, my ass. Yajirobe walked up and shoved the pouch into Goku's arms. This stuff inside is from that cat. He told me to give it to you. Goku opened the pouch. Inside were about a dozen senzu beans. Senzu beans. Goku's eyes lit up. This is great. You'd better use them sparingly. Until new ones grow, these are the last of the senzu beans. Yajirobe snorted, then looked around at the crowd and frowned. Why are there so many people? They're all here to congratulate us, of course. Krillin patted him on the shoulder. What aren't you here to? Don't even mention it. Yajirobe plopped down onto a rock, his voice laced with resentment. Korin said I have to train with you guys. Something about Earth being in danger. What a pain. Training. Tien raised an eyebrow. Did he say where? At the lookout. Let me see. 1, 2, 3. You're all here. Saves me the trouble. Yajirobe shrugged. The Guardian said you, Krillin, Yamcha, and, Kaiatsu, all have to go train at his place to prepare for some future crisis. Krillin scratched his head. Goku, did you know about this? Goku shook his head. No. But if the Guardian says so, there must be a reason. Are you coming with us? Yamcha finally spoke, a hint of hope in his voice. Goku shook his head. I just got back from their So-Il Pass. He glanced at Shishi and then at her belly. Besides, Shishi is pregnant now. I can't leave. They'll go after the child is born. Shishi took his hand and smiled tenderly. Master Roshi cleared his throat. All right. Training is important, but so is eating. Always remember the turtle school precepts: exercise well, study well, eat well, and rest well. Yes. Seeing the old man about to launch into a long speech, Bulma quickly clapped her hands. Anyone want cake? I brought cake. Then Ox King brought out a huge spread from the kitchen, and everyone bustled about, setting tables, cutting cake, and pouring drinks. It was a day of pure joy. By evening, everyone had left. The night on Mount Pozu was quiet save for the chorus of insects. Goku sat alone on a rock, the Guardian's small bottle resting on his knee, his tail gently swaying behind him. He had been thinking for days. Since his tail grew back, his strength had indeed increased significantly, and his control over his body had become more refined. But the danger still lingered. The full moon, the great ape, the loss of reason. The Guardian was right. He needed to completely master that form, turning it from a weakness into a weapon, just like how he had trained his tail as a child. From a complete vulnerability to something he could grab with his hand, and finally an aid in battle. If the tail could be tamed, why couldn't the great ape transformation be the same? Goku. Shishi's voice came from behind, and she draped a jacket over his shoulders. Goku quickly stood up and put the jacket back on Chi-Chi, helping her sit down. Why did you come out? It's cold at night. I saw you sitting out here alone. I was worried. Shishi took his hand. Are you thinking about your tail, eh? Goku nodded, holding up the medicine bottle and shaking it. The Guardian gave me this medicine. He said if I drink it after transforming, I can keep my sanity. But I don't think relying on this alone is enough. Then what do you want to do? I want to transform during the full moon. Goku's voice was calm. Just like when I trained my tail back then. If once isn't enough, he'll do it twice. If twice isn't enough, he'll do it 100, 1,000 times. One day he'll master it completely. Shishi was silent for a long time. Moonlight bathed her face. Her eyes simply looked at Goku, and then she gave a gentle nod. All right, aren't you worried? Goku asked. Of course I am, Shishi laughed. But when have you ever let me down, eh? Goku was stunned for a moment, then he laughed too. He pulled Shishi into his arms, resting his chin on the top of her head. After the baby is born, he'll start training. Until then, he'll be right here with you. Shishi. Thank you. Shishi said nothing, only buried her face in his chest and held him tight. A crescent moon hung in the sky, and the night breeze swept over Mount Pozu, carrying the fresh scent of grass and trees. Tonight was not a full moon. Goku had all the time in the world. 7 months later, inside the gravity chamber, Goku had returned to his normal state, wearing the super heavyweight gear specially made by King Kai, performing basic training. Current gravity 100 times. This was certainly not Goku's limit. With an additional 40 tons of weight on him at this gravity level, the force was just right for precise control. It allowed him to increase his strength during training without smashing the floor of the gravity chamber. Simply adapting to gravity was no longer a problem for him, even if it were increased tenfold. The real challenge was something else entirely, wielding immense power with delicate finesse. The former relied on brute endurance, the latter demanded microscopic control. Training with weights under hypergravity meant every movement, every use of ki had to be perfectly precise. Too much force would shatter the floor, too little would throw off the form. What Goku was doing now after adapting to extremely high gravity was returning to lower gravity to refine his details. His body was relaxed, and every move he made had a fluid, natural grace. But the sweat constantly seeping from his clothes showed it was no easy task. Phew. Training for microscopic control is really tough. Goku wiped the sweat from his brow, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. But once I finish training at 300 times gravity again, I might be able to fully adapt to that form. Knock, knock, knock. The door to the gravity chamber was rapped upon. Wukong released the weights and emerged from within. Young Master Wukong, Miss Shishi is about to give birth. A middle-aged woman stood cautiously at the entrance. She was one of the maids Ox King had hired from a nearby town along with several others who had been tending to Shishi's needs over the past few months. Due to Ox King's fearsome reputation, these people spoke and acted with extreme caution. Wukong, Shishi is about to deliver, and you, her husband, are still training. Bulma stepped out from the doorway and grabbed Wukong by the ear. You idiot. If I'd known this, I wouldn't have helped you build that gravity chamber. Ow, ow. Bulma let go. Wukong yelped, grimacing. I'm out now, aren't I? Beside them, Pan stood with her hands on her hips, equally indignant. Exactly. Grandma Shishi is about to give birth. Grandpa, what are you even doing? Months earlier, after Biddy's birth, Mr. Satan and his wife had devoted all their attention to their youngest daughter. Without Satan as a sparring partner, Pan found the dojo dull and brought Juru to Mount Pozu. She was about to add fuel to the fire, but before she could finish, Bulma shoved her aside. This kind of thing is no place for children. Wow, let me go. Grandma, Bulma. Pan pretended to kick her legs in the air, only to find Bulma had already released her. After landing, she straightened her collar and muttered under her breath. No big deal. Wukong ignored their antics, brought his hands together, and sensed the surrounding ki. Where is Shishi now? I've settled her in a special room. The doctor I called will be here any minute. Before she finished speaking, Wukong had already vanished. Pan gazed at the spot where he disappeared, touched the dragon-shaped emblem on her wrist, and let out a long sigh. It had been nearly 2 years since she came to this world. After witnessing her mother's birth, she was about to witness her father's arrival. She had come to this timeline with an important mission, but after too many time travels, the time machine's energy had run low. She had given the device to Bulma, but Capsule Corporation had yet to find a substitute power source. Fortunately, she had crammed up on temporal theory. The future from her perspective was almost frozen. She would just have to wait patiently. There was no use rushing now. In the room besides Chi-Chi, there were 2 maids. Wukong approached the bedside, gazing at his sweat-drenched wife, and clasped her hand tightly. Shishi forced a faint smile. Wukong, I'm fine. Wukong tenderly wiped the sweat from her face and said softly, Bulma has called the doctor. Don't worry. But his other hand nervously kneaded the bag of senzu beans, betraying that his calm exterior was far from his true feelings. Wukong, the doctor is here. Bulma's voice came from the doorway, followed by a blonde female physician and 2 nurses. Wukong, this is Miss Lux, the best doctor in Orange Star City. You are. Wukong paused, recognizing her as the mother of the girl he had met that day. But this was no time to dwell on that. He quickly stood up. Hello, doctor. Please come and take a look. Lux stepped forward and examined Shishi thoroughly. Sir, your wife is about to give birth. Then Wukong was momentarily at a loss. Sir, you stay here. Sit beside your wife and hold her hand. Everyone else leave. Bulma led the others out quickly. Feeling the warmth of Wukong's hand despite the excruciating pain, Shishi's heart was resolute. Perhaps due to her training in the Kaioken, she followed the doctor's instructions, and the delivery went exceptionally smoothly. Wah! A loud, clear cry rang out. Sir, congratulations. It's a boy. Wukong stared at the child, grinning and scratching his head. Lux glanced at the tail behind the baby's back, then at Wukong's waist, and wisely chose to remain silent. So it wasn't just a decoration. No, she would have to caution the 2 young nurses as well, ensuring they didn't spread word and cause trouble for Mr. Son. Wukong looked at his exhausted wife, his face full of concern. Shishi. Shishi turned to him, forcing a smile, but then her expression suddenly shifted. Chi-Chi, what's wrong? Wukong instantly pulled out a senzu bean, fearing something was amiss. Mr. Son, don't worry. There's another one. Lux felt Shishi's abdomen and explained on her behalf. Shishi nodded silently, then pushed away Wukong's hand. She knew the value of senzu beans if she had enough strength and saw no need to waste one now. But Wukong was still anxious. Wukong, listen to me, I'm fine. After another arduous struggle, Wukong's second child was born. Unlike the first, this newborn erupted with an astonishing aura. Wukong quickly picked her up to soothe her. Feeling the warmth of her father's embrace, the infant gradually calmed. But then he saw the terrified expressions on the 3 women's faces. Haha, it's just a coincidence. Watching them fumble for explanations, Lux wiped a cold sweat from her brow. Still, she thought it made sense. How could Mr. Son's child be ordinary? After giving some instructions, she left with the 2 nurses, leaving the family of 4 alone. How is it? Bulma asked excitedly as the group emerged. Miss Shishi is strong. The little master and little princess are both healthy. Lux smiled, feeling gratified to have helped Wukong. 3. Pan's expression was indeed complicated. From her knowledge of history, shouldn't the one born at this time be her father Gohan? Who was this extra child? Could it be Uncle Goten? No, that didn't seem right. Bulma, however, didn't overthink it. She took out some red envelopes to express her gratitude. As long as everything went smoothly. I can't wait to be the godmother. Pan, congratulations to you too. Bulma teased the serious-looking girl without hesitation. Lux then gave further instructions and sent the two nurses off while she stayed behind to observe for a few more days. Soon Shishi and Wukong each emerged holding a child. Wukong, what are you doing? Bulma exploded. Shishi just gave birth and you let her out. How can you be a husband? Wukong was bewildered by the scolding, but Shishi intervened to explain. It's fine, Bulma. Wukong gave me a Sensibine just now. My strength and even my injuries are fully recovered. She shot Wukong a coy glance, her face flushing with shyness. Fortunately, Wukong was oblivious to many things, or she would have been in for a rough time later. Is that Sensibine really that effective? Bulma asked skeptically. She had seen Sensibines before and had witnessed Wukong and the others eat them, but she found it hard to connect childbirth with combat. Wukong, give me a few of those Sensibines. Maybe I can cultivate them like that, Corinne. Oh, sure. After a brief thought, Wukong handed Bulma 2 beans. After a thorough examination, Lux exclaimed in astonishment. However, since Goku had shown her kindness before and Bulma had given her a generous sum of money, she gave the couple a few earnest instructions before taking her leave. On the way, she resolved to caution the two girls not to speak recklessly about what they had witnessed here. Inside the room, Pan lay on the bed carefully poking the two infants' cheeks with her finger, then couldn't help but chuckle. Pan, these are your father and aunt, and you're teasing them like this. Bulma sat nearby teasing her. Pan puffed out her chest, looking utterly justified. I have to take advantage while they're still small. Ooh, I might not get another chance later. Then she turned her gaze to Goku. Grandpa, according to normal history, my father is named Son Gohan. But what about my aunt? Have you two thought of a name yet? Goku was momentarily stunned, then repeated the name to himself. Gohan. Son Gohan. Upon hearing this name, Son Gohan burst into giggles. So you like my grandfather's name? He nodded, then turned to look at Shishi. Son Gohan. If our son likes it, this name isn't bad. Once the brother's name was settled, naming the sister proved to be a challenge. Goku knew that his second son was called Goten, but for a girl that name seemed far too hasty. The couple then turned their gaze to Ox King, who had remained silent all along. A gleam of brilliance flashed in Ox King's eyes. Finally, it was his time to shine. He promptly pulled out a prepared memo filled with a long list of names he had painstakingly thought up. Oxtaro, Ox Ken, Ox Doctor. Upon hearing these old-fashioned names, the baby girl burst into loud wails. But Ox King continued unabated. Oxjiro, Ox Kai, Ox Shin, Ox Saburo, Ox Daichi, Ox Koichi. As Shishi listened to her child's cries, a vein bulged on her forehead. Dad, shut up. Thus the group fell into the agony of naming. Suddenly several of them simultaneously looked at Bulma. Bulma, as the children's godmother, you haven't shared your thoughts yet. Shishi spoke directly. Seeing everyone's serious expressions, a trace of confusion flickered across Bulma's face. How had the bystander become the center of attention? Nevertheless, as a genius beauty, young lady, she immediately began to exercise her brilliant intellect. Gazing at their expectant faces. Boo. Bruh. Bulma glanced at Shishi and spoke tentatively. How about calling her bruh? Bruh. Isn't that? Hearing Pan's objection, Bulma quickly covered her mouth. This little girl was a time traveler and might have already seen through her intentions, as she absolutely couldn't let her speak. Then she gave Pan a dangerous look, warning her not to say anything. Watching their playful antics, Shishi didn't think much of it. Bruh. Son, bruh. She called out to her daughter a few times, and upon hearing it, the baby laughed joyfully. See, the name I, a genius, came up with is absolutely perfect. Bulma wrapped one arm around Pan, placed the other on her hip, and looked immensely proud. Pan, however, looked utterly dejected. How had this happened? Her best friend had suddenly become her aunt. Had history changed because she had stayed here too long? A few days later, Bulma, having indulged in her role as a mother for a while, returned home as Pan had brought along a large device that required her research. As for the other companions, they were still training in the Temple of the Gods, so there was no rush for the full moon celebration. Feeling a bit rusty, Shishi joined Goku in the training room along with an eager Pan. The heavy responsibility of caring for the children thus fell upon Ox King. Given how much he doted on the two little ones, he should be able to take good care of them. Moreover, with so many maids and nannies at home now, what could possibly go wrong with Saiyan infants? The nursery. Ox King was dozing off inside. A middle-aged nanny entered the room, found an excuse to send the young maid away, and then quietly took Bra's swaddle. A few minutes later, she crept back in and placed an identical swaddle in the same spot. No sooner had she left the Sun residence than little Bra began to cry loudly. The woman frowned and shouted, "What are you crying for? Cry again, and he'll throw you out to the wolves." But Bra only cried harder. She had no choice but to quickly toss out a capsule and place the baby in the back of the car. The Son family is so wealthy, only by swapping the little granddaughter here can she have a good life in the future. Miss Son, don't blame me for being heartless. Blame your family for being too rich. A greedy grin spread across the woman's face. This family only knew about training and wouldn't keep a constant eye on the children. As long as she acted normally and pretended nothing had happened, even if the young maid noticed something, she could just brush it off. The maids would probably pretend not to know, following the principle of less trouble is better. Watching the rising moon, she nodded in satisfaction. Once she handed this child over to her daughter-in-law, the deed would be done. The full moon tonight was perfect for the next step. Inside the gravity chamber, Goku suddenly shuddered. Goku, what's wrong? Shishi paused her movements, looking puzzled. Goku frowned and said in a low voice, Bra's energy. It seems to have vanished. They rushed to the nursery, startling Ox King awake. Goku and Chi-Chi, has something happened? Why all the panic? Ignoring Ox King, Shishi went straight to the children's spot. Gohan was still there. That was good news. However, Bra was truly gone. There was indeed a baby girl in her place, but aside from the matching swaddle, neither the child's appearance nor her aura belonged to her daughter. Dad, what have you done? Shishi was on the verge of tears. What? Aren't Gohan and Bra both right here? Ox King yawned, bewildered. Bra is missing. Look at this child. Is this your granddaughter? Seeing her father still clueless, Shishi nearly screamed. He had only been watching them for one day, and this disaster had occurred. Missing? She was right here. HSS. Examining the child in the swaddle, Ox King gasped sharply. No tail. Bra, how is she gone? Their shouts made Gohan cry loudly. Goku gently picked him up and handed him to Pan. He himself quickly flew into the air, constantly sensing his daughter's energy. Found her. Though she was far away, her energy was steady. The woman was riding a motorcycle at breakneck speed. She would soon reach Orange Star City. Once she handed the child over to her daughter-in-law, this matter would be settled. Bulla on the back seat had grown tired of crying. Dazed and bewildered, she opened her eyes. The moon in the sky hung like a golden jade plate, casting a soft silvery glow. Suddenly, little Bulla's pupils turned crimson. Thump, thump, thump. The heavy heartbeat like war drums pounding echoed through the cramped motorcycle, driving the woman to utter irritation. Just as she was about to turn and lash out, she witnessed a sight she would never forget. Little Bulla's bones emitted a series of cracking sounds, her body expanding at a visible rate, muscle fibers proliferating wildly, and thick fur rapidly sprouting over her skin. Roar! A terrifying giant ape over 10 meters tall appeared, its eyes filled with pure destructive intent, causing the woman's heart to stop. Miss Bulla, I didn't mean it. Please forgive. Bang! The giant ape slammed its palm down, crushing the motorcycle into scrap, and the woman was killed instantly. At that moment, Goku and the others, sensing Bulla's aura, finally arrived. Bulla! Shishi shouted, but was sent flying dozens of meters away by a single punch from the giant ape. Bulla. She shook her slightly numb arm. Though her strength had waned during these months of pregnancy, this one blow made it clear that transformed Bulla's power had exceeded at least 100,000. Truly worthy of being her daughter. Seeing its attack fail, the giant ape pressed forward, its bloodshot eyes locked on Chi-Chi, swinging its fists relentlessly. Chi-Chi, hold it off for a moment. Goku shouted, apparently having devised a plan. Since the transformation required the moon and a tail restricting either would break the transformation. He then went to the nearby seaside, using his ki to continuously evaporate the seawater. Thick clouds gathered quickly, obscuring the moon. Rumble. As thunderclaps fell, the moonlight was now completely blocked. The giant ape's roar ceased abruptly, and its massive body, like a deflated balloon, shrank visibly. Shishi quickly caught her daughter as she reverted, then Goku grabbed them, and they instantly teleported back to their home on Mount Pozu. A few seconds after they left, a torrential downpour began. Since 80% of the surrounding land was desert, causing artificial rain counted as a virtuous deed. After settling little Bulla, they looked at the other sleeping baby girl, exchanging silent glances. Dad, it was Shishi who finally spoke. This whole thing happened because of your carelessness. You take care of this child. She looked at the baby girl, her disdain almost overflowing. They'll have someone arrange to send this child back tomorrow. Ox King lowered his head like a child who had done wrong. All right, Chi-Chi, everyone's safe now, don't be angry anymore. Goku tried to mediate, but was silenced by a glare from Shishi. Clearly she would hold a grudge for a long time. 1 month later. Again at night, the children had gone to bed early. Goku, holding the bottle given by Kami, stood in a desolate mountain area. A few kilometers away stood Shishi and Pan on high alert. Originally, Goku planned to bring only Chi-Chi, but Pan secretly claimed she had a secret weapon, so he allowed her to come along. Grandpa, do your best. Goku, go for it. The two watched the figure in the sky, silently offering their blessings. After meditating, a startling light burst from Goku's eyes. At that moment, his spirit energy and mind reached an unprecedented equilibrium. Goku looked up, his eyes fixed on the moon. As the blood's waves were absorbed by his gaze, he felt the blood in his body begin to boil. Thump, thump, thump. In an instant, his heart rate multiplied several times, and his tail resonated in kind. This feeling, it's coming. Before his body underwent any change, Goku quickly drank the potion. At the same moment, Goku's body began to expand violently. Struggling to maintain his sanity, he was in agony, as if every cell were being torn apart and reassembled. Wah! A brilliant golden light blazed from Goku as he let out a roaring scream. So this is the great ape transformation. I never expected it to be so much more painful than Super Saiyan transformation. No wonder ordinary Saiyans lose their minds when they transform. His fists clenched, his heartbeat like thunder. Amidst the terrifying bodily changes, a bloodthirsty savage will began to assault his consciousness. Roar! An ear-splitting roar shook heaven and earth. Hearing the wild roar from not far away, the two women's hearts leaped into their throats. Meanwhile, inside Goku's body, not only was the mental barrier gradually breaking, but the Saiyan blood within him was also being fully activated. Wah! I'm finally going to be free. Free, free. As Goku struggled to maintain control, an excited girl's voice echoed in his ears. Then the excitement turned into a scream. What is this thing? Oh, save me, it's so scary. Seeing the giant ape phantom in the sea of consciousness, the small light ball trembled, quickly hiding behind Goku. Who are you? Goku's consciousness asked in confusion. Oh dear host, you've really forgotten me. The small light ball hopped and jumped behind him. I'm your thoughtful little system, your most loyal servant, host daddy. Then several small light orbs floated before Goku. The rewards from the system's chain missions accumulated over the past 2 years. As for the daily missions, they were dispensed immediately upon completion. Oh, it's you. Seeing these little lights, Goku seemed to recall something. So you're that annoying little rascal from before. Host you. The system hadn't expected to be seen in such a light by Goku. The light ball was instantly shrouded in a melancholic aura. Roar! But before she could argue, the giant ape's attacks came one after another. Goku barely dodged with her, but the giant ape was not about to let them off so easily. Boom, 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 boom. Huge fists rained down like hailstones, the savage aura swelling and gradually filling the entire mental space. Goku had just dodged away when the giant ape opened its gaping maw, gathering terrifying energy inside. The next second, a searing beam shot out, its fearsome energy warping space itself. The sight made Goku's heart freeze, but he would not give up. A golden light erupted skyward. Goku transformed directly into a Super Saiyan. His aura overwhelmed the giant ape. The giant ape, unwilling to be outdone, clashed head-on with Goku's light in the space of consciousness. Outside, while Wukong struggled with the giant ape's consciousness, chaos reigned in the outside world. The ape form Wukong was wild and frenzied. Each swing of his arm produced a piercing sound as the ground beneath his feet cracked and shattered. His movements mirrored those within Wukong's spiritual space. Xiao Fang had already transformed into a Super Saiyan, while Chi-Chi activated the 20-fold Kaioken. The two fought in perfect tandem, golden and red streaks weaving through the air. Yet the great ape, being Wukong's transformation, possessed not only immense power, but also terrifying defenses. With him completely devoid of reason, all they could do was barely contain him through agile maneuvers. What's wrong with Grandpa? Didn't he already drink that potion? Xiao Fang's figure flickered repeatedly, carving a golden arc through the sky as she complained inwardly. Chi-Chi was equally perplexed. Her brows furrowed deeply, her expression grim, and her breathing grew rapid. The 20-fold Kaioken placed an immense burden on her body. Her stamina would soon be depleted. Xiao Fang seemed unable to hold out much longer either. If this continued, could they destroy the moon? Just then the great ape's movements suddenly halted. Its colossal form froze in place, its crimson eyes flickering between clarity and chaos. The two women exchanged glances and quickly distanced themselves. Could the potion be taking effect? Chi-Chi whispered. They hovered midair, fixing their gazes on the giant ape's every move, never letting their guard down. Time ticked by. The enormous body began to tremble slightly, its breathing gradually steadied, and the bloodshot hue in its eyes slowly receded, revealing a glimmer of clarity. It seems to be working, Xiao Fang murmured. Chi-Chi loosened her clenched fists, believing that Wukong was about to regain his senses. But then, a sudden anomaly. Roar! The great ape let out a long howl to the heavens, the shockwave churning the clouds. The clarity in its eyes vanished, replaced by bloodthirsty madness. Its dark fur visibly transformed into gold, its already massive body expanded, further muscles swelling like mountain ranges. A golden aura erupted skyward, illuminating the night as if it were day. The golden great ape had arrived. A terrifying pressure burst from its body, spreading like a tangible shockwave. With just one release of energy, the surroundings crumbled into devastation. Everything around, trees, rocks, was flattened. The ground beneath was torn away several meters deep. Chi-Chi was pushed back by the blast, unable to maintain the Kaioken any longer. Xiaofang shielded her face with both hands, her golden hair whipping violently in the gale. This is the golden great ape. Xiaofang's pupils contracted sharply as she had seen this form before. In the future timeline, Grandpa had once transcended this stage. It was the necessary path to Super Saiyan 4. She had heard Grandpa say that the golden great ape's power and defense could rival that of Super Saiyan 4. Its aura continued to surge without any apparent limit. Xiaofang felt the overwhelming pressure, a chill creeping into her heart. This form brought with it a crushing despair. Grandma Chi-Chi, stand back. Xiaofang gritted her teeth, her gaze locked onto the golden giant. Xiaofang, what are you going to do? Kiki's heart tightened. Stay far away, oh, I still have a trump card. Xiaofang's eyes flashed with resolve, her voice growing calm. You can't help here, don't distract me. Chi-Chi opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately refrained. Her body had reached its limit, staying would only be a burden. She bit her lip and flew several kilometers away before stopping, watching the two golden figures from afar, one large, one small. Xiaofang took a deep breath and clenched her fists. Then her aura began to climb. Veins bulged on her smooth forehead, faint sparks of lightning flickered, and her flame-like aura transformed into a jet-like burst. Aya! With a sharp cry, Xiaofang's golden bangs stood fully upright, leaving only a single lock hanging to her brow. Thick silver-blue lightning coiled around her. The arcs merged with her aura, causing terrifying explosions in the sky. This is the second stage of Super Saiyan. Chi-Chi was stunned by Xiaofang's transformation. As Wukong's close friend, she was well aware of the various Super Saiyan forms. But each time she witnessed them, her body paid a heavy price. That Xiaofang, usually so carefree, could master Super Saiyan 2 at such a young age was something she never expected. However, Super Saiyan 2, though formidable, was merely a slightly larger ant to the golden great ape. Could it be? As she thought, Xiaofang in the distance made a new move. What is that? No, that's not the pose for Super Saiyan 3. Besides, Xiaofang's body isn't strong enough to sustain Super Saiyan 3. In the distance, Xiaofang squinted, gently raising her right hand to reveal the dragon-shaped emblem on her wrist. Moonlight fell upon it, casting a cold, eerie gleam. This was the ultimate weapon crafted by Bulma from the future, forged with all her heart to aid Xiaofang in her mission. Its function went far beyond mere costume changes. Its true purpose was to record the chi of warriors. When Son Wukong's experiences and corresponding chi were recorded to a certain extent, it could serve as a catalyst to resurrect the vanished Son Wukong of the future world. If Son Wukong could be fully revived, the crisis in the future world would be largely resolved. At least that's what the Red Shinran had said. Unfortunately, only 1/3 of the chi had been collected before the time machine's energy ran out. Of course, she had also recorded many other powerful warriors. The chi of those mighty fighters was a precious treasure she had gathered through immense hardships. But these chi stores were one-time use. Without a source, they would be gone once used. Xiaofang's consciousness delved deep into the emblem. Mr. Bu, she called softly. A pink chi within the emblem leaped with joy, surging into her body instantly. This chi came from the future's good Bu. Its property was inclusion and harmony, capable of perfectly fusing different powers together. As the warm current flowed through her, the fatigue quickly faded. But this was not enough. Broly. As she uttered this name, another chi deep within the emblem was activated. Xiaofang had by a rare chance in this era captured this chi and stored it in the emblem. But to use it perfectly, she needed the owner's consent. Planet Vampa. A towering man jolted awake, his eyes snapping open with violent intensity. Broly. Bare-chested, his muscles rippled like forged steel, and madness slowly ignited within his gaze. Aerofort. Broly's body transformed in an instant. His pupils turned emerald, then vanished entirely. His aura swelled uncontrollably, surging like that of a feral beast utterly consumed by rage. Kakarot. A grotesque grin split his lips. Paragus, dozing nearby, was jolted awake by the sheer pressure of that aura, nearly tumbling from his bed. B. Broly, what are you going to do? He rushed to his son's side, clutching a custom-built suppression device. Yet even with it in hand, he trembled violently beneath Broly's overwhelming presence. Broly did not answer. He lifted his head, his gaze piercing through infinite voids. I have found your location, Kakarot. From the highest heavens to the deepest netherworld, you cannot hide from me. Weirarga. His frenzied roar shook the entire planet to its core. Paragus frantically activated the device, but against Broly's absolute unchained madness, it proved utterly futile. For Planet Vampa, this would be a night without sleep. The scene shifts to Earth. The dragon-shaped emblem flared brilliantly as two distinct auras surged and intertwined within Pan. Broly's savage power tempered by Buu's soothing essence inexplicably stilled, calm poised, and eerily serene. Pan clenched her teeth, feeling the churning storm of energy surge through her veins. As the auras fused, her very body began to transform, astonishingly irrevocably. Her slender frame was reforged, muscles flowing with lethal grace, her stature surging upward by dozens of centimeters. Her face hardened into icy severity, her brow arched high, crackling lightning coiled tightly around her form, and her pupils dissolved, replaced by radiant white light blazing fiercely from empty sockets sharper than any mortal eye. Her hair shifted from gold to luminous emerald green, crystalline as jade cascading down to her waist. Most astonishing of all was her physique. Unlike Broly's grotesquely swollen musculature, Pan's form appeared exquisitely sculpted, lean, fluid, and coiled with explosive power. Standing over 2 meters tall, every inch of her muscle was perfectly balanced. She resembled a living goddess of war. She raised her hand and clenched her fist. Air detonated in her palm with a deep, resonant boom. She fixed her gaze upon the golden Great Saiyan, her eyes burning solely with battle lust. "Come on, Grandpa." Her voice, once bright and youthful, had deepened into a cool, commanding timbre as though she had aged decades in an instant. A faint feral smirk curled at the corner of her lips. "This is the legendary Super Saiyan 3 form. Let's see if you can withstand my strike." From afar, Shishi clapped a hand over her mouth. Could this truly be Pan? The little girl who once clung to her, calling her grandma, with wide-eyed affection, now radiated an aura of terrifying magnitude. The golden Great Saiyan lowered his massive head, his crimson eyes locking onto Pan. That tiny emerald figure seemed to stir something primal, a threat undeniable and real. HRRR. He opened his maw wide, unleashing a torrent of searing, hyper-concentrated heat. This was the ultra-great Saiyan flame, compressed to its absolute zenith. In her legendary Super Saiyan 3 form, Pan evaded it with effortless agility. The blast soared past her harmlessly. Boom. Within a radius of hundreds of meters, sand and stone vaporized instantly, leaving behind a colossal smoking crater. Pan gazed into the golden ape's burning red eyes and smiled faintly. So Grandpa had regained his senses. The energy output had been staggering, but the speed, uncharacteristically sluggish, almost as if deliberately aimed to miss. She glanced sideways at the smoldering ruins. Such lackluster power. She could have achieved that level of destruction the moment she'd learned to control her ki. This transformation lasted roughly 3 minutes. If Grandpa wanted to play, she'd indulge him, for now. Then, drawing her ki to its peak, she balled her fists and shot forward, straight toward the golden Great Saiyan. Tum! A muffled shockwave echoed across heaven and earth. The golden Great Saiyan's head snapped sideways 90 degrees. And then, astonishingly, his face twisted into a human-like knowing smile. Panned. His voice emerged clear and articulate. Goku had fully reclaimed his consciousness. "You all worked so hard." "Not really. Just nearly died of exhaustion, that's all." Pan rolled her eyes, then voiced the question weighing on her mind. "But Grandpa, if you've regained full control, why haven't you transformed into Super Saiyan 4 yet?" "Perhaps I'm still adjusting. A proper fight might help me settle into it." Goku spoke on his massive ape form towering over the landscape. Hearing his explanation, Pan gave an exaggerated eye roll. Fine. This time, he wasn't even pretending anymore. Yet, this time she had misjudged him. After merging with the Great Saiyan's primal, well, he truly stood at the threshold of Super Saiyan 4. But the pent-up fury within his heart remained unspent, and the wild, untamed power of the ape demanded time to master. All right, your grandpa, so you decide." Pan waved dismissively. "This form lasts only 3 minutes. Let's make it quick." Without another word, the two charged, fists raised, intent locked. Crash, crash, crash. Once assured of Pan's strength, Goku abandoned restraint. Two blurs, one golden, one emerald, collided again and again. The earth trembled. The sky tore. This raw, visceral combat had reached a breathtaking stalemate. How on earth are they doing this? Shishi watched, heart racing like a roller coaster. She'd seen their exchange, knew beyond doubt that her husband had succeeded. Joy swelled, but so did quiet despair. Just 2 years ago, she'd always trailed behind Goku's back. 1 year ago, she could still spar with him, evenly matched. How in mere months had the gulf between them widened so drastically? She knew her husband well. Goku loved hiding his strength, what he showed publicly, what he truly possessed, and what he could ultimately unleash. These were always 3 separate tiers. She'd long accepted their disparity, but never imagined it would be this vast. Why? Goku's transformations multiplied endlessly, while she remained stagnant, failing even to develop a single signature technique. He stood on the cusp of Super Saiyan 4, while she still struggled with the Kaioken. The Kaioken alone no longer kept pace. At this rate, how could she ever stand beside him as his wife? Crash. Another titanic clash. The golden Great Saiyan staggered backward several steps while Pan was hurled hundreds of meters away. Grandpa. Pan stared at Goku's silhouette, breathing heavily, her aura flickering weakly, a telltale sign of waning energy. In that instant, a profound, soul-deep surge of power brought Goku to a complete halt. It was coming. Wukong held his breath and focused his mind. The vast energy began to be continuously compressed, then sublimated, and next a complete transformation awaited. Gradually, golden energy formed a huge cocoon enveloping his entire golden body. With a roar that echoed through the galaxy, the cocoon erupted with an extreme golden light, forming a giant ape phantom over 1,000 meters tall. The sheer energy even tore apart the surrounding dimensional barriers. If Wukong hadn't exerted immense restraint, the earth beneath him would have likely disintegrated. Under his control, the energy continuously condensed, and the body of the golden giant ape began to shrink, transforming the original cocoon into an eye of the storm. At this moment, Wukong's appearance was undergoing visible changes. Breaking the shackles of his physical form, a myriad of energies converged upon him, culminating in a final transformation. Minutes later, the wind ceased. The smoke dissipated. A completely new figure appeared in the original spot. Wukong was now bare-chested, adorned with bright red fur, his black long hair flowing freely, and his tail had completely turned red with blood-red eyeshadows surrounding golden pupils that captivated the soul. Super Saiyan 4. Son Wukong, making his entrance. Wow. Xiaofang covered her mouth, having already reverted from her transformation, staring at Wukong with awe. He seems even more handsome than before. Indeed, the younger version of Grandpa is truly exceptional. Wukong slightly curled the corner of his mouth, clenched his fist, feeling the immense power surging within him. The power has increased at least tenfold compared to the previous transformation. Moreover, in this state, it seemed that every cell was under his control with no energy leaking at all. Super Saiyan 4 was a truly perfect transformation. Wukong smiled as he glanced at Xiaofang, ultimately landing his gaze on Chi-Chi. Across a distance of 1,000 meters, their eyes met. It was a tingling sensation. This noble aura, coexisting with wildness, was filled with masculine charm. Just a glance caused Chi-Chi to be entranced. The slight melancholy that had risen minutes ago was instantly swept away. If only Wukong could maintain this state forever. She then shook her head. Even the previous Super Saiyan 3 could only be sustained for a short time, let alone this higher transformation. Chi-Chi. A gentle voice rang in her ears. She didn't know when, but Wukong had already appeared by her side. Whoa, Wukong. Like a balloon that had been pierced, Kiki's heart raced wildly, and her pretty face instantly turned red. Recalling the moments spent in the time chamber, Chi-Chi exclaimed, Chi-Chi, let's fight together. Chi-Chi, I need your help in my training. Come on, just one more time, just for a little while. The healing properties of the sins of being are holistic. Because of Xiaofang being a third, Chi-Chi hadn't really spent much time alone with Wukong since Gohan and Bra were born. If it had been the first time, she would have definitely fainted. Then, like a startled little rabbit, her flustered appearance was heart-wrenching. You? No, that's really not okay. Not okay. What do you mean? Wukong looked puzzled. Seeing the cold and domineering expression on the other's face turn adorably naive, Chi-Chi could no longer hold back. 2 warm streams rushed from her nostrils. It's over. This time it's really not okay. Like a volcanic eruption, 2 streams of blood gushed forth, and she formed a perfect parabolic arc in the air. Chi-Chi was completely dazed. By the time she woke up again, she found herself lying in Wukong's arms with Xiaofang looking on in confusion. It's probably the side effects of the Kaioken. She covered her face with her hands and could only force an explanation to avoid misunderstanding from the younger ones. I feel a bit unwell, maybe we should head back today. Fortunately, Xiaofang didn't think much of it. Upon hearing this, Wukong nodded in agreement. Back home, they looked at the kids. Gohan and Bra were still fast asleep. In the room, Wukong still retained his transformed appearance. Wukong, why don't you transform back? This transformation consumes a lot of energy, right? This one is not too bad. It's not as exaggerated as the earlier transformations. Hearing this, Chi-Chi's heart raced again as she listened to Wukong's voice. You said just now that you seem to be feeling unwell. Oh, let me give you a massage. No, don't. But it was too late. Wukong's fingers had already descended. Bayou. It's completely over. Time passed again for a month. The morning sun shone down, and Wukong had already begun his day's training. Since mastering his new form, his understanding of power had deepened further. True strength is not merely the accumulation of brute force, but rather the harmony of every cell and breath with the natural order of the universe. Little Pocket Chi-Chi was still lying in bed. Remembering the events of this time, her face was flushed with embarrassment. From Super Saiyan 4 to a regular Super Saiyan. Each time she trained with Wukong followed the same steps. After their daily training, he would merely move his fingers slightly, and before he could proceed to the next step, she would already be unable to continue. Then she would faint for the entire night. Fortunately, Wukong had been gentle with her. Since Gohan and Bra were born, he hadn't truly gone all out. Otherwise, but as a wife, is she really meeting expectations? I must become stronger. Stronger. Chi-Chi, you're awake. Wukong turned around upon hearing the noise from behind his pupils appearing particularly deep in the morning light. I'll go make you some food. Chi-Chi averted her gaze and quickly walked towards the kitchen, her ears turning red. As for the training she had just planned, next time for sure. Wukong continued to throw punches and kick in the yard. These basic moves were not fast, yet they had a natural feel to them. Recently, he had spent less time in the gravity chamber. One reason was Bra's incident, but more importantly, with his current power level, the gravity of the chamber was no longer sufficient to support the intensity of his training. Recently, staying in the gravity chamber was mainly to adapt to the transitions between various transformation stages and to train Chi-Chi and Xiaofeng. If he wanted to continue getting stronger, he had to ask Bulma to create a more advanced gravity device. Wukong threw another straight punch, and then, ding, detected that the host's first, second, and third stage consecutive tasks have been completed. Would you like to claim the reward? The sudden voice made Wukong's movement come to a halt, and his next kick went awry. He instinctively wanted to use Chi to shield himself. Host Daddy, spare me. The system's voice became urgent, clearly panicked. The system didn't mean to. There really is a reward. Please have mercy. The system will be very obedient in the future. The system felt something was wrong and immediately slid to its knees. The familiar female voice tinged with tears reminded Wukong that this little thing still resided within him. He almost forgot about it. Oh, my apologies. That was just a reflex of my body. Wukong explained in his heart, his tone not sounding too bad. Since their last meeting in the spiritual space, he actually found this little thing quite interesting and hadn't truly thought about how to deal with it. What exactly is the reward you mentioned? Wukong asked next. The system wiped non-existent sweat from its brow and let out a long breath. This father finally was willing to communicate with it. Esteemed host, allow me to introduce everything in detail. The system immediately became obsequious. You have been ignoring the system all along. So many rewards have piled up. Wukong continued practicing his slow punches, listening silently in his mind. First, there's the newcomer gift pack along with 1,000 points, 5 points of charm, and 3 points of physique, all unclaimed. Next are the novice quests. The system's voice lowered slightly. This was the reason she had been locked away, so she spoke with particular caution. Seeing no reaction from Wukong, the system continued explaining. This quest was completed long ago, including subsequent bonus rewards, a total of 650 points, 5,000 yuan in cash, 1 point of strength, and finally, a full-level acupuncture technique. Wukong suddenly halted his movements. Wait, this acupuncture technique you speak of, is it a skill similar to the pressure point strike? Exactly. The host is most astute. The system quickly chimed in. That pressure point strike is merely an introductory skill requiring gradual mastery, but this acupuncture technique is completely maxed out. It can heal the sick, stop bleeding, treat injuries, stimulate potential, and even handle. Ahem, you'll find out in due time. Wukong nodded. Although he felt it somewhat overlapped with the pressure point strike since she had explained so much, perhaps it was truly remarkable. Finally, the rewards for the chain quest. The system continued, afraid Wukong might lose patience. The first stage rewards 2,000 points and 3 points of charm. The second stage rewards 4,000 points, 2 points to all attributes, plus a random guardian. The third stage rewards 3,000 points, 1 point to all attributes, plus a random max level skill. Wait, Wukong interrupted. What exactly is this random guardian for? The system intended to say it was for protecting the host, but recalling Wukong's terrifying combat prowess, its voice immediately turned coy. It's a little helper assigned to the host. It can fight, work, run errands, anything you need. It won't be a freeloader, I promise. Wukong listened to her earnest explanation, raised an eyebrow, and didn't dwell on it. For now, he was simply curious about what the final max level skill was. What did the random skill turn out to be? Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the max level skill, master level driving technique. The system's voice rose with pride as if showing off. This encompasses all forms of driving in the conceptual sense. Wukong blinked. It seems rather ordinary. Will I really have any use for it? Ahem. In any case, it will definitely prove useful. The host will understand in the future. Having roughly figured out Wukong's temperament, the system decisively skipped the topic. Esteemed host, would you like to claim the rewards now? Wukong thought for a moment, then nodded. Claim them. With a thought, 2 orbs of light representing skills appeared first. As they merged into his sea of consciousness, Wukong felt a surge of strange and wondrous knowledge, as if he had trained arduously for decades or centuries. It seems not as useless as I imagined. After digesting the skills, several small points representing attributes appeared, but this time the change was far more subtle. Wukong sensed every cell in his body, only to find that aside from his skin becoming slightly smoother, there was no other discernible change. There were so many attributes, so why don't I feel any stronger? Host, you are already too powerful. It's only natural that you don't notice. The system absolutely did not skimp on the rewards. Wukong shook his head, indicating it didn't matter. He had little enthusiasm for power that wasn't earned through his own cultivation. Little did he know that Chi-Chi, who occasionally peeked from the kitchen, quickly withdrew her head. Wukong seems even more handsome. Is it my imagination? Her heart began to race again, and her cheeks flushed instantly. Finally, there remained only the 5,000 yuan in cash and the random guardian. Forget the cash for now. Bulma gave me plenty before, he'll take it when that's gone. Wukong pondered for a moment. Summon the guardian. Ding. Generating random guardian. The system's voice rang out, barely containing its excitement. Then light began to coalesce slowly before Wukong's soft, as morning mist gradually outlining a petite figure. She was less than 1.5 meters tall, with exquisitely delicate features that seemed unreal, wynard eyes, and pure white hair that cascaded to her waist, as if bathed in moonlight. Beneath a black dress, her skin was so pale, it was almost translucent. With a short blade at her waist, she looked like a porcelain doll that had stepped out of a painting. As soon as the white-haired loli took form, she bounced up. Then, hands on her hips, she threw her head back and laughed like a little creature finally freed from its cage. This system finally has a body. She then tilted her head, her wynard eyes sparkling as they fixed on Wukong, filled with anticipation. Host Daddy. Surprised. Unexpected. You are the system. Wukong looked down at her, momentarily stunned. Yes, it's me. The little loli nodded vigorously, her white hair swaying with the motion. Before I could only speak in your head, and was always afraid of being locked in the little black room. It was suffocating. But now it's great. This system is a person of status and face. She twirled on the spot, her long hair tracing a white arc through the air. Then, lifting the hem of her skirt, she executed a clumsy curtsy. Guardian Zero, codenamed System Chan. From today onward, I officially report for duty to the esteemed host. I can fight, work, run errands, take care of children. Just as promised, I can do anything. Wukong scratched his head. Are you really that little jingling thing? It's me, it's really me. Zero hopped twice as if to ground herself. But don't worry, host. Now that I have a body, I won't jingle and annoy you anymore. Just give me your orders directly from now on. A sound came from the kitchen doorway. Chi-Chi emerged carrying a breakfast tray, but froze when she saw the white figure in the yard. Wukong. Who is this? Zero's ears twitched. She spun around, and the moment she saw Chi-Chi, her expression instantly turned ingratiating. Mistress. She trotted over a few steps, then executed a flawless sliding kneel, her movements as precise as if she had been professionally trained. I am Zero. From today on, I am your little maid. Please take good care of me, mistress. Zero looked up, blinking her wynard eyes, a sweet curve on her lips, her entire demeanor radiating docility. Chi-Chi stared at the white-haired loli, then at Wukong, frozen in place for a moment. Chi-Chi gazed deeply at Wukong, her meaning unmistakable. She had no intention of allowing some chaotic outsiders to trigger another tragedy like the one involving Bra. Ling sensed Chi-Chi's apprehension and immediately spoke up in explanation. Madam, please rest assured. I reside within Master Wukong's consciousness, and my loyalty is absolute. My core essence. Wukong turned his inner awareness inward, and there, floating serenely within his sea of consciousness, was the small, luminous orb intrinsically linked to the girl before him. Then, with a mere shift of will, a fragment of his consciousness slipped into another perspective. Instantly, Ling's voice rang out, flustered, indignant, and trembling with embarrassment. Master, how dare you invade my body? Wukong guided his consciousness downward, first inspecting his own hands, then glancing toward his distant physical form and Chi-Chi standing beside him. Indeed, that sliver of awareness had traversed the luminous orb and now resided fully within the girl's frame. My apologies, I merely wished to test it. I'll withdraw at once. His consciousness retracted, and Wukong offered a concise explanation. In short, it's rather complicated, but essentially she spoke the truth. Ling instantly snapped upright, hands folded neatly before her face, radiating docile obedience, as if silently declaring, I am perfectly well behaved, utterly still, utterly trustworthy. If Wukong vouches for you, I won't press further. Chi-Chi set the breakfast tray upon the table and gave the petite girl a careful, appraising look. Still, can you truly serve as a proper maid? Absolutely. Ling nodded vigorously. Madam, I'm swift and capable, laundry, cooking. I excel at them all. And I'm quite small, so I eat barely anything. I'm also skilled at childcare. Yes. Raising children is one of my greatest strengths. You truly know how to care for children. Chi-Chi's brow furrowed faintly. After the incident with Bra, entrusting her child to strangers weighed heavily on her heart. Yet this girl appeared genuinely obedient, and her aura held no trace of malevolence. Most importantly, Yukong trusted her. Perhaps she would prove far more reliable than ordinary nannies. Of course I do. Ling puffed out her modest chest with quiet pride. Madam, rest easy. I shall guard the two young masters around the clock, permitting no outsider to draw near. What happened to Miss Bra shall never recur. She added swiftly, moreover, I possess formidable combat ability. Though not yet rivaling Madam's might, I am more than sufficient to subdue common thugs. Chi-Chi glanced again at Yukong, whose expression remained relaxed, yielding full authority to her. At last she sighed softly. Very well, then you may stay. Thank you, Madam. Ling nearly leapt for joy, and hurriedly snatched the tray from Chi-Chi's hands. Allow me, I'll carry it. Please, Madam, take your ease. Chi-Chi started to protest, but Ling had already darted briskly toward the kitchen, leaving her words unspoken. Yukong, can we truly rely on this child? Yukong, already lifting his chopsticks, smiled gently. She's tolerable, perhaps a bit noisy, but certainly no ill intent. And as you've just witnessed, I may enter her body at will. Should she harbor any treachery, she could not conceal it from me. Chi-Chi bit her lower lip, then cast another glance toward the small figure bustling about. Ling stood tiptoe, carefully arranging the dishes, murmuring to herself, this alignment looks more elegant. Madam will surely approve. Next time I must let Master taste my culinary artistry. So, she'll be responsible for watching the children? Chi-Chi asked tentatively. With her father unreliable, having someone trustworthy to assist meant she could reclaim precious moments alone with Yukong. Agreed. Yukong chewed, thoughtfully nodding. You've long wished to dedicate more time to cultivation. Now you may do so, without worry, knowing she'll watch over them. However, whatever you choose to pursue, I'll support you wholeheartedly. As for that child, a casual watch suffices. You must never abuse your abilities to secretly seize control of her body and act recklessly. Yukong, what on earth are you saying? Better not to understand at all. A month later, the entire Sun family gathered beneath one roof. Today marked Xiaofang's departure. Also present were Satan's family and Bulma. 2 weeks earlier, Bulma had replenished the energy source for Xiaofang's time machine, though her subsequent research had delayed her final preparations by a slight margin. Before departing, Chi-Chi clung to Xiaofang, whispering endless instructions. Satan and Miguel held little Dealy tightly, their eyes glistening with tears. Yukong watched from afar, giving Xiaofang a firm, solemn nod. He had etched the unique aura signature of each of his cultivation stages into her memory. Beyond this point, her journey would be hers alone. Each generation must wage its own battles. He could not shield these younger ones forever. Xiaofang gazed upon the crowd, bidding her farewell, her vision blurred with unshed tears. Yet within this timeline, fulfilling her mission was only part of her fulfillment. Witnessing the birth of her own parents had already filled her heart to overflowing. Farewell, everyone. Farewell, Grandpa Yukong. After Xiaofang vanished into the time stream, the others departed one by one. Only Ling remained, weeping uncontrollably. Xiaoling, surely you never even knew Xiaofang. Why cry so bitterly? Yukong was genuinely puzzled. Master, you wouldn't understand. This isn't mere friendship. It's the profound bond between a system and its traveler across dimensions. Shaking his head at her cryptic words, Yukong simply sighed. Friendship, bonds, none of it made sense to him. Once all had left, Yukong eagerly opened the gift Bulma had presented him. It was her latest invention, the gravity bracelet, capable of generating gravitational forces up to 10,000 times Earth's standard, made possible by future technology Xiaofang had brought back. At last, I can ascend once more. Yukong's heart surged with exhilaration. Since unlocking the Super Saiyan 4 transformation, the cultivation memories embedded within his mind had fully merged with his consciousness, and his physical fortitude had surged dramatically. Below 1,000 times gravity, bodily refinement had grown increasingly ineffective. Though those memories marked Super Saiyan 4 as the ultimate apex, standing atop the shoulders of predecessors, Yukong could hardly lack insight into what lay beyond. With key cultivation reaching its zenith, advancement now hinged upon the refinement of both flesh and soul. Bulma's invention arrived precisely when needed, truly a lifeline in the storm. Henceforth, 3 paths lead to greater strength, mastering fundamentals, tempering the body, and cultivating the soul. This bracelet allows me to resume bodily refinement. Once my physique reaches peak resilience, and my foundation solidifies, advancement of the soul, or even higher-tier transformations will follow naturally. And for soul cultivation, I am not without resources. The Turtle Hermit School's philosophy, the sacred knowledge housed in the Divine Temple, and King Kai's teachings, all contain profound insights into this very art. My path lies in forging my own way and cultivating an invincible heart. Wukong fastened the new gravity apparatus, activated the bracelet, and input a value. Gravity multiplier 2000. As the device engaged, the air around Wukong thickened perceptibly. An invisible pressure descended upon him, crushing absolute. Crack. Oh no, not the sound of bone fracturing, but Wukong off balance had sunk his entire leg deep into the earth. Watch closely, flight technique. Slowly rising into the air, he exhaled deeply at last. He had no desire to plummet straight through Earth's crust. After acclimating gradually, he lowered himself back down, treading with deliberate, cautious steps, each imprint sinking deep into the soil. Precision in bodily control requires further refinement. After a long silence, he paused and began executing foundational martial forms slowly and deliberately. Though elementary in nature, each movement demanded exponentially greater exertion than before. The crushing weight, the heart strained, the sluggish flow of blood, all intensified thousands-fold. Now, that is true cultivation. Sweat glistened across his brow, yet his excitement swelled. He felt it, the ecstatic resonance of his cells. Only under immense pressure could his body evolve. Next came full adaptation to this gravity. In the days that followed, Uncle Neo returned to the Flaming Mountain. Gohan and Bra were primarily tended by Ling and several maids. Beyond daily interactions with Chi-Chi and the children, Wukong maintained this gravitational load ceaselessly. Chi-Chi, too, remained relentlessly active. The retired training chamber had become her private sanctum, her regimen even more intense than Wukong's. As Chi-Chi declared, sweat more in peace, shed fewer tears in battle. Though Wukong suspected deeper motives behind her words, he felt profound pride in her unwavering dedication. Sensing the auras of Earth's other warriors, Piccolo trained upon a remote island. Krillin and Tien had just departed the sacred realm. Yet each, without exception, pursued growth at their own pace. Wukong's gaze hardened with unshakable resolve. Then let me press onward, without pause. Year 761 of the Aeon era. 4 full years had passed since Xiaofang's departure. These 4 years had been an exceptionally tender and cherished time for Son Goku's family. Ling, dressed in a pristine white dress, was playing with Gohan in the courtyard, while nearby the gravity chamber hummed steadily, Shishi training inside. Unlike the serene sunshine outside, the gravity chamber's interior glowed with a suffocating crimson hue. Shishi wore the weighted suit once retired by Son Goku. Its total mass approximated 40 tons. Within a gravitational field 1,000 times Earth's normal pull. She held her breath and focused intently, sweat cascading like rain. Over these 4 years, with Ling managing all domestic affairs as their devoted attendant, Shishi enjoyed abundant time to train alongside Son Goku. Until 2.5 years ago, when he fully adapted to 10,000-fold gravity and departed for deep-sea cultivation. Thereafter, she spent most days alone within the gravity chamber. The exhilarating rush of growing stronger easily eclipsed the passage of time. Now she had mastered the machine entirely. As for her strength, she had never engaged in combat with anyone besides Son Goku, but if forced to estimate, she likely matched his power level at the moment of his first transformation. Strangely enough, this intense gravitational training had not endowed her with exaggerated musculature. Instead, her frame had grown ever more pale, slender, and refined. If she suppressed her aura entirely and changed attire, she would appear the very portrait of a delicate, aristocratic young lady. Huff, huff. After this round of boxing, I'll meditate, then repeat it all before checking on Gohan. Shishi steadied her breath and focus. Catching up to Son Goku was no longer her primary ambition. Her pursuit of strength had evolved, not merely to follow her husband's path, but to awaken her own martial Tao. Time is not absolute, rather it intertwines with space to form the four-dimensional space-time continuum. When an object approaches light speed, it experiences the phenomenon of time dilation. Black holes, owing to their immense gravitational pull, induce profound temporal retardation, making them nature's innate time machines. In the courtyard, little Gohan sat cradling a book, reciting aloud. Wow, if Dad's body is so powerful, could he possibly traverse time directly through a black hole? It seems genuine theoretical research demands formidable physical prowess. Go, Hank, and I've prepared strawberry dessert. Would you like some? Ling appeared behind him in an instant, holding a tray. You're amazing, Gohan. So young, and already mastering space-time travel theory. Not at all. I only know basic principles. Compared to you, Ling Neeson, I'm still far behind. You cheeky little rascal, daring to compare yourself to me. My knowledge spans every discipline. If you truly wish to surpass me, cultivating your strength would be far swifter. After 4 years of dedicated service, Ling had not remained unchanged. The most evident transformation was physical, whereas her height had once matched Krillin's. She now stood as tall as Vegeta. The petite white-haired girl had blossomed into a statuesque white-haired young woman. Gohan blinked thoughtfully. He genuinely adored this silver-haired elder sister, not for her appearance, but because unlike his fanatically driven parents, she possessed incomprehensible breadth of knowledge. Astronomy and geography, esoteric arts and divination, the 5 elements, and 8 trigrams. Any subject found in books, she knew without exception. Hey Gohan. A gruff voice boomed from afar. Wow, it's Grandpa Ox King. Gohan turned delighted. Greetings, Lord Ox King. Ling offered a graceful bow. Ah, Miss Ling, the esteemed tutor. How have you been lately, Gohan? Ox King returned the greeting, then stepped out of his vehicle to unload parcels. Yes, I and Bra are both doing well. Excellent. Truly excellent. By the way, where's Bra? Oh, she went out to play with friends this morning. She won't return until evening. Look here, these are all gifts for you too. Parcels tumbled from the vehicle, quickly piling into a small mountain upon the ground. I heard from your mother that you love reading. These books are for you. And these clothes are for Bra. Like your father, she trains relentlessly, inevitably risking bumps and bruises. As the two exchanged cheerful banter, Ox King suddenly contorted in agony. A thunderous explosion erupted, the clash of blade energy and ki blasts igniting a colossal detonation, its thick smoke blinding all sight. In the blink of an eye, Ling had already carried Gohan hundreds of meters away. Huff! She exhaled softly, eyes fixed intently toward the gravity chamber. Such a commotion, they must have reached Shishi's ears. Just as she'd anticipated, once the smoke cleared, a slender, elegant figure stood resolutely before Ox King. Shishi's face burned with fury. She'd merely delayed her emergence by moments, yet these intruders had inflicted grievous harm upon her father. Another ordinary human. A grotesque leader curled his lips upward regarding her, as if she were a curious toy. What shall we do? Eliminate them all, without exception. The three burst into mocking laughter, utterly dismissing Shishi. In their estimation, even if she possessed martial skill, she was nothing more than a marginally stronger civilian. Merely a larger insect, crushed effortlessly with a flick of the finger. After swiftly examining Ox King, Shishi released a long, relieved breath. His injuries were superficial, only a surprise strike to a vital point. Given Ox King's constitution, 1 day's rest would suffice. Yet her calm assessment deeply embarrassed the trio. Attack together. The three figures vanished in an instant, launching a relentless barrage of attacks, yet Chi-Chi evaded them with ease. Having gauged their abilities, she no longer held back. A single energy blast annihilated the trio, leaving no trace behind. In the shadows, Garlic Jr.'s heart trembled with terror. With such a casual strike, his 3 most formidable lieutenants were slain. This was an adversary not to be challenged. He cast his gaze toward the distant Gohan and Zero. This made strength likely matched that of his own underlings, while the child appeared utterly powerless. That woman was still some distance away. As long as he could seize the Dragon Balls, his goal would be achieved. Thus a plan took shape in his mind. In an instant, he transformed from a diminutive pale blue form into a deep blue monstrosity. His aura surged manifold. Without hesitation, he lunged toward Gohan and the others. Yet someone was swifter. Special Beam Cannon. A spiraling beam of light howled forth, piercing straight through Garlic Jr.'s body. Boom. The sudden assault tore a gaping hole in him. Before he could wish for immortality, Garlic Jr. was on the verge of death. Piccolo, it's you. Piccolo stood atop a pine tree, his white cape billowing without wind. So you were the one who ambushed me earlier? I, Piccolo, never forget a grudge. Die. Explosive demon wave. A colossal beam erupted forth. How could the grievously wounded Garlic Jr. evade? No. With a piercing shriek, his entire body was vaporized. Piccolo watched his foe vanish coldly, as if crushing a mere insect. Thank you, Mr. Piccolo. Gohan bounded over. Though he had never met this Piccolo before, an inexplicable sense of closeness stirred within him. I wasn't helping you. This guy's comrade ambushed me earlier, and I only came for revenge. With that, Piccolo departed coldly. Only when Piccolo was far away did Zero's wariness ease slightly. Little Gohan, why do you associate with such strange characters? Zero inquired. But he helped us, so shouldn't he be a good person? That's true, but... She struggled to articulate her thoughts. How could she admit that she sensed a tremendous threat from that green-skinned fiend? Gohan, you're still young. It's best to avoid people like Piccolo. Chi-Chi also flew over. She had heard Goku say Piccolo's aura was no longer purely evil. Today her own eyes confirmed Goku's judgment was correct. Nevertheless, he was once the Demon King who sought to rule the world. One Bra being unruly was enough. If Gohan also learned from Piccolo, the mere thought was overwhelming. All right then. Gohan feigned obedience though his true thoughts remained unknown. Mom, how is Grandpa Ox King? He's in good health. He'll make him something delicious and he'll be fine after a day's rest. Should we call Bra back for the meal? Let that wild girl have her fun for now. A month later, Earth, a vast grassland. Two little girls were laughing and running wildly. Suddenly, a spherical spacecraft streaked through the atmosphere, trailing a long fiery tail. What's that? The purple-haired girl halted, her eyes filled with confusion. I don't know either. If only Gohan were here. He knows everything. The black-haired girl, none other than Son Bra, echoed the same bewilderment. Aralakan, let's shoot it down. Bra suddenly had a brilliant idea. Great, great. Aral instantly grabbed a massive boulder and hurled it at the descending spaceship. Boom. The ship, just 0.1 seconds from landing, made a hard impact with the rock. A thunderous explosion erupted and thick black smoke billowed from the craft. Cough. A fit of coughing ensued as a robust man covered in grime flew into midair. He scanned his surroundings, coldly seeking the culprit who had ambushed him. He pressed the scouter on his ear. Beep. Beep. TCH. A power level of only 5. It can't be this guy. But there are no other life forms nearby. Whoever used that stone must still be hiding around here. The man gritted his teeth, enraged at being so humiliated upon his arrival on Earth. Aralakan, I think we've caused trouble again. In the distance, Son Bra spotted a figure emerging from the smoke, a guilty expression spreading across her face. Bracken, what do we do? What else? That spaceship looks expensive. Run. The two agreed instantly and vanished in a flash. But fleeing only drew attention. The dust they stirred quickly caught the man's eye. Beep. Beep. He flew high into the sky. A battle power of 237. So these two brats are the ones who ambushed me. The man was none other than Goku's elder brother, whom he had never met. Raditz? As one of the few surviving Saiyans, Raditz had endured enough bullying in the Vegeta squad. He had hoped to find his younger brother quickly to share the burden. But now, he intended to teach those two little brats a lesson. Though one of them can't be detected. Is the scouter malfunctioning? Raditz frowned, but dismissed the thought. They're just natives of a trash planet. At most, their power levels top out at 200. Thanks to her skirt, Son Bra's tail remained hidden, so Raditz assumed they were merely two odd Earth children. However, given his nature, even knowing Bra's identity wouldn't have made him go easy. A violet light flickered in his hand as he unleashed his full power of 1500. Aralakan, dodge. Sensing the threat behind her, Son Bra halted abruptly and shouted to Aral, but the sudden attack came too fast to stop. Boom. Whoa-ho-ho-ho. The spot where Aral had been running was blasted into a deep crater. Raditz nodded in satisfaction. Trash is trash, one casual strike, and they were reduced to dust. Before the smoke cleared, Son Bra's eyes had reddened. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her face as she turned to glare at the figure in the sky. You're just natives of a garbage planet. Consider it an honor that I, the Great Lord, personally sent you off. Raditz looked down with a sneer of contempt. After I finish you off, I'll kill everyone on this planet. But the next moment his smirk froze. An overwhelming, suffocating aura erupted from Son Bra's body. Boom. A golden flame shot skyward like a volcanic eruption or a star exploding. Son Bra's hair whipped wildly in the shockwave. Her dark pupils gleamed with amber light. As the column of lightning descended, her jet-black hair gradually became bathed in a golden halo. The ground trembled and the grass beneath her feet was ripped up by the pressure, sending dirt flying. In an instant, the world lost its color. Even the sunlight seemed to dim. Meanwhile, in the distance, a farmer in a straw hat was forking hay with even greater urgency. What kind of crazy weather is this? Thunder and earthquakes at the same time. I'm never trusting the weather forecast again. With that, he quickly hopped into his small truck and sped away. Son Bra's petite frame stood like the epicenter of a storm. Beasts fled in terror, gales howled in fury, and a massive rift tore through the clouds, revealing the deep blue firmament beyond. The entire prairie trembled. The earth let out a low, mournful groan, as if it could no longer bear this overwhelming force. The smile on Raditz's face froze completely. He had never tasted pork, but had seen pigs run. This scene was even more terrifying than Vegeta's rage. How could this be? Just a mere earthling brat. Subconsciously, he pressed the scouter. Beep, 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 beep. The numbers surged wildly, but before he could read the screen, boom. The scouter exploded right by his ear, shards slicing across his cheek. Could the power level have exceeded the scouter's limit? Raditz muttered to himself, his pupils contracting sharply. Thighs is impossible. The maximum reading on this scouter is a staggering 22000. Even Prince Vegeta at full power couldn't make a scouter explode like that. His entire body stiffened as he stared at the small figure below. That aura seemed to be still rising as if it had no end. 100000. 10000000. 10000000. Raditz's legs began to tremble. Although he couldn't sense ki as a battle-hardened Saiyan warrior, he could still gauge the intensity of an opponent's presence. His own proud battle power was less than an ant before this being. Now regret began to consume him. Regret for coming to Earth. Wouldn't it have been better to just keep doing grunt work on Vegeta's team? Why did he have to come to Earth looking for Kakarot? And now barely 2 minutes on Earth his spaceship was destroyed, his scouter was blown up, and even his own life hung in the balance. You? What the hell are you? Raditz's voice quivered with fear. Sun Bra did not answer. Her small fists were clenched so tightly her knuckles turned white, nails digging into her palms as a golden aura blazed around her. She raised her arm, aiming directly at the man in the sky. Just that one motion made Raditz feel as if his heart had stopped. Danger. At the critical moment, Brachan, why are you so angry? A cheerful laughing voice echoed from the smoke. Sun Bra's movements froze abruptly. The smoke slowly cleared, revealing the scene at the bottom of the deep crater. Inside a circular pit sat a little girl with purple hair, her face covered in dust and mud, yet her clothes were completely intact without a single tear. Aral patted her bottom, stood up, and leaped out of the crater looking utterly innocent. Aralakan, are you okay? Oh my, I think I got a bit smoky from that blast. Aral giggled, brushing the dust off her clothes. Did that uncle drop a bomb? That was really fun, haha. She gestured by making an explosion shape above her head, laughing heartily. Seeing that her friend was unharmed, Sun Bra's golden aura instantly subsided by more than half. Raditz, frozen midair, stared at Aral's completely unscathed form, his eyes wide as saucers. That was his full-powered attack. How could a mere earthling brat? At the same time, he let out a long sigh of relief. Did this mean he might not have to die? Hey uncle, want to play with us? Here I come. Aral blinked her big eyes and dashed towards Raditz with incredible speed. You. Seeing Aral charging, Raditz immediately assumed a defensive stance. But, bang. All defenses were futile. Raditz was sent tumbling like a bowling ball, spinning several times in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Cough. Cough. He staggered to his feet. Damn it. Such a simple blow, and he, an elite warrior, couldn't even block it. She was just an ordinary earthling child. Sun Bra watched Aral's joyful antics and twitched the corner of her mouth. Her worry had been unnecessary. Her aura completely calmed, the golden flame vanished, and she returned to the appearance of a normal little girl. Raditz watched Aral steadily approach, veins bulging across his body, his teeth grinding in frustration. If just two ordinary brats were this troublesome, could Kakarot really still be alive? The instinct to survive sent his mind racing. Suddenly a spark of inspiration flashed. Got it. Look, a UFO. UFO. Aral looked around in confusion. Oh, wasn't the UFO just shot down? In that moment of distraction, Raditz kicked out with all his might. Bang. Ha. Kids will be kids. Raditz laughed arrogantly. You think you can mess with me? You're 200 years too early. Watching the perfect arc through the air, he flew away without looking back. Aralakan. Sun Bra shook her head in exasperation, covering her face. Falling for such a cheap trick. She looked up at the smug figure in the sky, a glint of cunning flashing in her eyes. Since Aral was sent flying, it was her turn now. Hey big guy, look behind you. Still gloating, Raditz heard the voice, but refused to turn. The same low-level trick. Did she think it would work on him? Unfazed by his indifferent, Sun Bra simply drew the power pole from her back. Extend power pole. Before Raditz could react, Sun Bra's figure appeared right before him. I've been wanting to do this. What? This? The 10-meter-long staff swung around. Bang. The power pole struck Raditz solidly, and he crashed into the ground like a cannonball. Boom. Raditz plowed headfirst into the earth, creating a massive crater with only his legs sticking out. His body twitched twice before falling completely unconscious. I was aiming for the spaceship, but Aralakan beat me to it. Sun Bra landed lightly back on the ground, retracted the power pole, twirled it in her palm, and sheathed it. Oof. Picking on Aralakan. Did you think you could get away from us? She clapped her hands and turned to look at Aral. The anger on her small face had vanished, replaced by a smug expression. Aralakan, wasn't I awesome? Brachan is so cool. Aral hopped over, clapping, then picked up a twig and poked Raditz's exposed leg. Is this uncle dead? Probably not. I went easy on him. Sun Bra thought for a moment, then added. Besides, he was trying to kill us. You can't go soft on bad guys. Aral poked him twice more. Raditz's leg twitched, writhing like two upturned worms. He's still alive. Aral's eyes lit up, and she poked him again. Raditz's leg twitched once more. Sun Bra had been laughing along, but suddenly her expression shifted. Aralakan. Moi. We need to run. What's wrong? What's wrong? I feel. My father is about to come. She didn't sense Goku's ki, nor had any evidence. It was merely a daughter's sixth sense telling her that in a few seconds Goku would definitely arrive here. Oh, is it Gakuchin? Aral grew nervous as well. Run, run. If we get caught, we can't keep playing. The two little girls exchanged a glance, abandoning Raditz planted in the dirt, and vanished in a flash. Silence returned to the grassland. A cool breeze blew past, leaving only two legs twitching faintly. Seconds later, Goku's figure appeared midair. He scanned his surroundings, brow slightly furrowed. Her key was definitely here, just now. That girl, brah, she's hidden it again. Such a headache. He sensed the lingering remnants in the air and shook his head. Her key spiked so high earlier. I thought she was in danger. And here I rushed all the way. His gaze fell to the ground. Their two legs stuck straight up toward the sky, as if someone had been planted in the earth. Goku landed and circled the upside-down figure. This is a person. He grabbed the two legs and pulled Raditz out of the soil like a radish. With a soft thud, mud splattered. Raditz's face finally saw the light of day again. Goku laid him flat on the ground, dusted off his hands, and stared at the face for a few seconds. Despite the swollen, bruised face and a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, his breathing was steady and his ki was stable. I feel like this guy looks kind of familiar. He scratched his head, thought for a moment, but couldn't recall. Oh, whatever. Let's save him first. Goku crouched down and quickly tapped several key points on Raditz's body. Staunching blood, healing wounds, restoring energy. Done in one smooth motion. Raditz's brow relaxed slightly, his breathing growing steadier. Goku stood up, pulled out a wad of cash from his robe, and without counting stuffed it into the crevice of the other's armor. I don't know who you are, and you don't look like a good guy, but getting beaten up like this by that girl, brah. Goku muttered to himself. But since you're not dead, consider yourself lucky. Take this money for treatment. He rose, looked around, and sensed his daughter's key. It had vanished completely. She was hiding well. That girl. Goku shook his head lightly, pushed off the ground, and flew into the air. Better find brah first. If I'm late, she will be angry. Goku's figure disappeared into the clouds. Silence returned to the grassland. The wind rustled through the grass. When Raditz woke up, it was already the next day. Gurgle. Raditz's eyelids fluttered, then slowly opened. He stared blankly at the sky like a starving salted fish, eyes hollow. What the hell happened? He struggled to sit up and touched his face. Why didn't it hurt anymore? Most of his injuries had healed. He felt something bulky in his chest, reached in, and pulled out a thick stack of paper. Was this money? What the hell? Raditz's mind was a mess. He tossed the cash aside. Who needed this worthless paper? Hadn't he been beaten up by those two brats? Why was he perfectly fine now? Could it be? I'm dreaming. He pinched his thigh hard. Hiss. It hurt like hell. Not a dream. Raditz looked around. The wreckage of his spaceship still smoked. The massive crater remained. Everything told him what happened was absolutely real. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He murmured to himself. How could there be such strong brats on Earth? I must have overslept. Yes, I'm definitely dreaming. He shook his head vigorously, trying to convince himself. It's all that damn cockroach's fault. Coming to this godforsaken backwater planet, making me travel all this way to find him. He instinctively reached for his scouter to check for life signs. His fingers grasped at nothing. Raditz froze, then felt around again. All that remained by his ear was a scorched base and a few wires. He remembered. It exploded. The scouter had exploded too, burst apart by that black-haired brat. Raditz's face fell. No spaceship, no scouter. I don't even know how many people are on this planet. He sat on the ground silent for a full 10 seconds. His stomach growled again. Fine. Let's fill my belly first. He stood up, scouted the area, and caught a few turkeys. He plucked the feathers, fired a small key blast, and the turkeys were roasted. Then he took a bite. Tui. Raditz's face scrunched up. What the hell is this? The meat is tough and gamey with a muddy aftertaste. In the entire universe, I've never eaten such terrible bird meat. He held the turkey leg, face full of disgust, but his stomach growled louder. With no choice, he swallowed with his eyes closed. Definitely a low-class planet. Even the big birds taste awful. After devouring 6 whole turkeys, Raditz finally let out a burp. Whether it was an illusion or not, after healing he felt a little stronger than before. Forget it. He stood up, stretched his joints, a vicious glint flashing in his eyes. Since I'm here, I'm not going back empty-handed. He clenched his fists, teeth grinding audibly. First he'll conquer this planet, then slowly find Kakarot. Earth is definitely a low-class planet. Those two brats must have been a fluke. Everyone else's battle power is at most a few hundred. As long as I'm careful and don't make too much noise, it should be fine. Raditz took a deep breath, picked a random direction by instinct, and took off flying. Meanwhile, deep in the wilderness, Piccolo hovered midair, his white cape fluttering in the wind. He had been training all day without rest. Ever since that golden figure appeared over the sea 4 years ago, Piccolo had never stopped. The sea was split apart, the sky torn asunder, golden key blazing into the heavens. That man stood at the storm's epicenter like a god, seared into his memory. With a thought from Piccolo, several floating mountains nearby instantly turned to dust raining down like gravel. He closed his eyes, that image resurfacing in his mind. 4 years ago when I saw Son Goku, I was like a frog at the bottom of a well gazing at the moon in the sky. Piccolo murmured, his voice low. I trained like mad, thinking if I got stronger I could catch up to him. That golden figure had become an inescapable nightmare etched into his heart. The harder he strove, the more acutely he felt the insurmountable height of that towering mountain. If not for the dignity befitting a great demon king forbidding him, he might have surrendered long ago. But Piccolo clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking audibly. I won't give up. Son Goku, one day I will defeat you with my own hands. Just then he sensed an aura approaching. It wasn't particularly strong, but it was very peculiar. Piccolo turned his gaze fixed upon the distant sky. A long-haired man was flying toward him, clad in a strange battle suit with a furry tail coiled around his waist. Piccolo's brow furrowed. A tail. Raditz also spotted Piccolo immediately decelerating and hovering midair. Green skin, pointed ears. He felt he had encountered beings like this before. Having lost his scouter, Raditz felt his intellect, which had seemingly diminished, now reclaim its high ground. A Namekian. Raditz squinted, never expecting to encounter a Namekian on such a barren planet. According to rumors, Namekians were not to be trifled with. They, like the Saiyans, belonged to the universe's higher-tier races, and their warriors were all formidable characters. Raditz instinctively reached for his scouter, only to grasp at empty air. Damn it! He had forgotten again. The scouter had exploded. However, since this being lived on a low-level planet like Earth, he probably wasn't any great expert. At best, he was like Kakarot, a stray mongrel wandering the cosmos. With that thought, he straightened his back a little more. Hey, Namekian. Out of the pride of a warrior race, Raditz lifted his chin, adopting a condescending demeanor. I'm asking you, on this planet, have you seen anyone like me, eh? As he spoke, he exposed the tail at his waist. Who are you? Are you here seeking death? Piccolo's gaze was icy, his heart seething with irritation. What was happening lately? Every Tom, Dick, and Harry was disturbing the great Demon King's training. Did they think he could no longer wield his blade? Not talking. Raditz snorted coldly. You'll soon learn to obey obediently. No sooner had he spoken than Raditz suddenly launched himself, his figure vanishing in an instant as he drove a fist toward Piccolo's face. The punch was swift and vicious. Though he hadn't used his full strength, it was enough to render an opponent with a power level of a few hundred defenseless. Yet, the fist passed through only Piccolo's afterimage. Raditz's pupils contracted. So fast. A battle-hardened veteran, he didn't hesitate. With his other hand, he instantly charged an energy blast, a purple wave of ki hurled toward the figure emerging behind him. Boom. Did I get him, Lee? Raditz turned, every muscle tensed in vigilance. Not a bad attack. Piccolo's voice came from within the smoke. As the smoke cleared, Piccolo stood with his arms crossed, having withstood the ki blast heated. His cape didn't even show a single crease. However, a trifling trick like that only stirs up some dust. He then glanced at the tail. It seems I overestimated your abilities. You. Raditz ground his teeth almost to powder. He understood clearly that the remark was a blatant mockery of his attack's weakness, unworthy even of a tickle. What infuriated him more was that this condescending tone, this contemptuous attitude, should have been his own toward these low-level planet dwellers. On planet Frieza, he endured scorn and bullying. Coming to this wretched backwater planet, he was still mocked and bullied. So what was the point of Raditz even being here? You bastard. Raditz gathered all his strength, poised to strike again. Suddenly, an overwhelmingly terrifying pressure erupted from Piccolo, like a tangible force crushing down upon Raditz. Raditz's legs instantly gave way. He wanted to move, but his body refused to obey. His fingers trembled, his knees knocked, even breathing became a struggle. Unlike the brat he had encountered earlier, whose immense aura was like a flood raging chaotically in all directions, this green-skinned being's pressure was focused solely on him. 3,000. No, at least 5,000 or more. Raditz screamed inwardly. This Namekian strength was in no way inferior to Nappa's. How could this low-level planet be full of such monsters? You're not an Earthling either, are you? Piccolo stared at him coldly, his voice devoid of any emotion. So what if you know? Raditz gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. I'm telling you, I have 2 companions who are far stronger than me. I have no interest in your affairs. Before Raditz could finish, Piccolo cut him off, a dangerous curve forming at the corner of his mouth. That tail of yours, it's truly irritating to look at. Piccolo raised his hand, his aura escalating further. Now let me show you my real skill. Raditz's face turned a shade greener. Frustrating. Utterly frustrating. He had never felt so stifled, even on planet Frieza. Back then, at least, he had Vegeta and Nappa by his side. The disdain from higher-ups was borne by Vegeta, and ordinary grunts dared not provoke them, only muttering behind their backs. But now, the tone Piccolo used completely shattered his composure. That alto familiar feeling. It was as if he himself had become a mere native insect easily crushed underfoot. Do you really think you're so strong? Just you wait. Raditz blustered his bravado hollow. Vegeta and the others will be here within a year at most, and they'll crush you effortlessly. Once I find Kakarot. Before he could finish, Piccolo interrupted him again. You mean your two companions aren't on Earth? It'll take them a year to get here. Raditz, seeing the increasingly dangerous glint in the other's eyes, realized he had misspoken. If this guy killed him and then escaped in a spaceship, he would have died for nothing. As for whether the other had a spaceship, Raditz harbored no doubt at all. Just as Raditz had resigned himself to his fate, Piccolo suddenly halted. Piccolo's brow was deeply furrowed, the veins on his forehead pulsing repeatedly, as if his blood pressure had skyrocketed. Count yourself lucky. Piccolo coldly tossed out the words, then turned and flew away. His green figure quickly vanished on the horizon, leaving Raditz kneeling on the spot, gasping for breath. What just happened again? His confusion was soon resolved. Seconds after Piccolo left, a young boy rode a small purple dragon flying over. Uncle Piccolo. From a great distance, Raditz heard the child's voice. Uncle Piccolo, I've come to play with you again. Today I even brought a new friend. After Son Gohan landed, he realized Piccolo had already left. Mister, who are you? Raditz. I sensed a strange aura. Where's Uncle Piccolo? Was Uncle Piccolo here just now? Raditz initially had no intention of entertaining this brat. Having been so thoroughly suppressed by that green-skinned fellow moments ago, he was hardly in the mood to play games with a child. However, when his gaze fell upon Gohan's back, his eyes lit up abruptly. A tail. A fluffy tail was gently swaying behind Gohan. Raditz scrutinized Gohan's face more closely. There was indeed a slight resemblance to his own features in the contours of the boy's brow. This kid, his identity was practically screaming out. Raditz's expression gradually softened, and then a smirk slowly crept across his lips. He straightened up again, full of renewed vigor. He had all but given up hope of finding Kakarot. Truly, when one path is blocked, another opens. However, this time he remained cautious. His previous failures had taught him that this planet was incredibly bizarre, and he could no longer rely on his old reckless methods. Uncle, why are you staring at me? Son Gohan, noticing Raditz's lecherous gaze fixed upon him, quickly stepped back a few paces. Hey kid. Raditz crouched down, forcing what he thought was a friendly smile. You're looking for that green-skinned guy, right? Yeah. Gohan nodded, his face full of innocent naivety. Uncle Piccolo's energy was here just a moment ago, but now it's gone. Uncle, did you see him? I saw him, of course I did. Raditz waved his hand, his eyes darting around. He just flew away. But kid, what do you want with him? I want to play with him. Gohan said seriously. Uncle Piccolo saved me before. He trains alone and gets too bored, so I wanted to come and keep him company. Raditz seemed to catch a flaw in the logic. Shouldn't your father be incredibly strong? Why would you need him to save you? Gohan was silent for a second, then looked somewhat dejected. My father is very strong, it's just I don't have that kind of super strength. I'm very weak. Hearing this, Raditz's eyes gleamed. Can you fly, eh? Not really, Gohan answered honestly. I'm still learning. I can't do many of the movements properly yet. Raditz glanced behind Gohan. It was a light purple-winged dragon-like creature. This brat had ridden it here. When the quick dragon noticed Raditz looking its way, it shuddered, its wings shooting straight up. Raditz withdrew his gaze contemptuously. This explained everything. This kid couldn't even fly, and his companion was such a fragile thing. He couldn't be strong. Kakarot's son was nothing special. From this, it was clear Kakarot couldn't be that strong either. Everything that happened before must have been an accident. Kid, come here. Raditz beckoned, a sinister grin on his face. Let me tell you where your Uncle Piccolo has gone. Gohan saw the man's expression shift constantly and knew he was suspicious, but for the sake of information about Piccolo, he still drew closer. Raditz lunged forward, his hands clamping around Son Gohan's body like iron pincers. Haha, gotcha. Raditz laughed triumphantly, the oppression of earlier vanishing completely. Son Gohan blinked, his eyes filled with innocence. Uncle, why are you grabbing me? And when will you tell me where Uncle Piccolo went? In his view, this uncle hadn't shown any killing intent from the start, and also had a tail. He probably wasn't a bad guy. At worst, he was just a lunatic. Still, a flicker of caution rose in Gohan's heart. This uncle was holding him too tightly. Even if it was just playing around, this was too rough. If he got hurt because of this, he would never hear the end of it from Bulla. With Gohan in his grasp, Raditz felt a huge weight lift from his heart. How many monsters could this world possibly have? His tone became much more arrogant. Could I ask you, right now, who is the strongest on Earth? The strongest? Gohan was a bit confused. What was all this about? This uncle definitely had something wrong with his head. Still, out of concern for someone with an intellectual deficiency, he thought about it and tried to explain. It should be my father. What do you mean should be? By the way, what's your father's name? My father's name is Son Goku. Raditz narrowed his eyes. Son Goku. Shouldn't it be Kakarot? Kakarot. Gohan looked bewildered at first, then seemed to understand something. All right, if you say Kakarot, then Kakarot it is. Hey, you little rascal, not being honest with me. Raditz chuckled, but then quickly realized Kakarot had probably changed his name. It was normal for the kid not to know. Never mind, that's not important. What did you mean by it should be your father? Is there someone else on this earth stronger than him? Seeing the other man accept this so readily, Gohan became even more certain of his judgment. He began to elaborate. Not exactly stronger. First, there's Uncle Piccolo. He's super strong. I heard from Mom that Dad had a really hard time defeating him back then. Raditz's mouth twitched. He had already experienced that firsthand. And there's Uncle Krillin, Uncle Tien Shinhan, and Uncle Yamcha. They've known Dad since they were kids. They're probably all around the same level. By the way, Uncle, you still haven't told me where Uncle Piccolo went. Gohan was getting annoyed with all the questions and just wanted to find out Piccolo's whereabouts to make an escape. Raditz listened to Son Gohan's description, his brow furrowing deeper and deeper. He hadn't expected this tiny little Earth to have so many masters. If what the kid said was true, then these few people were at least on par with Nappa, and the strongest Kakarot was even more so. So what would be the point of bringing him back? Would he just be trading being scorned by 2 people for being scorned by 3? Furthermore, if the other party was stronger, they certainly wouldn't listen to him, the older brother. This matter required careful planning. Hey, Uncle, you've asked so many questions, and I've told you everything. When are you going to tell me about Uncle Piccolo? Raditz was about to continue his interrogation when a clear, cold voice rang out from the sky. Gohan. Raditz looked up. A golden cloud was flying in from the horizon, and upon it stood a girl with long white hair. Her wide eyes were staring straight at him. 0. The Goku family had originally planned to visit Kame House to pay respects to Master Roshi, but Gohan had run off early in the morning to find Piccolo. With nothing else to do, she had come out to look for him. She hadn't expected to see this scene the moment she arrived. You are. Zero's gaze fell upon Raditz, and her expression instantly turned cold. What are you doing? What am I doing? Raditz's lips curled upwards. He slowly raised one hand, and a purple energy sphere instantly materialized in his palm. That's exactly how it is. And before the words had even faded, a sphere of energy roared forth, straight toward Ling. Ling barely twisted aside in time. Her long white hair whipped violently into the air, and the hem of her black dress was singed black. Had she hesitated half a second longer, Raditz stared at his own palm, brows furrowing. Relentless assaults and poor nourishment had significantly eroded his condition. Under normal circumstances, such a close-range attack would have been impossible to evade. NTCH, Raditz spat disdainfully. Lucky break for you. But killing you outright would be far too dull. Gohan's pupils contracted sharply. The energy sphere had been aimed squarely at Sister Ling. If Sister Ling hadn't dodged so swiftly, Ni's small face instantly hardened, chilling with resolve. Mister. Raditz glanced down at Gohan. My. So you really are a villain. Gohan's tone had transformed entirely. Gone was the soft, innocent lilt, in its place steely conviction. He shouted urgently to the side. Quick Dragon, fly away now. Quick Dragon hesitated for a mere 0.001 seconds, then snapped open his wings and shot skyward in a violet blur. Raditz watched the retreating figure, a cold, mocking smile curling at his lips. Running now? Isn't that a touch too late? He raised his hand to strike, but searing pain erupted from his left wrist. What in blazes are you doing, you little demon? There, embedded deep into the fleshy part of Raditz's palm, were 2 neat rows of teeth. Gohan's bite raw and unrelenting. Seizing Raditz's momentary agony, Gohan slipped free like an eel through water. Bleeding, it's bleeding. Raditz stared at the oozing twin imprints, veins bulging across his forehead, his brow nodding into a rigid, well character. Damn brat. By the time he reacted, Gohan was already dozens of meters away. Raditz soared into the air, unleashing his aura. Towering above them, both a predator surveying prey. Go ahead, run if you dare. Even if you knelt now to beg forgiveness, I'd still beat you senseless. Yet. The expected terror never came. Gohan lifted his head. No trace of fear on his small face, only blazing, unyielding battle spirit. Run? Why should I run? Ni's expression was grave, solemn. Even his lingering baby fat softened his features, sending an uncanny shiver down Raditz's spine. Brat, trying to bluff me. Raditz snorted coldly, cutting off further words. His body plunged downward like a diving falcon. Gohan watched the descending figure, and launched himself upward, tiny legs snapping out in a fierce kick aimed straight at Raditz's face. Thud. The blow landed with brutal, unerring precision. Raditz's head wrenched violently sideways, his entire body spun 90 degrees midair, yet no farther. Seeing his strike fail, Gohan landed hard, staggering back several paces before steadying himself, brow deeply furrowed. Slowly Raditz turned his head back, cracked his jaw once, and then smiled. Not bad strength for a child. He licked a trickle of blood from his lip, eyes flickering with genuine surprise. But that's all there is to it. He calculated the force behind that kick. This child's combat power hovered around 900. 900. The number struck Raditz like thunder. Nah, 4-year-old, untrained in Saiyan martial discipline, capable of unleashing 900 combat power. Such innate talent bordered on Prince Vegeta's own. Unconsciously Raditz's gaze upon Gohan softened, infused for the first time with quiet admiration. Boy, your son Gohan correct. Gohan remained silent, eyes locked on him with unwavering vigilance. Impressive. Truly impressive. Raditz nodded once, arms folding across his chest. I've changed my mind. I won't kill you. I'll keep you alive, for slow, deliberate play. As the final syllable left his lips, his form vanished again. Gohan's pupils contracted, instinctively darting left, just evading Raditz's grasping hand. But Raditz was far faster. The missed strike gave way instantly to a second. Thump. Gohan was struck full force, sent tumbling across the ground in a violent rolling arc before coming to rest. He rose, brushing dust from his clothes, gaze unbroken. Again, Raditz arched a brow, not rushing in for the kill, but circling like a cat toying with a mouse, striking again and again. His blows carried measured force, neither light nor heavy, calibrated precisely to the edge of Gohan's endurance, enough to strain him, yet never enough to allow counterattack. Gohan staggered, feinted, lunged, each attempt effortlessly deflected. After several exchanges, Ne began panting heavily. The gulf between them was undeniable. He was being toyed with. Gohan bit his lip, feigned a lunge, then abruptly leapt backward, putting dozens of meters between them. Raditz didn't pursue. He simply hovered midair, smiling faintly. So, changed your mind. Planning to run now. Who said I'd run? Just watch closely. Before this ends, you may be the one fleeing. Gohan lifted his gaze, not at Raditz but past him toward Ling in the distance. Ling had watched the battle intently, their eyes met. That instant she understood his intent completely. For 4 years, most of the primordial essence she'd acquired had been intercepted by Son Goku. A fraction had gone to Shishi, leaving her with barely a sliver. Compounded by her own lack of ambition, her days on Pilaf Mountain revolved solely around childcare, while domestic duties were delegated entirely to other maids. Her combat power had risen only marginally, to roughly 500. After all, so long as Son Goku remained alive, any spent primordial essence could be restored through resurrection. With such a godlike protector, self-preservation required no more than minimal investment. Why waste essence on advancement? Yet even at her lowest power, the system's foundational functions remained fully accessible. She drew a deep breath and dissolved into pure data, streaking across the sky in a luminous green arc before vanishing into Gohan's eyes. Function transfer, Son Gohan. Ling's voice resonated within Gohan's mind, that instant memories of her days as the system surged back. Combat assistance mode activated. Latent potential release. Level 1. Engaged. Martial archives unlocked. Synchronizing with host. With each command, Gohan felt something inside him shatter, a profound internal detonation. The sensation was not pain, but ecstasy, like the unlocking of a genetic seal. An endless torrent of power flooded his meridians, surging through every cell, igniting dormant pathways. The slumbering strength within his body had awakened. Ni's combat power surged. 900, 100, 1500, 800, 2800. Raditz's smile froze, rigid, disbelieving. Though his scouter was destroyed and precise readings impossible, sheer pressure radiating from Gohan. This transformation, he knew it well. Raditz had a foreboding sense of dread. It was exactly the same as when he first arrived on Earth and encountered those two brats. You? A cold sweat broke out on Raditz's forehead as he instinctively stepped back. Gohan slowly opened his eyes, and they had changed. They were as still and placid as an ancient pool. The once innocent child now resembled a weapon of war. For that hit you landed on Zerani. Gohan's voice was icy cold. I am very angry. The moment the words left his mouth, Gohan's figure vanished from where he stood. Raditz's pupils constricted, so fast. He had no time to think, instinctively crossing his arms to shield his chest. Boom. A tremendous force struck him head, sending Raditz flying like a kite with its string cut. He tumbled through the air countless times before barely managing to steady himself. His arms numb, he looked back at where he had been standing. Gohan's fist was still poised in the exact position of the strike. That was just the first one. Before Raditz could reply, Gohan's form vanished again. Left cheek, bam. Right cheek, bam. Stomach, bam. Chin, bam. A relentless barrage of attacks rained down like a furious storm. Raditz couldn't react, forced to endure the beating. Afterimage fist. Wild wolf fist. Wolf-Fang Fist. One technique flowed seamlessly into the next. Raditz's face was swollen, his lip split, his nose crooked. He was utterly disheveled, and cracks began to spiderweb across his armor. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3, 4. Then with a crash, his precious armor shattered, completely, fragments scattering everywhere. But then, Gohan suddenly stopped. He stood 3 meters before Raditz, the fury on his face largely dissipated. Raditz collapsed to the ground covered in wounds, yet his breathing remained steady. Gohan's blows had not been heavy. Aside from the first few meant to teach him a lesson, the subsequent attacks were deliberately restrained. Now can you tell me where Uncle Piccolo went? Hearing Gohan's voice, Raditz was taken aback. He instinctively pointed toward the distant sky. He went that way. Gohan glanced in that direction, then turned, mounted a raptor, and swiftly disappeared into the horizon. Only Raditz remained on the desolate plain. He lay face up amidst the rubble and dirt, as if all his strength had left him. His armor was shattered, his face swollen, every inch of his body ached. But none of that mattered. What mattered was this. He, a proud Saiyan, an elite warrior of the combat race, had been utterly defeated by a 4-year-old child. He had only survived because the child showed mercy, living off the charity of a child. Raditz closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The wind swept across the wilderness, kicking up dust that settled on his face. The damage was minimal, but the humiliation was immense. What an outrageous insult. But what could he do? A low battle power was the original sin. He was silent for a long time. Then suddenly, ha ha ha. Raditz laughed. He laughed heartily like a madman, tears streaming down his face. Because he had suddenly realized something. Something of utmost importance. Battle power. Yes, battle power. When Kakarot was born, his battle power was a mere 2 points. He was the laughingstock of the entire Saiyan race. Yet his son, a half-breed born of an Earthling, could crush him at the age of 4. What did this mean? It meant that the genes of Earthlings, when combined with those of a Saiyan, could create an astonishing chemical reaction. Raditz also recalled those 2 brats he encountered upon arriving on Earth. If they weren't isolated cases. His eyes grew brighter and brighter. His spaceship was gone, his scouter destroyed. There was no going back. But from another perspective, why should he go back? To return to Frieza's army and be cannon fodder. To continue living under Vegeta's thumb. He, Raditz, an elite of the upper-class warrior lineage, why shouldn't he strike out on his own? If he could unite with Earthlings and produce enough half-breed offspring, then raise a personal army, the revival of the Saiyans would be within reach. As for Kakarot, his son might be strong, but he wouldn't surpass Raditz's own descendants. Once his offspring were born, surpassing these Earthlings would only be a matter of time. Raditz picked himself up off the ground, dusting off his clothes. Though his body still ached, he felt much lighter. He flew back the way he came, landing at the spot where he first touched down. Raditz crouched down and pulled a stack of banknotes from beneath a clump of weeds, the very wad he had discarded earlier. He picked it up, patted off the dirt, and tucked it into his chest. He was left with only a tattered bodysuit. To lie low and stay hidden, this money was absolutely essential. He blasted a deep pit, buried the wreckage of his spaceship, and then flew off into the distance, disappearing into the glow of the setting sun. On the other side of the earth, Mount Pozu. Son Goku's family had just finished breakfast not long ago. A dense burst of gunfire erupted from the yard. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. A line of maids stood in formation, each wielding a machine gun, their muzzles spitting tongues of flame. Bullets poured down like a torrential rain, kicking up clouds of dust. In the center of the yard, Bulla, blindfolded, swayed gently from side to side with her hands behind her back. Bullets whizzed past her ears, stitching a line of holes in the ground, yet not even grazing her clothes. Left, a maid shouted. Bulla tilted her body, and bullets tore through the space she had just occupied. Right. Bulla dodged again, effortlessly evading another round of fire. Oh, you're all too slow. Can't you aim a little better? Bulla pulled off her blindfold, pouting. This isn't exciting at all. The maids exchanged glances, panting heavily, barely able to hold their guns steady. Mimus. We're trying our best. Bulma sat on the porch, legs crossed, a cup of black tea in hand, watching the scene unfold. The corner of her mouth twitched. Is this how you folks play first thing in the morning? Chi-Chi, dressed in training clothes, sat beside her. She smiled at the question. That girl Bulla can't sit still. If I don't let her play, she throws a tantrum. Compared to blowing up mountains, this is safer. Safer. Bulma stared at the ground littered with shell casings, her face expressionless. You call this safe? Well, it doesn't hurt if she gets hit. Bulma was silent for a moment, then decided to drop the subject. Hey Bulma, how come I haven't seen your Yamcha around? Shishi picked up her water cup and asked casually. Did you two have another fight? Bulma's body stiffened slightly. She set down her teacup. I dumped him. Shishi looked up in surprise, nearly choking on her drink. Yeah. Bulma took another sip of tea, her voice eerily calm. That guy just kept getting worse. I couldn't take it anymore. Shishi's eyes went wide, her mouth opening and closing as she searched for words of comfort. Seeing Bulma was unwilling to elaborate, Shishi didn't press further, merely letting out a soft sigh. Bulma's expression was somewhat grim. It wasn't that she didn't want to speak, but rather that she couldn't bring herself to. She recalled a few days ago when Yamcha had returned carrying a child, claiming it was the offspring of an old friend who had passed away, suddenly leaving the child in his care. That child was already over a year old, and his features bore an Atautoftan resemblance to Yamcha, as if they were carved from the same mold. The child of a good friend, she mused bitterly. A hollow laugh escaped her lips. You must take me for a fool, she thought. Recalling every moment with Yamcha, their shared laughter and joy, she now found it all unbearably ironic. She, Bulma, the heiress of Capsule Corporation and a genius scientist, had been infatuated with such a philanderer. Her every concession had only emboldened him to overstep further. She did not weep, nor did she rage. She simply found it somewhat amusing. As the atmosphere grew tense, a sharp sound of something breaking the air echoed from the sky. Goku landed. I'm home, he announced. He wore a light blue martial arts GI today, soaked with sweat, and clinging to his body, outlining his sleek muscular form. His hair shimmered with a soft luster under the sunlight. Despite years of training, Goku's skin had not darkened. Instead, it appeared even fairer and more flawless, like polished jade. Coupled with his sharply defined features, he looked younger and even more radiant than he had years ago. Bulma glanced at Goku for 2 seconds before swiftly averting her gaze. This guy, how is he getting more? No, I can't. Shishi noticed Bulma's stare, her brow twitching slightly before relaxing again. She paid it no mind. Bulma had just ended a relationship and was in low spirits. It was natural for her to take a second look at a handsome man. Besides, Shishi trusted Goku. More importantly, Shishi recalled the scene from 2 nights prior where she had been begging for mercy from the 3rd minute onward, and the tips of her ears flushed red. Even she, who trained relentlessly every day and had undergone countless bodily transformations, ended up in such a state. As for Bulma, an ordinary person, even if she had the desire, what could she do? She posed no threat whatsoever. At this thought, the corners of Shishi's mouth curled up involuntarily. Goku, oblivious to the women's thoughts, stepped into the yard. Bulla Daddy's home. Bulla was playing games with the maids. Hearing Goku's voice, she tore off her blindfold and bounded over. Daddy, you're back. Mom. Goku ruffled her hair. Were you good at home today? I was super good. Bulla gave a thumbs up, pointing at the scattered bullet casings on the ground. See, in this game, I didn't fight back at all. Goku surveyed the pockmarked yard, and a bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. All right then. Oh, where's Gohan? Didn't he come with you? Bulla tilted her head, thinking. He said he went to see Uncle Piccolo. Sister Zero went to find him. Piccolo. Goku raised an eyebrow. When did that kid get so close with Piccolo? It seems like it started after Grandpa Ox King got hurt last time. Bulla counted on her fingers. He keeps sneaking off to play with Uncle Piccolo. I've followed him before. Uncle Piccolo always has a stern face, but Gohan says he's just shy. Goku chuckled and said nothing more. Bulma sat on the veranda watching the father-daughter interaction, a fresh wave of bitterness washing over her. If only Bulla were her and Goku's child. The moment the thought surfaced, her face flushed crimson. What are you thinking, Bulma? She scolded herself. Have you lost your mind? A maid approached with a tray, gracefully setting down a freshly brewed cup of black tea and a plate of delicate pastries before her. Miss Bulma, please enjoy your tea. She grabbed the cup and took a large gulp, nearly spitting it out from the heat. To mask her embarrassment, she quickly lowered her head, pretending to study the pattern on the teacup. Just then, the sound of flapping wings came from the sky. A dragon-type dinosaur emerged from the clouds with Gohan on its back. Zero flew behind them, her long white hair streaming in the wind. We're back. The dinosaur landed steadily in the yard. Gohan jumped off, dusting himself off. Zero landed as well, smoothing down her wind-tossed skirt. Shishi immediately stood up and walked over to inspect Gohan. Why are you so dirty? Did you get into a fight? Gohan scratched his head, unsure how to explain. He wasn't good at lying, but he didn't want to worry his mother. Zero quickly stepped in, explaining with a smile, it wasn't really a fight. We just ran into someone with no sense and taught them a little lesson. A lesson? Goku walked over as well. He glanced at Gohan's clothes. They were a bit wrinkled, but there were no injuries. Is that person okay? Goku asked. Shishi turned and glared at him. What kind of question is that? You don't care about Gohan at all. I do care. Goku replied, looking innocent. I can see Gohan's fine, so I was asking about the other person. Gohan grinned sheepishly and scratched his head. Dad, I was very careful when I acted. I went easy on him. He should be fine. Goku nodded and patted Gohan on the shoulder. He trusted Gohan. As an older brother, Gohan had always been more measured than Bulla. Unlike Bulla, who threw caution to the wind when angry, Gohan knew his own strength. Watching this family scene, Bulma did the math again in her head. Look at this family, and then look at mine. She picked up her teacup and downed the cooled tea in one gulp. All right. Goku turned to Bulma. We're going to visit Master Roshi at Kame House later. Do you want to come along? Something clicked in Bulma's mind, and she bristled like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Go. Why wouldn't I go? Not only will I go, he'll go in grand style. Goku, puzzled by her reaction, blinked. Then, shall I use instant transmission to take everyone there? No way. Bulma refused flatly. Goku, did you hear what I just said? Grand style? Do you understand grand style? Goku scratched his head. But instant transmission is so fast. Don't you worry about this. I'm in charge this time. Bulma planted her hands on her hips. I've got everything ready, whether it's a plane or a yacht. Your family just needs to sit back and relax. You're about to see the true worth of the world's wealthiest family. Goku looked at Chi-Chi, who just shrugged, indicating it was none of her business. The two children, however, were already captivated by the picture Bulma had painted. All right then. Kame House. Sun, sand, surf, and an old turtle basking in the sun. Yamcha descended from the sky in a hovering supercar, kicking up a curtain of water on the beach. The door opened, and he stepped out, carefully lifting a child from the back seat. It was a boy over a year old with black hair, chubby, and fair, a pacifier in his mouth, looking around with wide-eyed curiosity. Then the passenger door opened. A woman stepped out. She appeared to be in her 20s with a voluptuous figure and a cute face. Her long blue hair fell over her shoulders, and she wore a slightly tight dress that accentuated every curve. Her features bore a 5 or 6 often resemblance to Bulma's, though she was younger and her aura was more frivolous. She linked her arm with Yamcha's, gazing at Kame House with a beaming smile. Clint was doing push-ups in the yard when he heard a noise and flipped over, instantly spotting Yamcha and the child in his arms. Yamcha. Clint dusted the sand off his hands, his eyes wide as saucers. You? This child? 1,000 thoughts flashed through his mind. Could it be that after Goku, Yamcha had also? So this child was Yamcha and Bulma's. Despite the bitterness churning inside him, he hurriedly stepped forward. Quick, please come in. I never imagined after Goku that you and Miss Bulma would also. Also what? Yamcha's expression soured at the mention of Bulma's name. And, nothing, just, congratulations. Clint rubbed his hands together, head bowed, and fidgeting, failing to notice the change in Yamcha. Congratulations to you too, just like Goku, you're a father now. As he spoke those words, Clint's heart nearly wept. Both of his close brothers had wives and children now, while he alone spent his days with Master Roshi, never even having been in love. Yet Yamcha's mood was clearly not as joyful as he had imagined. Yamcha took a deep breath, shifted the child to one side, and revealed the woman behind him. Clint, let me reintroduce you. This is my girlfriend and soon-to wife, Marin. And this is our son, Lele. Nice to meet you, Clint. Marin gave a slight bow. The air suddenly fell silent. A new girlfriend. Not Bulma. Clint's smile froze on his face, his mouth opened and closed, but all he could manage was a single phrase. Oh, Marin and Lele. Nice to meet you too. And so they all became acquainted. The awkward silence made Yamcha uncomfortable, though he forced an expression of nonchalance. Marin, however, seemed completely unbothered. She linked her arm through Yamcha's, walked into Kame House with a smile, and her gaze finally settled on Master Roshi. Master Rose, his eyes lit up, and he shuffled over with a grin. Yamcha, you only told Clint. Who is this young lady? You haven't introduced her to me yet. Though he addressed Yamcha, his eyes never left Marin. Hello, old man. I'm Marin. Marin gave Master Roshi a sweet smile, her voice honeyed. Miss Marin. What a lovely name. Master Roshi reached out and took her hand, refusing to let go. Come, have a seat. The sun is harsh outside, don't get burned. Marin didn't pull away, letting him hold her hand, her smile unwavering. Clint watched this scene, his mouth twitching, unsure of what to say. In the end, he could only sigh. What a mess this was. Meanwhile, in the sky, a massive airship was slowly heading toward Kame House. This airship was the latest luxury model from Capsule Corporation, entirely silver white, with a streamlined design and the company's logo emblazoned on its side. The interior was even more lavish, rivaling a small palace. The entire airship was fully automated. Bulma stood before a window with Goku's curious family behind her. She held a glass of champagne, gazing at the scenery outside, her mood finally lifting. This is more like it. She took a sip of champagne. When you go out, you should do it in style. Using instant transmission is so inelegant. But this is so slow, Bra pouted, leaning on the windowsill. We've been flying forever and still haven't arrived. Almost there, Bulma said. Just another hour. Another whole hour. Bra was about to complain when the console screen suddenly flashed red and a piercing alarm blared. Alert! Alert! Security system has detected an anomaly. Bulma set down her glass and rushed to the console, her brow furrowed. What's going on? Data streamed across the screen, eventually generating a blurry image. Detected an unknown celestial body approximately 1/3 of Earth's diameter. Estimated time to enter Earth's atmosphere 46 minutes. A celestial body. Bulma stared at the screen, her expression darkening. This trajectory. Is it heading for Earth? Shishi immediately stepped forward, coming to stand beside Bulma, looking at the rapidly approaching red dot on the screen. Can we destroy it directly? Bulma typed rapidly, pulling up a set of data, and shook her head. Probably not. It's detected life signs on it, and quite a few. If we destroy it, those lives would be lost too. Then emergency news reports began to play on the screen. According to the latest from the observatory, an unknown celestial body, over 3,000 kilometers in diameter, is approaching Earth at high speed, expected to enter the atmosphere in 40 minutes. Experts say if it collides with Earth, it would cause a catastrophic disaster, potentially leading to human extinction. Regions are declaring emergency evacuations, traffic jams and panic riots are breaking out in multiple cities. The images kept switching. Some people knelt in prayer, others frantically hoarded supplies, and still others clutched their children and wept in the streets. Panic spread like a virus, quickly engulfing the entire Earth. Goku watched the scenes, his fists slowly clenching. We can't wait any longer. He turned to Shishi. Chi-Chi, let's go. Shishi nodded without asking further. Bra Gohan, you wait here. Goku continued to instruct. Be good and listen to Aunt Bulma. Bra wanted to follow along, but just as she opened her mouth, Gohan took her hand. Her brother shook his head, and Bra obediently fell silent. Goku and Shishi exchanged a glance and vanished from the airship simultaneously. In outer space, it was cold, dark, and silent. The massive celestial body was hurtling toward Earth at an astonishing speed. Two figures appeared out of thin air in front of the celestial body. Goku and Shishi floated in the vacuum, their bodies enveloped in an aura to withstand the cold and radiation of space. At this distance, Goku squinted, estimating the celestial boat's speed and trajectory. We'll use a ki blast to change its course. Shishi nodded and assumed the starting stance for the Kamehameha. Just then, two more auras shot toward them from Earth at incredible speed. It was Klin and Yamcha. You're here too. Goku was somewhat surprised. With such a huge commotion, who wouldn't sense it? Klin stopped beside him. We felt it came house. If that thing hits Earth, we're all finished. Protecting Earth isn't your job alone, Goku. Yamcha was panting beside them, unable to speak, but he nodded with equal gravity. They looked at the enormous celestial body, drawing ever closer, instinctively standing in a line. All together, Goku shouted, let's push it off course. All right. 3 came. Haim. Ha. 4 blue beams shot out simultaneously, merging into an even more colossal wave of energy that slammed into the planet. Boom. The immense impact spread silently in the vacuum, and the surface of the planet erupted in a blinding flash of light. Yet, when the light faded, the planet's trajectory remained unchanged. Instead, it revealed a metallic sheen beneath, as if it had been artificially modified. Their Kamehameha wave, upon touching the metal, immediately dissipated, scattering into countless specks of light that vanished into the cosmos. What a... Klin's eyes bulged. Goku's pupils constricted sharply. In those brief seconds, he sensed countless auras piercing Earth's defenses, already beginning to descend. Many auras of varying sizes gathered together, likely a vessel of some kind. Damn, Goku's face darkened. Someone has taken the chance to enter Earth. Krillin and Denda expressions changed simultaneously upon hearing this. Krillin, Dend, and Shishi. Goku's voice was low. You all go back to Earth. I am enough here. Krillin opened his mouth, looking at Goku's expression, but swallowed his words again. Goku, I want to stay with you. Shishi suddenly spoke up. Goku wanted to say something more, but time was running out. Seeing his wife's determined gaze, he nodded heavily. Goku, be careful, Krillin said, turning and flying towards Earth with Dend. Their figures streaked across the sky, eventually disappearing into the clouds. Only the couple remained in space. Facing the immense space currents, Goku's golden aura blazed fiercely, his hair instantaneously transforming into gold, his pupils shifting to emerald green, Super Saiyan. He moved his wrists slightly, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Shishi. Let's go. Shishi similarly shouted, her long hair creating sharp arcs surrounded by a silver aura. The two figures surged like shooting stars towards the artificial planet. Hiya. Goku pressed his hands against the metallic surface, his golden aura blazing in space, dazzling like the sun. Shishi was beside him, silently exerting all her strength, her silver aura intertwining with Goku's golden one. The planet gradually slowed down its trajectory, beginning to shift slightly. Meanwhile on Earth, a spaceship landed at the edge of the city. The hatch opened and squads of soldiers poured out, clad in standard combat uniforms, forming a line in front of the ship. The surrounding citizens not only did not flee, but instead came rushing in from all directions. Did you see that? That planet nearly crashed into Earth. It scared the life out of me. It's not stopping now. Look at the spaceship ahead. This commotion might be an alien-friendly visit. You're right, let's go check it out. The thrill of surviving the ordeal diluted their fear, curiosity triumphing over reason. The crowd grew larger, with even those outside not knowing what had happened, merely following the curiosity of the masses. Make way, make way. I've never seen an alien before. Look at that armor, it looks well crafted. I wonder if Earth can make something like that. Chill. Keep your voice down and don't let them hear us. In the chaotic crowd, a long-haired man quietly took a few steps back. Raditz. He wore a black trench coat, hiding his tail, appearing just like a slightly bulkier ordinary person. After several lessons, he had learned to conceal his aura. His gaze fell upon the spaceship and the soldiers, his brow slightly furrowing. These are not members of Frieza's army, but they are quite strong. Although they are not his match, yet he understands that many ants can kill an elephant. Moreover, with his experience, such a large warship surely has super warriors with combat power exceeding 10,000 stationed on it, along with several elite, high-ranking fighters. He silently blended into the crowd. He does not belong to this planet, so there is no need to wade into this murky water. Make way, please make way. The airship was retrieved by Bulma into a capsule. They landed not far from here and rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Let me see, let me see. Bra tiptoed to peek inside, her eyes sparkling. Wow, such a big spaceship. Goten remained silent. His gaze fell upon the soldiers, his small face showing signs of vigilance. Once the soldiers lined up, the leading one began to announce. This planet now belongs to His Excellency King Slug of the universe. The Milky Way has been brought under King Slug's rule. Raditz, who had just moved a distance away, stumbled upon hearing this. Currently, nearly 70% of the universe is under Frieza's control. Although the Milky Way is remote, it is still within its sphere of influence. This so-called King Slug he had never even heard of. Most likely he is a defeated dog from Frieza here to flaunt his power in this remote star region. The crowd also began to stir. Hey, did you hear? They call themselves the King of the Universe. And they want to rule the Milky Way. What kind of nonsense is that? Huh. Ha ha ha. Before the laughter could subside, the soldiers raised their hands. Various beams of light shot directly into the crowd. Boom, 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 boom. Screams and blood instantly filled the air. The crowd, like frightened sheep, tried to flee in all directions, but there were too many pressed together, and those at the back did not know what was happening. Panic caused more to bunch together, leading to trampling. The soldiers' beams were too fast, and lives turned to ashes in the light. Help! Don't push forward, Aaron. In just a few seconds, more than half of the area around the spaceship had cleared. The soldiers acted with terrifying proficiency, as if they were already accustomed to such things. To them, the people in front seemed not like lives, but merely a swarm of ants. Bulma's smile disappeared. If it weren't for Bra and Goten's protection just now, she might have become one of the dead. Scum. Bra's fists clenched tightly, her voice icy cold. She glanced at Goten, who nodded. The two small figures charged forward simultaneously. Goten's eyes were extremely cold. He made no unnecessary movements. Each strike aimed directly at the target's vital points. One soldier fell, and the next faced his attack. Bra, however, was completely different. She charged into the enemy ranks like a human-shaped rocket, her golden aura exploding in the crowd. Every blow could take out a large number of people. She fought with both fists and feet, unleashing ki blasts as if they cost nothing. At first, Bra seemed to be venting her frustration, but as time passed, she became increasingly excited, the soldiers of Slug falling like wheat being harvested. Zero protected Bulma as they hid in the distance, observing the battle. Her brows furrowed slightly. Young Master Goten had already awakened his potential, but dealing with these guys was still somewhat challenging. However, with Miss Bra's overwhelming firepower, victory was just a matter of time. Inside the spaceship, King Slug sat on a massive chair, his murky eyes fixed on the holographic screen. The screen displayed the ongoing battle outside. 2 children from Earth were slaughtering his soldiers. He did not care how many of his subordinates died. King Slug's gaze quickly fell upon Goten's hat. 4-star ball. King Slug's pupils constricted, his wish to regain youth seemed about to be fulfilled. The hatch opened again. On the battlefield, Bra was stepping on a soldier, raising her head and locking eyes with King Slug. Their gazes met. Bra's lips curled into a smirk. Oh, looks like we've got a tough one here. Several of Slager's subordinates darkened at Bra's teasing. This brat wants to die, don't drag us down with her. You're courting death, brat, shouted Daladabu, the portly yellow one, and struck first. His figure vanished in an instant, reappearing before Bra a heartbeat later, his massive fist descending with a sonic boom. Bra did not flinch. She raised her fist and met his Hedon. Boom! A shockwave erupted outward, cracking the earth and sending shards of stone flying in all directions. Daladabu staggered backward several paces. Bra stood utterly unmoved. His expression shifted. This child's strength far exceeded his estimation. Not bad, Fatso. Bra grinned, eyes blazing with exhilaration. Now this is interesting. Come on again. Daladabu narrowed his gaze and shook his numb wrist. King Slager loomed behind him. He dared not retreat. Gritting his teeth, he charged once more. 2 figures, One colossal, one slight, collided anew. Fists and feet clashed, waves of concussive force rippling outward in relentless succession. Meanwhile, Madamiga and Angela converged upon Gohan from both sides. Their battle-power dwarfed Gohan's. Madamiga's stood at 6,000 Angela's soared beyond 10,000. Moving as one, they sealed off every possible escape route. Gohan gritted his teeth, parrying frantically, barely holding back the onslaught from all angles, fresh wounds blooming across his body. Master Gohan. Zero lunged forward, but Bulma seized her tightly. You'd only throw your life away. Bulma's voice trembled, her arms locked like iron around Zero's waist. Trust them. Just as Gohan neared collapse, a white figure descended from the heavens with a thunderous impact. Madamiga was kicked clean off his feet, carving a deep furrow across the ground. Piccolo stood before Gohan, his white cape billowing fiercely in the wind. Uncle Piccolo. Gohan's eyes lit up. Humph. Piccolo didn't turn. His cold gaze remained fixed on the enemies ahead. Don't read too much into it. I'm merely passing through. Then came more sharp cracks of air splitting open. Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, Shinhan, and Kaiatsu had all arrived. At that moment, nearly all major combatants stood arrayed on the battlefield. Seeing them, Bulma nearly leapt for joy. I told you, we should have trusted them. Zero said nothing, her brow still deeply furrowed. Her gaze drifted toward the spacecraft, where the strongest among them had yet to move. Krillin surveyed the chaos. Looks like we arrived a bit late. No time for chatter. Tien and Shinhan immediately assumed a battle stance. All together now, the melee erupted. Piccolo faced both Angela and Madamiga alone. At full power, his battle strength surged to 12,000, slightly surpassing Angela's, yet Madamiga's constant harassment prevented him from focusing entirely. Worse still, he had to split his attention to shield Gohan behind him. Get farther away. Piccolo roared without turning. Gohan clenched his jaw. Knowing he could offer no real aid, he withdrew to deal with the lesser warriors instead. Krillin and Tien Shinhan joined forces against the Demon Clan warrior Xian, whose battle power hovered near 3,500. This time, having intervened early, Gohan and Bra had spared him from King Slager's instant execution, spared him at least from dying by his own careless tongue. Xian moved with blinding speed, time, and again their coordinated strikes slipped past him. Though their synergy was flawless, they could not gain the upper hand. Yamcha and Kaiatsu swept through the remaining foot soldiers. Together they were more than capable, yet the numbers seemed endless. Wave after wave surged forward even after Bra had obliterated a great many moments earlier. How do these pests keep coming? Yamcha gasped, sweat pouring down his brow. Since Marin's pregnancy, he'd juggled caregiving duties while secretly concealing the truth from Bulma, a secret that ultimately led to their breakup. For 2 years his training had lapsed. Compared to the others, his battle strength hadn't risen. It had even declined. The battle settled into a grueling stalemate. Distracted by Gohan's safety, Piccolo was ambushed. Angela's arm burrowing beneath the earth struck true. Madamiga landed several rapid blows. Tien Shinhan, seeing Kaiatsu surrounded, rushed to cover him, taking heavy hits that drew blood from his lips. Krillin, left alone against Xian's relentless assault, could only evade. Then, without warning, a crimson beam lanced from the spacecraft aimed straight at Gohan, who fought the foot soldiers. Gohan. Bra's pupils contracted sharply. Abandoning Daladabu mid-battle, she fired a ki blast directly at the crimson beam. Boom. The energies collided midair, detonating in a blinding flash. Yet Slager's second attack followed instantly, and before Bra could retaliate, Daladabu re-engaged her. Rarark. Piccolo roared, repelling Madamiga's clone and hurling Gohan aside with his own body, just as the crimson beam struck his shoulder, spraying violet blood. Bra was truly enraged now. Discarding all pretense of playfulness, she unleashed her full power. A single ki blast incinerated Daladabu to ash. An instant kill. Her gaze locked unflinchingly onto Slager. Their eyes met. Annoying little insect, Slager rasped, his voice raw and thin. He raised his hand and vanished. In a blur of impossible speed, he closed the distance toward Bra. She barely had time to cross her arms before a crushing force slammed into her. Boom. She hurtled backward, tumbling violently across the ground for over a dozen revolutions before skidding to a halt, blood welling at the corner of her mouth. Bra? Gohan's voice quavered. Cough, cough, cough. She rose shakily, swayed once, then steadied herself. Wiping blood from her lip, her eyes burned with undimmed brilliance. I'm fine, this old man's got some bite. A faint crease appeared between Slager's brows. He had just struck with 30% of his strength. In his twilight years, his aging body could no longer withstand the backlash of full power surges. Each additional measure of force shaved precious years from his life. In his judgment, 30% was more than enough to cripple any opponent. Anything beyond that would be wasteful. Yet this girl had merely spat blood. Bra lifted her head, her expression hardening into fierce resolve. Golden aura erupted around her, blazing with violent intensity. Old fool, you've made me angry. And she vanished. In the next breath, she materialized before Slager, her straight punch aimed squarely at his face. He sidestepped, countering with a palm strike. Bra absorbed the blow, using its recoil to flip midair and launched a kick toward his throat. But in that instant, something felt wrong. Her foot struck empty air. A phantom image. Bra scanned the surroundings warily, sensing the subtle fluctuations of ki. Suddenly, she sensed disturbance to her right and twisted away just in time. Boom. Slager's fist cratered the earth. The entire landscape convulsed. Fractures spiderwebbed outward for thousands of meters. This isn't your planet. Don't wreck it recklessly. Bra frowned, surveying the ruined cityscape, a surge of righteous fury rising within her. Little girl, worry about yourself first. Without warning, Slager appeared behind her. When did you? Bra recoiled, every pore tightening. She dropped instantly into a defensive stance. She certainly wouldn't admit she'd momentarily lost focus mid-fight. Slager clenched both fists and brought them crashing down toward Bra's skull. After several exchanges, Bura soon realized she was outmatched. It wasn't just a lack of strength, but also experience. Slag had lived for centuries, his battle experience far surpassing hers. Every move he made was anticipated. Before Bura could throw a punch, he already knew where she aimed. Though Slag's power had waned with age, it still exceeded Boris. Had he not held back, fearing that going all out would accelerate his aging, Bura would have fallen long ago. Little brat, is that all you've got? Slag blocked Boris' fist again, his counter-grab reaching for her throat. Bura jerked back, barely dodging, but another bloody gash appeared on her chest. Pock! Bura spat out a mouthful of blood, her eyes burning even fiercer. Old fogey, you're far from beating me. Meanwhile, on the other side, Piccolo's battle had also reached a critical juncture. The coordination between Angela and Metamacha was causing him more and more wounds. He knelt on one knee, his white cape tattered into strips, purple blood dripping onto the ground, making him look utterly disheveled. Uncle Piccolo. Gohan wanted to rush in and help. Stay back. Piccolo barked. He took a deep breath and reached to remove his weighted gear. Thud. With the weights off, Piccolo's ki surged dramatically, all his attributes elevating to a new level. Special beam cannon. A spiraling beam of light roared forth, piercing straight through Angela's chest. Angela's eyes widened in shock. How is this possible? He stared incredulously at the gaping hole in his chest before collapsing to the ground. Metamacha, seeing the dire situation, turned to flee. Think you can run? Piccolo's form instantly appeared before him. Thud. A heavy punch sent Metamacha flying, his body crashing into the cliffside, sending rubble cascading down. Hyper-explosive demon wave. Boom. A colossal energy wave struck the target, a massive mushroom cloud rising as one side of the cliff was leveled. Metamacha was utterly obliterated. After the attack, Piccolo knelt on one knee, gasping for air, his stamina completely depleted. Meanwhile, Krillin and Tien Shinhan had also concluded their fight. Tien! Krillin shouted. Tien understood immediately, bringing his hands together before his forehead. Solar flare. A blinding white light exploded across the battlefield, forcing Zhu Yin to instinctively shut his eyes. In that instant, Destructo Disc. Tri-beam. Krillin and Tien's attacks struck simultaneously. The Destructo Disc sliced through Zhu Yan's defenses from the side, cleaving his body in two as the tri-beam crashed down from the front. Boom. Before Zhu Yan could even scream, he was reduced to ashes under the combined assault of the two energies. Yamcha and Kaatsu had also finished off the last of the grunts. Yamcha collapsed onto the ground, his body covered in wounds. He lay back too exhausted even to wipe his nose. Kaatsu leaned against a rock, his small face etched with fatigue. On the entire battlefield, only Bura was still fighting. No, she was being suppressed the whole time. Slag's fist slammed into Bura, sending her flying rapidly into a pile of rubble. Bura! Gohan rushed over, helping her up from the debris. Bora's face was covered in dust, a trickle of blood at the corner of her mouth, her hair a tangled mess, yet she was still smiling. Bro, this guy is really strong. Bura, you can't fight anymore. Seeing his sister's injuries, Gohan's eyes reddened. Well, wait for Dad to come back. He'll definitely beat him. He's too strong. If you keep this up, you'll die. Bura shook her head, pushed away Gohan's hand, and staggered forward. Still want to fight, little girl? Slag's voice was hoarse, his face dark enough to drip with malice. I can see you're almost done for. You must be joking. Boris' lips curled into a wide grin, a hint of madness flickering in her eyes. Just getting started. Her eyes were blazing, not with anger, but with something deeper, purer. Pride. Defiance. It was something etched into son Boris' very bones from birth, something no one could ever crush. Yeah. Boom. A vast, overwhelming aura erupted from within her, instantly overpowering Slag's evil energy. In an instant, gales howled, and the sky and earth changed color. Then a golden flame shot up into the heavens. Everyone present was pushed back by the force of the blast. Fizz. Son Boris' aura crackled intensely, her ponytail and bangs rising and flowing upward. Her long hair and eyebrows were tinged with a golden luster, and her pupils turned emerald green. Her small form was enveloped in a golden aura. The ground beneath her feet completely cracked and sank, then turned to dust. Super Saiyan. Son Bura. She had broken through in the heat of battle, everything flowing so naturally. In her Super Saiyan state, her battle power soared directly to 50 million. So I wasn't wrong last time. Boris' spirits soared as she looked at her hands. I really have to thank that guy from before. Oh, I've achieved Dad's transformation too. Boris' transformation stunned everyone on the field. What? What is this? Krillin's eyes bulged, his mouth agape wide enough to fit a fist. Though he had seen Goku in this state before, witnessing it again today left him utterly speechless with awe. Tien Shinhan's face turned pale, his body trembling instinctively. This power, dozens of times stronger than before. Piccolo said nothing, his eyes fixed on the small figure, his fingers digging deep into his palms. The nightmare from 4 years ago now witnessed again, and on a 4-year-old girl. Gohan was knocked to the ground by the blast's force, staring dazedly at his sister, tears streaming down his face with emotion. Raditz, who had just sneaked into the spaceship, was also rendered speechless with shock. He had intended to take advantage of the chaos to steal something. Battlesuits, scouters, anything valuable he could find. A small spaceship would be even better. But now he just stared blankly at that figure. Having secretly observed Bura and the others earlier, he understood their relationship and the significance of this transformation. The legendary Super Saiyan, manifesting in a 4-year-old half-breed child. Raditz's lips slowly curled into a grin, a fervent flame burning in his eyes. So that's it. Mating with Earthlings could produce a Super Saiyan. Then he definitely couldn't go back. He took a deep breath, suppressing the ecstasy within, and while everyone's attention was on Bura, he quietly slipped deeper into the ship. The ship's interior was in chaos. After silently dispatching the guards, he expertly navigated to the storage room, finding shelves laden with battle suits, weapons, and medical supplies. Jackpot, jackpot. He chuckled to himself, beginning his looting spree. This trip was totally worth it. On the battlefield, Bura raised her head, her emerald eyes locking onto Slag. Old man. Her voice rang clear in everyone's ears. You hurt my brother and killed so many innocent people. She raised her hand, a golden energy sphere coalescing in her palm. Now it's time for me to judge you. Whoosh. She vanished before his eyes. Slag's pupils contracted, alarms blaring in his mind as he instinctively dodged to the left. Too late. Boris' fist drove directly into his chest. Boom. Slag was blasted away, crashing through the ship's hull, then through several mountain ranges, finally tumbling dozens of times across the ground before coming to a stop. Cough. Cough. Slag struggled to rise, a massive crater dented in his chest, purple blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. How is this possible? A mere brat. The next instant, Bura stood before him again, hands in her pockets, looking at him from the corner of her eye. Is that all? You. The single flippant remark made Gus' face flush green with fury. Bula gave him no breathing room. She surged forward with a step. Gu unleashed his full power and barely evaded, and where he had been standing, a titanic force erupted the ground, instantly splitting into fathomless fissures that stretched for thousands of meters. Now it was his turn to be humiliated. His speed was great, yet Bula was swifter. His strength was formidable, yet Bula's was greater still. Bula's method of combat disregarded reason and technique entirely. Pure, brutal domination. I've grown tired of your tricks. She planted a kick against Gus' jaw, sending him spinning into the air. He lunged with outstretched arms to seize her, but Bula slipped past with ease and produced the Rui staff from her back. Extend, Rui staff. The staff lengthened in an instant. With a flick of her wrist, Bula sent it whistling forward, driving it straight for Gus' chest. Feng Chuanhua. The staff's tip flashed like a golden lightning bolt, tearing the air. Gus' vision blurred as an overwhelming force pierced his shoulder blade. Gu emitted a piercing scream. Bula withdrew the Rui staff and swept it across once more, bringing another brutal strike. He was torn from the sky and hurled to the earth. The impact gouged a deep crater with a thunderous blast, dust and debris blotting out the sun. Bula retrieved the Rui staff. As the dust settled, Gu lay at the crater's center, purple blood pooling around him. He was barely clinging to life. But he was not yet dead. He struggled to his feet, eyes rimmed with bloodshot veins, his wizened face streaked with blood. I cannot die. Not here. Even if it shortens my life, I will make you suffer worse than death. He howled from the pit, his clouded eyes brimming with madness, his expression terrifying. If you have any trump cards, use them now. With your current strength, you hardly impress me. Bula sneered with contempt. Little brat, savor your pride while you can. He tore away a wounded arm and instantly regrew a new one, then flexed the freshly formed hand. A wild cry escaped him. Soon you will learn the terror of this great king. With that proclamation, his aura began to change. Muscles swelled, withered skin, plumped wounds knit closed. He visibly regrew some of his youth. A roar tore from him as his presence ballooned insanely. His body expanded rapidly, 5 meters 10-20, until it finally approached 60 meters and stopped. His aura surged nearly tenfold, reaching a terrifying 30 million. Gigantification complete, he burned almost the entirety of his remaining life to unleash his prime power. This was his last trump. Once the battle ended, if he could not promptly use the Longzhu to make a wish, he would likely die soon, but there was no time to worry about that now. If he did not expend every last card, he would die then and there. He'll grind you into mince. A colossal fist descended from the heavens, accompanied by a howling gale and dreadful force. Bula did not dodge. She lifted her small fist and rocketed upward. Two fists met with a deafening impact that echoed like thunder. Sherlagu was driven back several steps. He staggered, nearly fell, his entire arm tingled numbly. How is this possible? Cold sweat beaded on his brow. Impossible. This is utterly impossible, he roared, bringing his other fist down. He could not accept it. Having unleashed his full might, he still found himself outmatched in power. After testing his strength, Bula stopped trading blows and began to weave about him, each strike landing with ruthless precision on his vital points. Knee crack, jaw crack, abdomen crack. The gargantuan form became a target, retreating under Bula's onslaught. Wounds multiplied, and purple blood cascaded like a waterfall. The final punch. Bula traced a golden arc. Her fist blazed with dazzling light, carrying the force of a thunderbolt straight for Sherlagu's heart. With a sickening sound, her entire body drove through Sherlagu's chest. The colossal form froze. He coughed as he stared at the gaping hole in his torso, disbelief in his eyes. I actually will die by. Before he could finish, the vast body collapsed with a thunderous crash, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Bula landed as the golden flame of her aura slowly faded and her hair returned to black. I didn't even use my full power, and you already fell. She turned and walked over to Wu Fan. Brother, I won. Bula. Wu Fan dashed forward and hugged her, overflowing with excitement. You're incredible. Kulin limped over, smiling as he looked at Bula. This little girl. She's even stronger than her father. Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi came over as well, who everyone bore wounds, but wore smiles. Insha lay on the ground, weakly calling someone. Give me a hand. Can't you get up yourself? Kulin turned and gave him a reproving look. I have no strength left, I truly cannot get up. Everyone laughed. Yachi Luo Bei poked his head out of the rubble, confirmed the fight was over, and strolled out at ease. It's finished, he yawned. Then I can go back to sleep in peace. Yachi Luo Bei. Kulin glared at him. You were hiding there the whole time. What else? Yachi Luo Bei replied with brazen candor. I couldn't beat them. Go up to die. Besides, I'm here tidying up the aftermath. If I were injured, who would feed you sins of beans? Kulin was speechless. The argument made a strange kind of sense, and he covered his face. Bula hugged Wu Fan's neck and grinned. Brother, do you think Dad would praise me if he saw how strong I am? He certainly would, Wu Fan said, ruffling her hair. What about Mom? Mom would praise you too. And Uncle Baiku. Wu Fan glanced at the impassive Baiku and spoke softly. Uncle Baiku. He would probably praise you inwardly as well. That's good. Bula's eyes curved into crescent moons of joy. Kulin crouched down to her level and asked, Little Bula, that golden form you had. I saw your father transform like that before. What was that called? Without missing a beat, she replied, Dad said it's called Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan, huh? Kulin murmured, pinching his chin and nodding. Sounds impressive, just to say it. In the distant thicket, La DZ, laden with a bulging pack, pricked up his ears. Indeed, that form was Super Saiyan. His lips curled into a grin, and his eyes shone with a dazzling light. Yet he had just heard staggering news. Kaka Luote seemed to be able to transform into a Super Saiyan as well. So what about himself? Brimming with excitement and determined not to be discovered, he melted away into the trees. On the battlefield, after Yachi Luo Bei handed out the senzu beans, the others continued celebrating. Ahem. Per our earlier plan, how about everyone head to Guasian Wu for a meal? Kulin scratched his head as he extended the invitation. Yes. Incha's eyes brightened. We've finally gathered together. Why not all go? What do you think, Tianjin Fan? All right, Jiao Zi, and I haven't visited Master Wu Tian in a long time. Tianjin Fan agreed, and Jiao Zi nodded. Yachi Luo Bei declared he would never miss an opportunity for a free meal. Baiku Board was about to leave. Just as everyone relaxed their guard, Sherlagu's finger twitched. The arm shot out with terrifying speed, fingers splaying as it clawed toward Bula's back. His speed was too fast, so fast that no one had time to react. Bra stood with her back, turned still speaking to Krillin. Uncle Krillin, I want you to know, I trained for ages on that Phoenix through flowers technique. Bra, behind you. Goten screamed, his voice raw with urgency. Bra sensed the danger. Her pupils contracted sharply, but it was already too late. That colossal hand loomed less than a meter from her back. Boom. A golden figure descended from the heavens, slamming a foot squarely onto the outstretched palm. The ground erupted into a massive crater, shrapnel and dust exploding outward in a blinding haze. Slug's arm shattered beneath the impact, spraying violet blood and mangled flesh. As the smoke began to clear, Goku stood at the crater's center, cradling a trembling Bra in his arms. His golden hair billowed in the wind. Meanwhile, Shishi landed beside Goten, her silvery aura still flickering faintly, her face etched with tender concern. Daddy. Bra's eyes lit up as she threw her arms around Goku's neck. You're here, MM. He affectionately ruffled her hair, then let his gaze fall upon the twitching, severed limb. Does it hurt? Not at all. She puffed out her tiny chest. Daddy, I'm super strong. Did you know? I can already transform into a Super Saiyan. Is that so? Our little Bra truly is a prodigy. A gentle smile curved Goku's lips. Then he set her down gently beside him. Step back. Bra obediently dashed to Shishi's side. Goku turned, his gaze locking onto the immense fallen form before him. After that devastating blow, Slug's force gigantism collapsed like a deflating balloon, his body shrinking rapidly. His eyes remained wide open, pupils reflecting Goku's silhouette. His clouded, aged gaze brimmed with bitter resentment. Who are you? Slug's voice faltered, broken and thin. Goku stepped forward, silent, golden aura blazing fiercely around his fist, radiating light like a miniature sun. I do not strike those who cannot fight back. Goku's voice was calm, yet chillingly cold. But you harm my daughter. Slug's lips trembled. Before he could utter another word, boom, a single punch descended. No struggle, no cry. Half of Slug's body dissolved into nothingness under that blow. Violet blood splattered across the earth, while the remaining fragments convulsed weakly, life ebbing away with each shudder. As the dust settled, Goku stood motionless at the crater's heart, his golden aura fading, his fist slowly lowering. Having delivered his retribution, he struck no further. Yet Slug, already nearing the end of his natural lifespan and drained of nearly all vitality, would clearly not survive much longer. All this time the Kai had been observing Earth. This Son Goku. He murmured, beads of cold sweat glistening on his brow. When did he grow so powerful? Since Goku's return to Earth 4 years ago, they'd had no contact. Had it not been for this surveillance of Slug's movements, the Kai would never have realized how far Goku had ascended. And his daughter, that young girl named Bra, her transformation, is that truly the Super Saiyan? The Kai's expression grew increasingly complex, his mind drifting to another figure. They are undoubtedly Saiyans, and Goku himself possesses that transformation. If he were to confront Frieza, might he stand a chance? He paused in thought, then shook his head. No, it is surely impossible. Frieza is a monster beyond measure. Uncertain of the truth, he dared not risk drawing calamity upon Goku, or Earth, based solely on speculation. The Kai drew a deep breath. His antennae now caught another image. Monsters of cosmic terror, emerging one after another. On Earth, Goku halted mid-step, just as the group prepared to depart. What is it? Shishi asked. He raised a finger to his lips. It's the Kaisama. The moment the words left his mouth, the Kai's voice resonated within every mind present. Goku, can you hear me? Yes, we hear you. Goku nodded. Kaisama, what is it? First, congratulations on vanquishing this vile invader. The Kai offered praise, then continued gravely. However, I must warn you, 2 Saiyans are en route to Earth, arriving in approximately 6 months. Saiyans. Goku paused, startled, the Kai's words stirring fragmented memories. Yes, beings of terrifying power across the cosmos. But, the Kai's tone softened, though not with levity. Given your current strength, you should be more than capable of handling them. Goku said nothing, only nodded. After a few final instructions, the Kai severed the connection. Shishi furrowed her brow. Saiyans, isn't that it? Yes. For once, Goku's expression turned solemn. But don't worry. According to the natural flow of time, the Saiyans due to arrive in 6 months would be Vegeta and Nappa. Yet with Earth's present strength, they would likely meet their downfall before even landing. Still, he wondered where was his elder brother, the one he'd never met. Shouldn't he have arrived first? Hadn't the Dragon Ball's secret drawn Vegeta and Nappa afterward? Puzzled, Goku dismissed the thought. So long as his cultivation remained unceasing, no number of foes could daunt him. Piccolo stood nearby. The Kai had spoken openly, every word crystal clear to him. Saiyans. Were these the comrades the boastful long-haired warrior had mentioned earlier? Piccolo recalled that hollow brute, his combat power barely scraping 3,000. How formidable could his allies possibly be? Yet the Kai's tone held no trace of jest. Could they surpass Slug? Piccolo whispered low. To him, any threat warranting such a divine warning must, at minimum, rival Slug in scale and menace. He glanced at Goku. The man bore no anxiety, no ripple of unease, as if these so-called cosmic titans stirred not a single tremor in his spirit. Piccolo clenched his jaw, fingers tightening involuntarily. On the battlefield, Bulma burst forth from behind, eyes gleaming at the sight of the colossal spacecraft. Little Zero, come with me. Coming. Zero followed close behind, her long white hair streaming in the wind. Together they darted in and out of the vessel, Bulma directing Zero, her trusted technical partner, dismantling systems with practiced precision and stuffing components into capsules. This one, and that one, they're all treasures. Bulma's face glowed with excitement. Capsule Corp's next flagship product hinges entirely on them. Zero complied, executing intricate technical tasks under Bulma's guidance. Miss Bulma, surely this is enough. Wait, collect more. We may never get such luck again. Every scrap mattered: technological schematics, weapon samples, energy cores. Even entire metallic hull plates were stripped bare. Zero sighed, softly bending to retrieve a small cobalt blue device that pulsed with soft light, and slipped it into her pocket. She hadn't yet told Bulma about the mechanical planet still hovering near Earth, where golden alloys lay abundant, ripe for study. Just as their work reached fever pitch, another figure appeared in the sky. The Guardian. Goku sounded surprised. What brings you here? The Guardian's gaze swept past Goku, settling intently upon Piccolo in the distance. Goku. His expression was deeply conflicted. There is something I must attend to. What are you doing here? Piccolo looked at the Guardian approaching him with utter disdain. The Guardian did not answer. Instead, he gazed at the still warm remains beside him, his expression growing even more troubled. Piccolo, you. His voice trembled slightly. Are you sure you want to do this? Piccolo cast him a cold glance. Didn't you already guess? No. The Guardian suddenly became agitated. Piccolo, you cannot do this. Since when does the great Demon King need to explain his actions to you? Piccolo's face was full of contempt. If you absorb him, his consciousness, his memories, all of that will enter your body. The Guardian's fists clenched tightly. So what? Piccolo, you will regret this. Oomph. He turned away, ignoring the Guardian, and reached out to touch Slag's remains. Piccolo. The Guardian's eyes reddened, and he abruptly turned to Goku. Goku, say something. Goku stood still, watching the scene before him, observing the two individuals, and finally shook his head. Guardian, this is Piccolo's own choice. But we must trust him. The Guardian's mouth opened and closed as if all strength had drained from him. While he was still hesitating, Piccolo's hand had already pressed against Slag's forehead. Now was the moment when the other was at his weakest, though forcibly absorbing him now would minimize the impact. This was Piccolo's well-considered decision. A green haze enveloped them both, and Piccolo's body trembled incessantly. Slag's consciousness, those evil dark memories accumulated over centuries, surged into his mind like a tidal wave. Killing, invasion, destruction. Countless images flashed before his eyes. But Piccolo did not let go. He gritted his teeth and endured it all. Slag's remains gradually vanished, transforming into pure energy that completely merged into Piccolo's body. As the light faded, he lowered his head, panting heavily. Piccolo's aura was changing. 10,000, 50,000, 100,000, 500,000. 1 million. Krillin's jaw dropped. Hi, Piccolo. You. Piccolo raised his head. A flash of purple light passed through his eyes before returning to normal. He was well aware of the situation. Slag's power was several levels above his own. Most of the energy from the assimilation was transformed into a foundation for his body, maximizing his potential while minimizing the other's influence. Piccolo's aura ultimately stabilized around 1 million. He appeared largely unchanged, yet the oppressive pressure emanating from him had intensified several-fold. The Guardian's expression was complex. Now that the deed was done, there was little he could do. After a moment of silence, he pulled a small bottle from his bosom and tossed it to Piccolo. This is a specially made super god water, the Guardian said, his voice weary. Since I cannot change things, I hope this will help you. This time Piccolo did not refuse. He knew the risks. He caught the bottle, glanced at it, and drank it in one gulp. Wiping his mouth, he tossed the bottle back. I owe you one for this. The Guardian caught the bottle, fell silent again for a long time, then sighed, turned, and flew away. The sun was setting. The group began to disperse one by one. Goku's overwhelming strength and Piccolo's enhancement had dampened their earlier desire for a celebratory meal. Tien Shinhan, carrying Kairatsu, flew into the air and glanced at Goku and Krillin. Kairatsu, and I will continue training. Next time we meet, we'll be even stronger. Good luck. Goku waved at him. Tien nodded in acknowledgement before disappearing into the sky. Yamcha limped over to Bulma, but she didn't even spare him a glance and turned away. Bull. Zero, did you pack up all the equipment? I want to take it apart again when we get back. All sorted, Miss Bulma. Yamcha's hand froze in midair, his expression more pitiful than a cry. Krillin patted him on the shoulder and sighed. Come on, let's all go our separate ways. You already have Marin and Lala waiting for you at Kame House, don't you? All right. Piccolo stood amidst the ruins, his eyes gradually clearing. That guardian actually did something good. He thought to himself. Gohan approached, looking up at him. Uncle Piccolo, I want to train with you. Piccolo looked down at him, unusually not refusing outright. Why, I don't want to be a burden anymore. Gohan's voice was resolute. Bulla is younger than me, and she's already this strong. Dad and Mom go, without saying Uncle Krillin, Uncle Tien. Everyone is getting stronger except me. The fire burning in his eyes deeply moved Piccolo. Does Goku know about your decision? He'll tell him. Piccolo raised his head, neither accepting nor refusing. Gohan ventured, Uncle Piccolo, does that mean you agree? Suit yourself. Piccolo turned away. But how much you learn is up to you. Thank you, Uncle Piccolo. In the distance, Goku watched the scene without intervening. It seems Gohan has truly made up his mind. Shishi stood beside him, sighing softly. Isn't this a good thing? Goku said. Aren't you worried? Worried about what? Goku put his arm around Shishi. Piccolo may be sharp-tongued, but there's no evil aura left in him. Shishi thought it over. She supposed he was right. A few days later, Kame House. During this time, Goku's family had taken the opportunity to visit Master Roshi. After a few joyful days of fun, everyone eventually returned to their respective training. Once again, only Master Roshi and Krillin remained. Master Roshi lay in his recliner holding the latest issue of a magazine. Master Roshi peered out from behind the magazine. I want to go train with Goku. Master Roshi set down the magazine and looked at Krillin seriously. Are you sure about this? I am. A glint flashed behind Master Rose's sunglasses. He was silent for a few seconds, then lay back again. Go on then. You've been slacking off here anyway. Training with Goku will help you improve faster. Krillin's nose tingled and he bowed deeply. Master, take care. Enough chatter. As Krillin turned, Master Rose's voice came from behind. Krillin. Yes. Don't forget why you started training. Krillin's eyes reddened, but he didn't look back, afraid he might be unable to leave. He raised a hand and waved. Master, don't worry about me. Half a year later, on Mount Paozu at the rear mountain, morning light filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows. Dewdrops slid off the tips of grass, hitting the soil with a sound only insects could hear. Gohan's fist slammed into Piccolo's palm, sending a shockwave that shook the dewdrops off the canopy in a cascade. Too slow. Piccolo withdrew his arm and crossed them over his chest. Your reaction speed still can't keep up with your strength. Gohan panted, his arms trembling slightly. For half a year now, he had sparred with Piccolo every day, and his progress was visible to the naked eye. Yet Piccolo's demands always exceeded what he had already achieved. Again, hold on. Krillin raised his arm, pressed a few buttons on a silver wristband, and then plopped down to sit on the ground. You battle maniacs might not know what exhaustion is, but I can't take it anymore. Let me rest a bit. This wristband was one of 4 that Zero had brought from Bulma's place a few months ago. It was her latest creation, developed after digesting the technology from the Slug spaceship. It could not only adjust gravity from 1 to 1,000 times, but also included many auxiliary functions. Bulma had originally intended one for each member of Goku's family, but since Goku already had a custom 10,000 times gravity wristband, he gave his own to Krillin. Uncle Krillin, we've been training together for so long, how come you still need to rest every so often? Bulla crouched in a tree, a blade of grass dangling from her mouth, her little legs swinging back and forth. Listen to you. Krillin caressed the wristband as if it were a rare treasure. I'm just an ordinary guy. How can I compare to you freaks? But this potential burst feature is really handy, though it drains too much stamina. Last time I tried it, I was wiped out for a whole day. That's because your body is too weak, Piccolo said coldly. Krillin wanted to argue, but since it was the truth, he could only shoot Piccolo a glare and mutter, all right, I know you're all strong, happy now? For the past 6 months, he had trained to the point of collapse every single day, leaving him no energy to bicker with Piccolo. Piccolo gave a cold snort, but said nothing more. On another hillside, Goku and Shishi sat back to back, their eyes closed, their ki seemingly fused into one. Goku's physical body had been tempered to its absolute limit. Whether through weighted training or gravity training, the improvements were now negligible. So based on the principle of fusion and the special techniques Pan had once demonstrated, he had figured out a brand new training method. By merging their spirit and ki, they continuously refined their inner foundation. If this path succeeded, their improvement would be far more than just 112. Goku opened his eyes, glanced at the distant sky, and wore a serious expression. What's wrong? Shishi sensed the change in Goku. Nothing. Goku closed his eyes again. It feels like it's almost time. Shishi didn't ask further. Her ki was almost completely merged with Goku's, so she naturally knew what he meant. The two Saiyans that King Kai had warned about half a year ago, their ki signatures were very close now. At the current rate of approach, they might arrive today. At the foot of the hill, Bulma drove a sleek new hovercar, drifting to a stop in the front yard of Mount Pozu. The door opened, and she stepped out in high heels revealing her fair calves. Shishi, she shouted toward the hillside. Shishi opened her eyes and sighed. Here we go again. Goku just shook his head. Ever since her final breakup with Yamcha, Bulma had been showing up at Mount Pozu every few days. Every time she chatted with Chi-Chi, the conversation would inevitably veer into complaints about Yamcha. It was always the same few grievances repeated over and over. Shishi had advised her countless times, and Bulma herself said she should move on, but the more she thought about it, the angrier and more unwilling she became. What brings you here today? Shishi flew down from the hillside and landed in front of Bulma. I'm in a bad mood. Bulma crossed her arms, chin held high with an expression that screamed, come cheer me up. Shishi looked at her, her smile freezing for a second. How about we go camping today? Huh? Bring the kids along and relax together. Shishi said, Goku and Piccolo can keep training if they want, but Gohan and Bulla deserve a real break. It'll be a good chance for us to get some fresh air and a change of scenery. Bulma thought it over and decided it wasn't a bad idea. That's more like it. She nodded with its tsundere air, draped an arm over Shishi's shoulder, and the corner of her mouth curled up. News spread quickly. When Bulla heard about the camping trip, she did a somersault off the tree and landed on the ground, dragging Gohan off to pack their things. Gohan was initially hesitant, but after Krillin's persuasion, his body moved faster than his mouth. Oolong popped up out of nowhere, a small backpack on his shoulders, his face bruised and swollen. He was riding a swift dragon alongside Zero, claiming he was in charge of the barbecue. 2.5 hours later, the group had already set up tents by a river 200 kilometers away. Having looted plenty of good stuff from Slug, many capsule products had been upgraded. The current camping gear was the latest model, a whole tier above what they had used before. Krillin crouched on the ground, starting a fire. Oolong frantically skewered meat. Bulla chased wild beasts across the mountain with a stick, while Gohan went off to gather fruit. Bulma and Shishi lay side by side on folding chairs, both wearing sunglasses, each holding a drink. Zero sat at the tent entrance, stroking the swift dragon's head. The sunlight bathed them, and the wind carried the scent of grass and earth. Everything was so peaceful. Now this is living. Bulma let out a long sigh. No work, no lousy men, no worries at all. Krillin, silently tending the fire nearby, twitched his mouth and decided to pretend he hadn't heard. Unfortunately, trouble had a way of finding him even when he didn't seek it. Krillin, don't you go learning from certain people? Bulma glanced at him from above her sunglasses. You're that pervy old man's disciple too, so we'll be keeping an eye on you. Krillin's face was covered in black lines. He could only whisper his complaints to Oolong. Chi-Chi, have you had any troubles lately? Finding Krillin unresponsive, Bulma got bored and turned back to chat with Shishi. Goku is so amazing. It must be really tough for you, huh? Shishi jolted, quickly sat up and clamped her hand over Bulma's mouth. Was that something you could just say out loud in public? Bulma, you. Before she could finish, she felt a warm, moist sensation on her palm. She immediately let go of Bulma's mouth, her face flushing crimson with embarrassment. My dear Chi-Chi, why are you being so distant with me? Bulma leaned and closed her eyes, shimmering, and took Shishi's hand, blowing a soft breath by her ear. Chi-Chi, as your caring bestie, I've developed something really special for you. Shishi shuddered, quickly waving her hands and whispering. Bulma, we finally got a chance to get out today, and the kids are all nearby. Can we not talk about this? Seeing Shishi's shy demeanor, Bulma couldn't resist stroking her hand again. I really don't know how you maintain yourself. After having 2 kids, you still look like a young girl. Maybe it's because I've been training with Goku all this time. That must be it. I was in a rush today. He'll bring the product next time, and I guarantee you'll both be satisfied. Bulma stopped teasing her and settled comfortably back into her chair. Anyway, I'm super happy right now. Shishi gave an awkward smile and ended the conversation. Then moments later, something suddenly fell from the sky. Boom! A spherical spacecraft trailing a long fiery tail slanted down through the clouds and crashed into the nearby woods. The impact's shockwave carrying rubble and dust rushed toward them, scattering animals in panic. Even the camp several kilometers away felt the fierce gust of wind. What was that? Krillin furrowed his brow, flipped to his feet, and instantly positioned himself in front of the 2 women, his eyes fixed on the still smoking woods. Oolong scrambled to hide behind Krillin. Bulla and Gohan also flew back at lightning speed, flanking Krillin and standing guard at the front. The dust slowly cleared. The spacecraft's hatch was kicked open. A man clad in a battle suit covered in wounds crawled out. His skin was a dark crimson and half of his body was reinforced with a special metal. He staggered to his feet, glanced around, muttered curses under his breath, and spat out a mouthful of blood. What a godforsaken backwater this is. He flew a short distance, his gaze sweeping over the tents and grill on the grassland, finally settling on the group of people. Earthlings. The man narrowed his eyes. Forget it'll take them out first. I could use the energy replenishment. He raised his hand, and a crimson energy glow ignited in his palm. Kieran's figure vanished. The next instant he appeared before the man, driving a fist into his chest. Bang! A sound of clashing metal rang out. The man was sent flying backward, crashing through several trees before finally coming to a halt. A crack split the metal armor on his chest, and sparks of electricity hissed out. Cough. The man lay on the ground, his eyes wide with shock. You? How is it possible? Kieran shook his fist, feeling an inexplicable surge of satisfaction. He looked back at Gohan and the girl. Are you two stepping in, or am I handling this? Uncle Kieran, you've already made your move, and you're still asking us. Bra crossed her arms and pouted. Don't worry, trash like this can't even get me warmed up. You handle it yourself, Uncle Kieran. You little rascal. Kieran let out a wry laugh. The man picked himself up off the ground, his face ashen. He reached up and pressed a device on his ear. Daze. Amando, I've run into some tough opponents here. Requesting backup. A burst of static came through the communicator, followed by a cold reply. Roger that. Kakao, we're on our way. Kieran furrowed his brow. Accomplices. Sure enough, before long, 4 streaks of light appeared in the sky, hurtling down toward them. 4 small spaceships landed simultaneously, and from within emerged 4 warriors of varying builds. Leading them was a burly red-skinned man with braided hair, a body covered in scars, and a ferocious expression. Amando, a notorious criminal from the former Milky Way galaxy, now a member of Tulsi's squad. Battle power, 9,100. Behind him was a young man in a dark green battle suit. Daze, former prince of planet Kabacha, now a member of Tulsi's squad. Battle power, 8,400. Bringing up the rear were 2 nearly identical scrawny purple-skinned aliens. The Reason and Lakasei brothers. Clone survivors of the extinct Binsu race, now members of Tulsi's squad. Each with a battle power of 7,600. Adding the half-seaboard warrior Kakao, whom Kieran had sent flying, all of Tulsi's subordinates had arrived. Amando swept his eyes across the battlefield, his gaze landing on Kieran as he pressed the communicator at his ear. Battle power. 13,000. That's on par with yours. No wonder you called for reinforcements. He then proceeded to scan the others behind Kieran one by one. The next strongest is this brat. Only 6,000. And the woman behind him is 500. Ha ha. Amando planted his hands on his hips, laughing uproariously. Kakao, you got beaten into a pulp and crying for help by a bunch of worthless trash like this. You're regressing. Daze joined in the laughter. What decent warrior could a low-level planet like this possibly produce? Reason and Lakasei exchanged glances, letting out high-pitched, sinister cackles. Hearing their taunts, Bra's small face instantly darkened. She shoved her hands into her pockets, strutting cockily, as she slowly walked to the front past Kieran. Hey, you redskin gorilla. Who were you calling trash just now? Oh, a little brat with a temper. Amando looked down at her, using his over 2-meter height to tower over her. I meant you. What? You got a problem with that? Bra's eyes narrowed slightly. Her golden aura flickered around her for a mere instant. In that moment, Amando's scouter flashed a mess of garbled code before exploding. What a... Amando tore the ruined device from his ear. How did it suddenly break? Brat, are you the one pulling tricks? Bra tilted her head up, grinning mischievously. Guess. Bra. Shishi's voice came from behind, carrying a note of warning. Bra quickly raised her hand, sticking out her tongue. All right, it'll be good. Don't be mad, Mom. Kieran sighed, stepping forward to shield Bra. All right, like we agreed, leave this to me. All of you fall back. Gohan pulled Bra back a few steps while Shishi stood guard beside Bulma, arms crossed, watching Kieran with a calm gaze. Kieran flexed his wrists, his silver bracelet glinting in the sunlight. All of you come at me at once. He crooked his finger at Amando and the others. Just so no one says I'm bullying you. Amando was stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. A shorty with a battle power barely over 10,000 wants to take on all 5 of us. Shorty. Kieran's expression darkened. Kakao clutched his damaged, sparking chest plate, grinding his teeth. Don't underestimate him. He's got a battle power of 13,000, and he's fast. Relax, what use is speed? Daze crushed a rock in his hand. We've taken down stronger foes than this working together. He can't turn the tide alone. Are you finished? Kieran's voice was icy. The group exchanged glances. Go. 5 figures lunged at Kieran simultaneously. Daze fired a one-handed ki blast. Kieran sidestepped it, and Amando's heavy punch followed. Kieran caught it with one hand, twisted it back. Crack. Ack. Amando cried out in pain, dropping to his knees. Reason and Lakasei flanked him, attacking his midsection from both sides. Kieran dodged nimbly, landing an elbow strike on each of their heads. Bam. Bam. The brothers saw stars collapsing to the ground simultaneously. Kakao attacked from behind, unleashing a red energy beam. Kuririn met it with a powerful knee strike, deflecting the beam into the sky. In the next instant, he appeared before Kakao again, sending him flying with a kick, carving another deep crater into the earth. In a mere dozen seconds, only Days was left standing. His hands trembled, cold sweat beading on his forehead. You? Who in the world are you? Kuririn's face was expressionless. Just a shorty with a battle power of 13,000. Days' face turned deathly pale. Impossible. The 5 of us attacked together. There's no way your power is only 13,000. Kuririn didn't waste words. His figure vanished again. Days only sensed a blur closing and then a sharp pain in his chest. He doubled over like a shrimp, flying backward before crashing heavily to the ground. Kuririn dusted off his hands, glanced back at Bra, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. So, how was that? Not bad, I guess. Bra yawned, not even bothering to look up. It took you almost half a minute to finish them, Uncle Kuririn. You're slipping. Kuririn's face fell. You little. Uncle Kuririn did a great job. Gohan quickly tried to smooth things over. His moves were clean and decisive, not a single wasted motion. See, Gohan knows how to talk. Kuririn was nearly moved to tears. Had finally had his moment of glory almost completely devalued by that girl. Good thing not everyone had such a sharp tongue. Oolong poked his head out from behind his jaw, nearly dropping to the ground in astonishment. Krillin, when did you become this powerful? Krillin scratched his head and let out a sheepish chuckle. This half-year of training wasn't for nothing. On the ground, 5 individuals were bound together in a row, shackled by chains of condensed energy formed by Bura. These chains were not only difficult to break free from, but also suppressed their power to the maximum, rendering them combat ineffective. Kakao crackled with arcs of electricity, muttering incessantly, relying on sneak attacks. What kind of skill is that? Sneak attacks. Krillin walked over and patted his face. Say that again, and he'll beat you to a pulp. Kakao shuddered, turned his head away, and fell silent. Amando, however, remained defiant. Though one of his arms was broken, he refused to yield verbally. Don't get too cocky. Lord Tarble will be here any moment, and even if you all kneel and beg for mercy, I won't accept it. Is that so? Bura leaped over from the side, maintaining her usual hands-in-pockets demeanor. And what's the battle power of this Lord Tarble of yours? Amando puffed out his chest. 27,000. Scared, aren't you? Bura blinked and glanced back at Krillin. 27,000. Uncle Krillin, did you hear that? 27,000. Krillin replied expressionlessly, I heard. What's with that reaction? Amando grew anxious. That's 27,000. A top-tier powerhouse even across the universe. I'm a powerhouse. Bura nodded, her tone sincere, as if soothing a child. So has this powerhouse of yours arrived? Why send you lot as cannon fodder first? Amando's face flushed crimson. Just as he was about to retort, Days tugged at his sleeve and whispered something. Amando's expression shifted to one of sudden realization, and he immediately clamped his mouth shut, though his face still bore a defiant look. Bulma rose from her folding chair, drink in hand, and walked over to the captives, looking down at them imperiously. I have a few questions for you. What are you doing on Earth? Who is this Tarble? And where is he now? Amando and Days exchanged glances and simultaneously fell silent. Kakao and the Riz and Lakasei brothers also shut their eyes, feigning unconsciousness. Oh, quite the backbone, aren't you? Bulma raised an eyebrow, though she had no real way to deal with them. You can give up hope. Days lifted his head, blood still dripping from the corner of his mouth, and let out a sinister chuckle. We won't say a thing. But I can tell you one thing, this planet of yours is doomed to destruction no matter what. Lord Tarble will wipe you all out. Before he could finish, Shishi walked over and slammed her fist into his head. Thump. Days rolled his eyes and passed out cold. Amando's eyes widened. You thump. 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 4 more strikes followed, and the 5 of them lay neatly in a row unconscious. Bura whistled at the sight. Mom's so violent. Shishi ignored her, crouched down, and placed her hand on Days' head. Her fingers emitted a faint glow as a gentle stream of energy seeped into Days' consciousness. This was a technique she had learned from Goku, allowing her to read memories directly without needing the subject to speak. After a few seconds, Shishi released her hand and repeated the process on the others. Find anything? Krillin asked. Shishi furrowed her brow slightly, sifting through the dregs of these men's lives for useful information. Her face remained impassive as she uttered a few words. Tarble, the spirit tree, a Saiyan, and a madman. A madman? Bulma pressed curiously. What did a madman have to do with this? Shishi paused for another 2 seconds, organizing her thoughts, then briefly recounted what she had seen in their memories. Tarble and his crew were cosmic brigands. To obtain the fruits of the spirit tree, which could boost battle power, they would drain the life energy of entire planets, planting spirit trees across the universe. They had already planted a tree on another planet, and were about to harvest its fruits when a powerful Saiyan began hunting them. This Saiyan radiated a green aura, wielded seemingly limitless strength, killed without mercy, and relentlessly pursued their leader Tarbal, all the while shouting Kakarot. At the cost of all their other subordinates, Tarbal and his men barely managed to escape. They sent these few to plant a spirit tree on Earth, while Tarbal was to lead the Saiyan away and then come to Earth later. Eating the spirit tree's fruits boosts battle power. Krillin seized on the key detail. Would that work for us too? Of course it works, but the cost is severe. Shishi's expression grew stern. The spirit tree absorbs the life energy of an entire planet, turning it into a dead world. And the battle power gained is not only unstable, but also quite limited. She held up a hand to illustrate. For instance, even if we sacrificed all of Earth's energy to bear fruit, the boost would be at most equivalent to a few months of our training. Krillin's face fell. Such low efficiency. It was like picking up sesame seeds while losing the watermelon. And what about that madman's battle power? Do these guys know? Krillin pressed on. No, Shishi shook her head. They were too busy fleeing to even measure it. But based on my judgment, given the power he displayed, he's definitely above an ordinary Super Saiyan. The air grew still. Even the usually carefree Bura fell silent. She had just learned to transform into a Super Saiyan, and now an enemy surpassing that level was coming. What was going on? Was this targeting her specifically? Above Super Saiyan? Krillin swallowed hard. That's certain. Shishi's voice was barely a whisper. From their memories, that madman underwent a second transformation beyond the Super Saiyan state. And he kept shouting Kakarot. That's Goku's Saiyan name. As for this so-called Tarbal, he looks 90% like Goku. He's probably just an innocent victim. At Shishi's explanation, everyone's gaze shifted toward the direction of Mount Pegasus rear mountains. Their Goku and Piccolo were still training. That madman is looking for Dad. Gohan spoke up. Why? I don't know, but we'll find out when we meet him. Shishi explained briefly, then looked down at the captives on the ground. What should we do with them? Krillin asked. Even as he spoke, he already knew the answer in his heart. These cosmic scum deserved no mercy. But besides him, everyone else present was either a woman or a child, and killing outright would require some consideration. Wait. Bulma suddenly stepped in front of the group, raising a hand to stop them. You're not about to fire off energy blasts, are you? Killing them like that would be such a waste. They've still got plenty of stuff on them. Krillin. Yes, I'm talking to you. Help me strip them clean. Strip them? Kellen asked with an expression of disgust. Burma, since when did you take to such hobbies? What nonsense are you talking about? Burma was slightly out of breath. This is called sensible recycling. Otherwise, how do you think the bracelet on your wrist came about? She grew ever more self-righteous. Everything on these people, whether their battle suits or the ships they arrived in, are the fruits of technology. Strip them down and study them. Perhaps we can craft far superior gear. Do you still intend to cultivate properly? Sorry. Kellen looked aggrieved. Chi-Chi hesitated a moment, then decided to pull the two children aside and give Kellen some space. Seeing no way out, Kellen could only move forward with a reluctant face. I don't want to do this. Shut up. You're the only man here after all. Burma barked orders and scolded at the same time. Fortunately, Wufan, after a moment's hesitation, came forward to help. It was not that he enjoyed stripping others. He simply felt sorry for Kellen being left to do it alone. Beulah covered her eyes, though her fingers were spread and her eyes were not fully closed. Half an hour later, the 5 captives were reduced to their undergarments, which were neatly piled together. Burma had acquired 4 intact battle suits, a partially damaged mechanical armor, 4 detectors, 5 spaceships, and a heap of miscellaneous parts. She stowed everything into capsules, looking thoroughly pleased. Most surprising of all, in the inner pocket of one of Daisa's garments, she found a sealed small box containing 3 strange seeds. Could these be seeds of the spirit tree? Burma pinched one between her fingers and squinted at it for a long while. This looks intriguing. We'll take it home for study. Maybe we can reverse engineer its energy absorption mechanism. Research is fine, but don't plant it on Earth. Chi-Chi warned, worried about her ignorance. Burma placed the seeds in a capsule and clapped her hands. Rest assured, I have restraint. Kellen crouched by the river, sighing as he washed his hands. Here, I am a warrior reduced to acting like a servant under you. Those who can do more must do more. Burma patted his shoulder in high spirits and not above flattering him. Come on, Kellen, you'll help me carry these later. There's more? Weren't they all packed? Kellen widened his eyes, unaware of any remaining tasks. Of course, we're heading back to the Western capital to help. You and Lingduo both come with me. He turned and glanced at the white-haired girl with a blank expression, sighed, and resigned himself to fate. Everything that needed doing had been done. The enemies ahead were beyond their strength to handle. It was better to follow Burma for now. If danger came, they could at least protect her. Burma drove the hovercar loaded to the brim, taking Kellen and Lingduo aboard. Before she left, she leaned out and called to Chi-Chi. When all this is settled, come to my home for a meal. He'll have the chef prepare your favorites. Certainly. Chi-Chi smiled and waved back. The hovercar soon vanished into the horizon. On the grass remained Chi-Chi, Wufan, and Beulah, and the 5 half-naked captives on the ground. As for Wulong and Kuaisalong, they had already returned to the Pancake Mountain home a little earlier. What about these 5? Beulah kicked Daisy's backside. Daisy groaned in his stupor. You two go home and find your father. He'll handle this here. Chi-Chi instructed, and the 2 children left. Then Chi-Chi released an energy wave that ended the 5 men's suffering. But before she departed, the 2 returned, followed by Wukong and Bike. You're here, Chi-Chi said, looking at Wukong. Wulong told me most of it, Wukong said. That Saiyan called Buioli is very powerful. And another, Delisi. His energy is already close to me. They landed roughly 3,000 kilometers to the west. Wukong pondered, then continued, he'll go deal with them. You are. He looked at the 2 children. For a monster like Buioli, he genuinely did not want Beulah and Wufan involved, but even if he left them at home, they might sneak after him. Of course we are going with you, father. Beulah answered decisively. Wufan, Wukong asked. I'm not running away either. Wufan clenched his fist tightly, his gaze equally resolute. Good. Then we go west together. Bike had been silent, but his expression grew graver. Great. Beulah cheered, and leapt up, utterly unaware of the enemy's danger. Several figures rose at once and flew westward. Several hours later, Delisi stood on a cliff by the coast, his face so dark it seemed to sweat. He had circled the planet several times, yet found no trace of the spirit tree. If his subordinates had planted it in advance, he would have spotted it from space. After several fruitless circuits, Delisi's hope finally died. These idiots. Delisi clenched his fist until his nails bit into his palm. I told them to go plant the tree in advance. Where's the tree? Where are the men? He took out a spare communicator and switched to Kakao's channel. Beep, beep, beep. No answer. Daisy's channel. Beep. No answer. Amingduo's channel. Beep. Busy tone. Delisi hurled the communicator to the ground and stamped it to pieces. Everything's ruined. His face was utterly sullen. Kaka wrote, only that traitor could possess such power here. His body trembled, not from anger or excitement, but from fear. His battle strength was only 27,000 wounded, and having fled, he could now muster barely a little over 20,000. Most importantly, he no longer had any seeds of the spirit tree in his possession. Months earlier, he had chanced upon a promising planet, but before the fruit could be harvested, the spirit tree and that planet had been destroyed by that madman. No, we must leave now. Delisi decided. We must depart immediately. Even if Kakarot obtained the seeds, he cannot evade that madman's pursuit forever. As long as they fight among themselves, I still have a chance to slip into Fuelus's sphere of influence. He had barely turned when a tremendous noise ripped through the sky. A spherical craft trailed a fiery tail and struck the shoreline with pinpoint accuracy. Delisi went pale. He recognized that scene all too well. Years ago, that madman had come for him for reasons unknown. Since then, he and his men had fled across nearly the entire galaxy. They had exhausted every stratagem, abandoned countless planets, yet the nightmare would not relent. Each time they settled on a world, the madman pursued them shortly after. If not for that, possessing the spirit tree should have made him far stronger than merely the low 20,000s. The airlock opened. A golden aura, tangible as flame, poured forth. A tall figure stepped out, bare-chested, and wearing an expression of melancholy, his long golden hair lending him the bearing of a noble scion. Buioli. He had remained in his initial transformed state ever since emerging from the ship. Broly advanced toward Tulsa, the look in his eyes growing increasingly chaotic. Kakarot. His voice was low like the whisper of death. Kakarot. I am not Kakarot. Turles' hands trembled, his voice quivered. I am not. Broly, you've mistaken me. Kakarot is on this planet. He's the one you're looking for. Broly was silent for a moment, as if processing these words. Kakarot. Yes, Kakarot. He's right here on this planet. Tulles gesticulated wildly, pointing frantically in a direction. Go that way, and you'll find him for sure. Let me go first, I can take you to him. Broly took another step, as if provoked, his aura suddenly surging as his gaze locked onto Tulles. Kakarot. He repeated the name, the brutality in his voice growing thicker. Kakarot. You are Kakarot too. Your voice is exactly like his. You are Kakarot. I am not. I Kakarot. With that roar, Broly's body underwent a tremendous mutation. A green aura shot straight into the sky. Turles' pupils contracted violently, his body frozen stiff, unable to move an inch. Broly's pupils vanished completely. His body shot upward, his hair changing from gold to emerald green. His frame swelled to nearly 3 meters, every muscle bulging, every inch of his body exuding a crushing aura of destruction like a maddened demon god. The ground beneath him had turned to dust. The sea was pushed back by an invisible force field, revealing the dry continental shelf. The raging power discolored the entire Earth, even dimming the stars in the galaxy. On King Kai's planet, King Kai shuddered. After sensing Earth's sweat poured down his face like rain. His mouth hung open, unable to utter a single word, his gaze fixed on that green figure. Goku. What did Earth do to deserve a monster like this? The aura of that monster had already spread across the entire galaxy. Tulls collapsed to the ground, his legs drained of all strength. From fear, his lips trembled, his teeth chattered, and tears streamed down uncontrollably. Monster. You're a monster. He had almost lost all capacity for thought. Frieza? When Frieza destroyed planet Vegeta, why did he leave you alive? Broly looked down, his white eyes locking onto Tulls again. Under extreme terror, Turles' survival instinct finally took over. He vanished from the ground, in an instant, flying faster than he ever had in his life. He didn't dare look back. Skimming the sea surface, he fled in a frenzy, leaving a long curtain of water behind him. I am not Kakarot. I am not. Go find him. Go find him. I'm just an ordinary low-class warrior. Why do you keep chasing me? His voice grew fainter, but Broly did not give chase. A cruel smile twisted Broly's lips. His white eyes remained fixed on Tulls. Run. Broly's voice was low, tinged with morbid pleasure. Run faster. Tulls flew with all his might. Finally, he reached his small spacecraft. He dove into the hatch, his fingers frantically pounding on the control panel. Start, start, start. The engine roared to life. Tulls finally breathed a sigh of relief. Once the ship launched, he could escape this nightmare. But Thena jolt sent him into an icy abyss. The ship stopped. Something had grabbed it. Tulls lifted his head with difficulty, peering through the glass to see the sight he dreaded most. Broly's ferocious grin was like a demon's. His arms wrapped around the ship, his fingers digging deep into the metal hull. His massive body now treated it like a fragile toy. No. No. Broly's fingers began to tighten. The metal hull groaned, the cabin walls buckled inward, sparks erupted from the control panel, and cracks spread across the glass like a spiderweb. Turles' body was pinned. He could clearly feel his ribs breaking, his organs deforming, blood seeping from every orifice. Please, I am not. Brawl, spare me, ah. Crack. Crack, crack, crack. The ship was crushed into a ball of scrap metal. Broly's expression didn't change, as if he had just squashed an insect. He released his grip. The ball of scrap metal fell to the ground, oozing red liquid. There was no trace of life left inside. Broly raised his right hand. A massive energy sphere gathered in his palm, growing larger and larger until it resembled a falling sun. Boom. The energy sphere engulfed the scrap metal, swallowed the surrounding coast, and evaporated the nearby seawater. When the light faded, only a massive crater remained on the ground, with seawater pouring in from all sides. Not even Turles' ashes were left. Broly stood still, his aura gradually subsiding. He looked down at his own palm and murmured to himself. Kakarot. His emotions slowly calmed. His voice grew softer and softer until it was almost inaudible. Slowly, his body seemed to deflate. His hair returned to black, reverting to the image of a silent, taciturn man. In the distance on a cliff, Goku and the other four stood side by side, having witnessed the entire event. From Broly's rampage to Turles' escape to Turles' final annihilation, the expressions on each face were a spectacle. Even the usually calm Goku was stunned. Though he had some vague memories of this, it was his first time encountering such a madman. More importantly, it seemed he himself had become a target. The two children were trembling, hiding in Shishi's arms. Piccolo's face was ashen, his nails digging deep into his palms. Just now he, the great demon king, had actually felt fear. What a joke. The other party hadn't even glanced his way, yet he was frozen in place, completely unable to move. Dad. Bra threw herself into Goku's arms, carefully studying the man in the center of the ruins. After this period of adjustment, she was no longer so afraid. That green thing. Is it really the same person? Yes. Goku nodded. Really the same person? It's the same person. Bra shook her head, then sighed. I think. I'm completely no match for him. It's okay, Bra is still young. With serious training, surpassing him is only a matter of time. Seeing his daughter a bit discouraged, Goku offered words of comfort. This father-daughter conversation served as a catalyst. Piccolo's gaze shifted from Broly to Goku's face. Son Goku. Piccolo's voice was low. You know who this guy is? Broly, a very powerful Saiyan. In your opinion, how much stronger is he than Slug? Goku thought for a moment, then gave an objective answer. There's no comparison between the two. If I had to say, conservatively 1,000 times stronger. Piccolo fell silent. It had taken him half a year to painstakingly merge all of Slug's energy, elevating his battle power from 1 million to 5 million. In his giant form, he could even reach 50 million. He had thought that aside from Son Goku, he could swagger across the universe unchallenged. Never did he imagine that the very first enemy he encountered after his training would leave him feeling so utterly powerless. This guy is insane. The heavens are truly unjust. As his emotions surged, he happened to step on a dry twig. Snap! The sound was faint, yet it cut through the air with startling clarity. Broly slowly turned his head, his gaze falling upon that cliff. There were 5 people there. His eyes swept over them, 2 children, a green-skinned man, a dark-haired woman, and finally settled on the one in the middle. Spiky hair, a light blue martial arts GI, a familiar face. Broly's pupils violently constricted. His breathing grew ragged once more, his chest heaved, and his fingers began to tremble. Unlike when he had encountered Tullus, this man ignited a frenzy within him that was utterly uncontrollable. His mind erupted like a long-sealed keg of gunpowder meeting a spark. His lips parted involuntarily, ka. Then his voice skyrocketed, crashing down like a thunderbolt. Kakarot. A heart-wrenching roar that threatened to overturn the entire planet. The combined shockwave and energy blast detonated rows of towering waves across the sea surface. Who he had just killed no longer mattered. The real Kakarot was here, standing right before him now. Broly pushed off the ground with his left foot, launching himself like a cannonball towards Goku. Goku was on full alert. However, the one beside him, Bra, was the first to lose her composure. Her golden aura exploded outward. Her hair shifted from black to gold, her pupils turned emerald green, instantly transforming into a Super Saiyan. You want to bully my dad again? Are you insane? A Super Saiyan. It's not like I can't transform too. Bra's figure collided with Broly in midair, producing a deafening thunderclap. The shockwave blasted outwards, forming a massive circular depression in the air. Bra was sent reeling back dozens of meters while Broly was pushed back half a step. Bra halted in the air, her aura fully erupting as she exerted her entire battle power of 150 million. Bra. Goku's voice came from behind, laced with urgent worry. Bra didn't look back. Her eyes were locked onto Broly. The corners of her mouth slowly curled upwards, her grin turning wild. His strength was no reason for her to cower. Interesting, again. Her speed multiplied several times over. She became countless golden afterimages in the sky, raining blows down on Broly's vital points. This time she held nothing back. Every single strike was a full-powered assault. Broly didn't dodge, he didn't even put up a proper defense. He absorbed every attack heeded. Yet after the barrage of countless attacks, not even a red mark remained on his body. Bra's pupils contracted slightly. She leaped back dozens of meters, clasped her hands at her waist, and began to gather golden energy. Ka-mi-ha-mi-ha. A blue beam of light blasted forth, striking Broly directly in the chest. The energy continued to pour out, tearing up the ground, sending countless rocks flying and shrouding the sky in dust. Bra gritted her teeth, pouring every ounce of her ki into that single attack. Boom! The dust cleared. Broly stood there unmoved. His clothes were torn over a large area, revealing a palm-sized scorch mark on his chest. Bra was stunned. She truly hadn't expected that even in his base form, she was already out of options. Indeed, this guy is a monster. Broly lowered his head, staring at the scorch mark on his chest. Then he looked up, his eyes fixed on Bra. No, not Bra, on Goku behind her. Kakarot. He seemed provoked, his body beginning to tremble violently. Your little brat, Broly's voice rasped, is just as annoying as you. What did you say? Bra's aura flared up again, ready to charge, but a hand grabbed the back of her collar from behind. She was lifted clean off the ground, dangling like a kitten picked up by its scruff. Hey, Dad. What are you doing? Bra struggled for a moment, wanting to fight on, but Goku simply handed her over to Shishi. One look at her mother's expression, and the little girl immediately settled down. He hasn't even transformed yet, and you can't even touch him in his base form. If he transforms, you'll definitely get hurt. But, listen. Bra fell silent, her little mouth immediately puckering up. Of course she knew she couldn't win, but she just couldn't accept it. Goku stood before everyone, his presence seemingly merging with the surroundings. Broly. Goku stared at Broly, his expression stern. My name isn't Kakarot. I am Son Goku. Though Saiyan blood flowed through his veins, Goku's heart would always belong to Earth. Broly gave no reply. His hateful gaze was locked onto Goku's face. His body continued to tremble, and his breathing grew heavier. His hair shifted from black to blue, and as his aura exploded, it finally turned gold. His pupils turned emerald green. The Super Saiyan form. But it wasn't over yet. Roar warrior. Kakarot. With the roar, the air once again became thick with a suffocating pressure. His stature grew taller. His hair transformed from golden to an emerald green. His pupils vanished. His body stretched to 3 meters tall. The wounds Bra had worked so hard to inflict vanished completely. Super Saiyan Broly, legendary Super Saiyan form. Goku looked up, his hair rustling, his clothes flapping in the energy waves. He gazed at the emerald figure in the sky, his face expressionless. Is this all you've got? Broly's lips curled back, revealing gleaming fangs. Green energy surged continuously. Kakarot, first'll make you bleed. So you're still conscious, huh? I thought you were completely mad. Goku couldn't help but quip. He had thought the guy could only scream. But being conscious was good. He had no interest in fighting a completely mindless beast. Annoying brat, your mouth won't be so tough soon enough. Broly's expression twisted. After the emotional outburst, his rationality briefly returned. His green aura fully erupted, and his wild physique lunged rapidly towards Goku. Now this is interesting. Goku easily dodged his attack and landed a roundhouse kick to his face. Boom. Broly's head was driven downwards, his entire body rocketing into the ground with a thunderous crash. Ruler. Struck by Goku, Broly nearly went into a complete frenzy. He burst from the ground, his aura expanding further, and shot towards Goku, unleashing a barrage of green energy blasts, as if they cost nothing. Boom, 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 boom. Goku deflected the energy blasts, rapidly closed the distance, and a storm of fists and kicks rained down upon Broly. In a mere instant, hundreds upon thousands of attacks landed on him. Such a tough body. Goku kicked him into the air. Broly's bulky frame had no chance to retaliate. But I'm tougher. Boom. Broly's body was once again sent crashing into the ground. Broly burst forth from the rubble, soaring into the sky. His aura grew increasingly violent, his eyes locked onto Goku with unwavering intensity, his power climbing without limit as if it knew no bounds. 50 billion, 51 billion, 52 billion. What a tenacious one. Goku sensed the shift in his opponent, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he launched another attack. Broly charged forward as well. Having tasted Goku's fists, he no longer recklessly rushed into a rare glimmer of intelligence shone in his eyes. His wild and formidable body was not just about raw strength. It possessed a beast-like instinct. He continuously learned from Goku's punching patterns, his burly frame dodging adeptly while swinging his fists in counterattacks. The once clumsy Floridan brawling had under Goku's immense pressure begun to take on a semblance of form. Boom, 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 boom. Their fists and feet collided repeatedly in the air, each impact causing space itself to tremble. The clouds in the sky had long been dispersed, and the seawater was compressed by their auras, forming a vast vacuum. Goku landed a punch on Broly's chest. Broly took the hit, then swung a fist back at Goku's face. Goku sidestepped, dodging the blow, but the residual force of the strike cleaved the ocean behind him in two. What a handful, Goku said, shaking his wrist. Broly halted high in the air, looking at Goku. A grin spread across his face, once more revealing gleaming white teeth. Green energy gathered in his palm, coalescing into an energy sphere several kilometers in diameter, which he hurled toward Goku. Goku did not dodge, nor could he, for behind him lay Earth. Such immense energy was more than enough to destroy the planet dozens of times over. Hiya! Goku clenched his fists, erupting in a white aura. He raised his right hand, fingers spread wide, and caught the energy sphere directly. Lifting his left hand behind him, he then threw a punch. Thud! A dull, heavy sound echoed as the green energy turned blue. It shot back toward Broly at a speed even greater than before. Broly was shocked. He had not expected that Kakarot could so easily deflect the energy blast he had unleashed with full force, and then rebound it with even more terrifying power. With no room to evade, he could only cross his arms in front of his chest, summoning a green energy barrier around his body, bracing to take the hit he'd in. A colossal white shockwave engulfed him, hurling him hundreds of kilometers away, even beyond the atmosphere. The entire explosion lasted nearly 10 minutes before it fully subsided. Beyond Earth, Broly's arms were charred black, his skin scorched and oozing crimson blood. He stared down at the planet below, the clarity in his eyes fading, replaced by a madness ignited by pain. Kakarot. His voice was hoarse. His power surged once more, and like a frenzied beast, he turned into a meteor, hurtling toward Goku. Boom. Their collision erupted with the sound of a nuclear blast. Broly clung to Goku relentlessly, abandoning all defense. No longer dodging, indifferent to his own injuries. His sole purpose to strike Goku. One punch. If I can just land one punch on Kakarot, he's finished. Thud. He landed it. Goku's face took a blow, his body knocked off balance by the wild force. Then came a relentless barrage of attacks like a raging storm, all raining down upon Goku. Bolo wanted to go help, but Shishi held her back firmly. Gohan was trembling all over, tense beyond words, while Piccolo stood with his arms crossed, lost in thought. Kakarot. Kakarot. A devastating blow sent Goku flying dozens of meters away, and a manic grin spread across Broly's face. You're finished, Kakarot. Countless green energy blasts rained down upon Goku like a sudden storm, shrouding the area in smoke. The smoke cleared. Goku's form emerged, arms spread apart. He slowly raised his head, showing none of the severe injuries his opponent had anticipated, not even a tear in his clothes. Phew. Goku let out a long breath, his tone as light as before. You're really something. Though your body is quite clumsy, you're a battle genius. I only used that move twice, and you've already mastered it completely. Goku looked completely at ease, full of praise for Broly's recent assault. But this behavior in the eyes of his opponent was pure mockery. Ruler. Broly went completely berserk. He bypassed Goku and charged straight at Bulla and the others behind him. Dad. Bulla was terrified. She hadn't expected this madman to suddenly attack her. She tried to dodge, but found her body completely locked in place. Goku's expression changed entirely. This lunatic, unable to defeat him, was now going after his family. His fist clenched instantly. Golden aura erupted from his pores, his black hair stood on end, and the surrounding space groaned under the strained black cracks appearing in the air. Seeing her daughter in danger, Shishi instantly moved to shield her, but Goku was faster. Instant transmission. No, it's pure speed. Looking at the golden figure before her, Shishi made a judgment. 0.001 seconds before Broly's attack landed, Goku extended his right hand and lightly flicked his forehead with his index finger. Thwack! A crisp sound rang out. Broly felt a sharp pain in his forehead, and his body flew backward like a broken kite, retreating thousands of meters. Before he could stop, Goku's figure appeared behind him again. It's over. Broly felt a heavy pressure on his shoulder and neck, followed by an excruciating pain that nearly tore his soul from his body. Broly's mouth gaped open, his pupils completely unfocused. His body plummeted from midair like a cannonball, the green aura shattering like broken glass, peeling away from his body until he reverted to his base form. Boom. Broly crashed into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. He had lost consciousness, his body utterly still, not even twitching. Goku landed on a large boulder. His golden aura dissipated and his hair returned to black. He glanced at Shishi nearby, who wore a knowing, half-smiling expression. What's wrong? Goku, do you remember what you promised me? Shishi put her hands on her hips, a smile curling at her lips. What? Goku felt a chill run down his spine under her gaze and instinctively took a step back. You said you wouldn't transform so easily anymore, Shishi said, walking up to him and grabbing his ear. Do you have any idea how strong you are? Can Earth withstand your recklessness? Goku opened his mouth, wanting to explain, but not knowing what to say. Because he had indeed promised, and it had been his own initiative. About 2 years ago, when he had perfectly mastered Super Saiyan 4, he had told Shishi that his power was too much of a burden for Earth, and that he would avoid transforming whenever possible. But the situation had been critical, and he had simply forgotten. I didn't even use my full power. Goku's voice grew quieter. I just saw you all in danger, so I transformed a little. A little. Space itself cracked, and you call that a little? Shishi raised an eyebrow. Were you planning to go Super Saiyan 4 next? Who was it that kept saying they were going to protect the Earths? Shishi rolled her eyes at Goku, poking his chest with her finger. Take a look at the battlefield around you, Goku. See what you've protected. Goku looked around. The ground was cracked like a spiderweb. Seawater had poured into new basins and several mountain peaks had vanished entirely. And this was the result of him holding back. All right, I was wrong. Goku quickly raised his hands in surrender. I won't do it again next time. Next time? No next time. Bra crouched beside a rock, eavesdropping on her parents' conversation with a hidden smile, while Gohan kept his head down, pretending to count ants. Piccolo remained with his arms crossed, his face expressionless, yet the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Even his earlier frustration over the gap in power had faded somewhat. No matter how strong Son Goku was, at least he wasn't bossed around by a woman like that. Goku scratched his head and glanced at Broly, who was lying in the distance, already sleeping like a baby. Actually, I have another idea. What idea? We can ask Shenron. Shenron. Shishi furrowed her brows. Yeah, Goku nodded. Well, ask Shenron to reinforce the Earth as much as possible so we won't have to worry about shattering the planet when we transform. Shishi was silent for a moment, as if something else had occurred to her. That's not a bad idea, but she shifted her tone, pressing her finger against Goku's chest again, tracing small circles on his skin. The victims from the last alien invasion haven't been resurrected yet, have they? That's right. Goku's expression turned more serious. We agreed to make the wish together after dealing with the Saiyans to save on using the Dragon Balls. After King Kai's warning, this was the decision they had deliberated over for a long time. Every time the Dragon Balls were used, they turned to stone. Wishing over and over, resurrecting one group, and then waiting a year. The problem could never be fully resolved. If that's the case, the wish to reinforce the Earth will have to be postponed. Otherwise, if it takes more than a year, those people won't be able to come back. You have a point, Goku sighed. Then we'll just have to wait another year. Until then, you behave yourself, Shishi said, straightening his collar, her voice softening. No transforming, no big spectacles. You'll break the Earth. Yes, as you command. Shishi smiled, a hint of helplessness in it. She knew Goku would never truly obey, but as a husband, he was so accommodating. What more could she ask for? In the distance, the tsunami had gradually subsided. The clouds in the sky gathered again, and sunlight poured down, casting a beautiful golden hue. Piccolo walked over to Broly, staring at the unconscious man in silence for a long time. Son Goku's kin. What a lunatic, he muttered. What did you say? Goku approached. Nothing. Piccolo turned, his cape fluttering as he flew straight toward Mount Pozu. He was still not strong enough. Far from it. From now on he would train even harder. Bra skipped over to Broly, crouched down, and imitated a roll by poking his face with a twig. What are we going to do with this guy, Dad? Goku thought for a moment. Let's take him back first. They'll talk to him when he wakes up. Take him back. Bra's eyes widened. What if he wakes up and starts going crazy again? He won't, Goku said, looking at Broly's peaceful sleeping face. They'll keep an eye on him. Shishi walked over, looked at Goku, hesitated, but still spoke. Goku, I have a question. What? Are you planning to keep him? If you don't eliminate him, he's definitely a threat to Earth. Gohan looked up, startled by his mother's words. He never expected such harsh words from his usually gentle mother. Bra, however, showed no reaction, merely curious about Goku's answer. Goku was silent for a few seconds, then finally placed a hand on Shishi's shoulder. I want to ask him, Goku said, his voice calm. Find out why he's been chasing Kakarot so relentlessly. There must be another reason behind his madness. Goku clenched his fist lightly. I know this might be selfish, but I still want to see what he becomes when he's fully grown. If he dies like this, it would be such a waste. Dad. Gohan started but stopped. Shishi caressed Goku's face, then smiled. I knew you'd say that. That's the Goku I know. Seeing his wife's understanding, Goku smiled too. Bra looked at her father, her eyes suddenly lighting up. Dad, the way you spoke just now was really cool. Stop flattering me. Shishi tapped Bra on the head. Bra stuck out her tongue and giggled. Piccolo was already far away. If he had heard Goku's words, he would have snorted and mocked them as foolish kindness, but he would also have admitted that it was precisely Goku's nature that allowed him to be alive today. Goku bent down, lifted Broly with one hand, and weighed him. Let's go home. Several figures rose from the coastline and flew toward Mount Pozu. The sun slowly sank behind them into the horizon, dyeing the entire sky a shade of orangered. They hadn't been flying long when Bra spoke up again. Dad, how much of your power did you use against that guy just now, eh? Goku thought for a moment. I'm about 40%. 40%. Bra's voice shot up, and she nearly fell from the sky. You knocked him out with 40%. You mean that lunatic's full power transformation couldn't even withstand 40% of your strength? Something like that. Goku answered vaguely. If he told his daughter he meant 40% of his base form, it would crush her spirit. Let her misunderstand for now. Bra's mouth hung wide open. She suddenly felt that her own battle power of 150 million wasn't so impressive anymore. Then, how strong are you at full power? Goku just smiled, his eternally youthful face looking especially smug in the glow of the setting sun. Forget it, I'm not comparing myself to you anymore. Keep this up, and it'll become a joke. Bra pouted, pretending to ignore him. Gohan was silent too. He stared down at his own palms. 14,000. According to battle power calculations, his power level was only 14,000. Was he frustrated? Absolutely. He recalled the look on Piccolo's back as he left, and somehow understood. Gohan clenched his fists. Uncle Piccolo must feel the same way I do. To become stronger. That was his obsession now too. Come on, when I was your age, I was far weaker than you. If you train hard, in a few years, you'll definitely reach my level. Seeing the children upset, Goku quickly tried to comfort them. Back at Mount Pozu, since Zero wasn't around, Shishi went to prepare dinner with the maids. Bra took Broly from Goku's hands. It wasn't out of diligence. She just wanted to handle this 2-meter-tall giant. As it turned out, she could carry him, but the posture was extremely awkward. Dragging him by one leg, Broly's body scraped along the ground, leaving a long trench behind him. Put him here. Goku pointed to an empty room. Bra tossed Broly onto the bed and clapped her hands. I'm going out to play. The moment the words left her mouth, she had already flown out the window and vanished. Remember to come back for dinner. Shishi poked her head out of the kitchen, catching only a golden blur in the sky. That girl. Off to play with Aral again. After an unknown span of time, moonlight streamed through the window, casting its glow upon Broly's face. His eyelashes fluttered, and then he opened his eyes, staring at the unfamiliar ceiling with a flicker of bewilderment in his gaze. Where am I? His eyes swept across the room, finally resting on the man seated in the chair. Kakarot. Broly's voice was hoarse, his body instinctively tensing. Not good. Sensing the abnormal energy nearby, Goku jolted awake. Bang! A slap flew across. Broly was knocked unconscious once more. Goku breathed a sigh of relief, deciding to rest a bit longer and talk things through with this guy when dawn arrived. However, half an hour later, Broly's fingers twitched slightly and he rose again. Rah! His eyes burned with savagery as he let out a low growl, charging straight at Goku. Goku yawned, raising his palm in resignation. Bang! Another hour passed. Roar! Bang! After 2 hours. Kakarot. Bang! 3 days later at dawn. After several days of turmoil, Broly woke, once more finally showing some restraint. Kaka. No Son Goku. Sensing the wind near his ear, Broly shuddered. So, Son Goku, stay calm. Broly struggled to contain his emotions, knowing he couldn't endure Kakarote's torment any longer. He had been on this planet for nearly 4 days, and including his time in suspended animation in space, he hadn't had a drop of water in almost a month. Goku looked skeptical, still maintaining a defensive stance. Don't rush him, perfectly clear-headed now. Broly stood up, tiny stars flickering before his eyes, his body swayed, and he sat back down on the bed. In my current state, even if I transform, I'm no threat to you. Is that so? Goku casually picked up a piece of roasted meat, still unconvinced. Broly shook his head, striving to stay lucid. Gazing at Goku's somewhat naive face, his chest heaved several times. He took deep breaths for a long while before suppressing the surging anger within him. Growl, growl, his stomach betrayed him first. Broly, are you hungry? Goku handed him a piece of roasted meat, one that Chi-Chi, out of concern, had specially prepared by catching a large dinosaur. Broly knocked the meat aside. Kakarote, don't you dare look down on me. He lowered his gaze to his hands, studying the prominent veins on the back, struggling to acclimate to Goku's presence. I'd rather starve to death on Earth than eat a single bite of your food. Suit yourself then. Goku didn't indulge him, directly taking the tray behind him. Why? Wait. Broly's expression froze in shock. What? Changed your mind? Goku's words left him speechless. Flustered, Broly took a while to regain his composure. That's not what I meant. Aren't you going to kill me? In his understanding, the strong slaying the weak was the law of the cosmos. Anything less than eliminating the root was abnormal. Why would I kill you? This brief exchange confirmed for Goku that this guy's mind might indeed be flawed. By the way, let me ask you something. Before leaving, Goku suddenly spoke in a casual tone. Why have you been relentlessly chasing after Kakarote? We've never met before, have we? Broly's body trembled slightly, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. You truly don't remember me? Remember what? Seeing that Goku didn't seem to be pretending, Broly felt a wave of dizziness. He spoke again, explaining, when we were children. He resumed his earlier melancholic demeanor. Our incubation pods were placed in the same room, you right next to me. Hearing this, Goku was filled with confusion. Incubation pods. Childhood. He had no memory of it at all. But what did that have to do with your madness? Broly continued, his voice low and slow, as if speaking to himself. Now that he had the chance, he didn't mind lifting the stone from his heart a little. Of course, we were only next to each other for less than a day. Back then you were crying non-stop, and your noise woke me up. His fingers began to tremble again, while Goku furrowed his brow. That night when I opened my eyes, all I saw was darkness, and all I heard was your crying. Broly's fingers clenched the bedsheet. You kept me awake the entire night. The moment I finally got a brief silence, King Vegeta's assassination attempt came. The air grew still. Broly extended his hand, pointing to the scar on his chest. A gruesome mark that ran from his left chest to his back, a testament to how grave the injury had been. That time I nearly died. Broly's voice was eerily calm. Later I learned from my father that King Vegeta had sent the assassins because my potential terrified him. With a leader so envious of talent, it serves the Saiyans right to be wiped out. From that night onward, your voice and your face have been carved into my mind like a curse. He lifted his head, his expression twisting again. Vegeta's planet is nothing but ash now. The only one I hate is you. You woke me from my sleep and dragged me into that nightmare. Your voice, your face. Whenever I hear or see them, I'm reminded of that night and the feeling of that blade piercing my chest. Goku's face remained expressionless as he listened quietly. So, all these years you've been searching for Kakarote? Broly nodded emphatically. Back then I could sense that you left Vegeta's planet before the great explosion. Goku gave him a sullen look. Are you that petty? Holding on to such a trivial thing for so long? Petty? Broly's voice rose. I almost died. What does that have to do with me? And in the end you didn't die, did you? That was just luck. Still has nothing to do with me. Broly felt like he was about to faint from rage. He took a deep breath, constantly hypnotizing himself to stay calm. He couldn't beat this guy now and mustn't act impulsively again. But then, Kakarote. Broly reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, his face turning crimson. Goku had grabbed his tail from behind, leaving Broly frozen. What are you doing? So you really are male? Goku quickly let go, his face beaming with satisfaction, as if a long-standing doubt had been resolved. You were acting like a bitter woman earlier. I thought you were female. Broly cowered in the corner, his eyes full of terror. He felt as if he were meeting this Kakarote for the first time. Are you an idiot? No, don't misunderstand. The way you were going on, all resentful and gnashing your teeth, was just like Shishi when she proposed to me. I was just confirming. Wukong's deadpan expression dealt him another critical blow. Screw you. After 3 days of training coupled with Wukong's bizarre behavior, Broly suddenly felt a flicker of fear towards him. Is this how you always act on Earth? Stop putting your hands on me from now on. Well, not all the time. Anyway, let's just forget that ever happened. If you want to stay on Earth, you'll have to behave. I can feed you. I never agreed to stay here. Before Broly could finish, Ryukong had already vanished. Weren't you going to feed me? Then why did you take the meat away? Several days later, Bulma's car pulled up in front of the Mount Paozu house, stirring up a breeze and a few fallen leaves. She wore a short white jacket, blue trousers, and black peep-toe boots that revealed her fair, delicate toes. Shishi. I'm here. Krillin and 01 came one after the other, one carrying a crate, the other holding a box. Long time no see, Annie. Bulma. Bra was crouching in a nearby tree munching on an apple. Little Bra, didn't you go out to play today? There are other fun things to do these days. Bra answered absent-mindedly. Hello, Annie. Bulma. Gohan flew in from the back mountain, his clothes tattered and his face covered in bruises. Hey Gohan, have you been training with Piccolo again? Not bad. You look even more robust than Goku did at your age. Bulma ruffled his hair, her face full of affection. Shishi emerged from the kitchen, wiping her hands on her apron. Her eyes lit up when she saw Zero behind Bulma. Bulma, what's with all these bags and parcels this time? Gifts, of course. Bulma waved her hand. Krillin, looking disgruntled, dutifully opened the crate. I've almost finished studying all that tech we scavenged. You guys were a huge help. Whenever I get something good, I have to share it right away. The crate was neatly packed with various exquisitely crafted gadgets brimming with a high-tech feel. What's this? Shishi picked up a watch-like object and turned it over in her hands. Is it the latest training wristband? You guessed wrong this time. Bulma wiped her nose, looking proud. It's a communicator. I worked hard modifying it for ages. It's definitely more advanced than those alien ones. It can communicate, locate, navigate, attack, and has reconnaissance and defense functions. Goku walked out of his room and picked one up to examine. How do you use it? It's very simple. For example, to scout battle power, just press this button and it automatically scans everyone in range. Bulma picked one up to demonstrate. Look, for instance. This is Little Bra's data. She tapped it a couple of times and a three-dimensional hologram of Bra appeared above the small screen with a stream of data fluctuating beside it. Battle power. 32. Huh. That can't be right. Are you suppressing your energy on purpose? Bra jumped down from the tree and picked up the scouter. She suppressed her battle power to the minimum and the scouter displayed the number 1. It's just like a regular scouter. This thing feels pretty useless. Not as fun as those monocle types. Bra pouted, feeling that using this was far less convenient than sensing energy, and it wasn't cool at all. That's just one of its functions. Bulma tapped her on the head and then ruffled her hair until it was a mess. Play with it a bit more, kid, and you won't be able to put it down. And do you have any idea how much effort I put into making this? Did you? It felt like you whipped it up pretty quickly. Krillin ruthlessly chimed in from behind. I agree with Bra. It really is kind of useless, being bombarded with criticism. Bulma was on the verge of tears. Fine, they're yours now. Use them or not. She shoved the box at Goku and dragged Shishi into the house. Bulma, Bra didn't mean what she said. Shishi felt a bit awkward as Bra had indeed been rather rude. Do I look like someone who's that petty? Bulma pouted. It's all that damn Krillin's fault. Back in West City, he was always criticizing my inventions. He's even more annoying than Yamcha. And he wanted me to upgrade his wristband without even a hint of gratitude. All of that old pervert's disciples are rotten to the core, every single one of them. Shishi pretended to be angry. Bulma, you just included me and Goku in that. No, not you and Goku. You naughty Chi-Chi trying to trap me. Bulma's temper flared up quickly, but subsided just as fast. But seriously, I brought you something really good this time. She winked mysteriously at Shishi. Shishi seemed to guess what it was, and quickly led Bulma to the bedroom. The room had special soundproofing, ensuring Bulma's loose tongue wouldn't be heard. Once inside, Bulma took out a small bag containing several capsules. Exclusive custom product. You're going to love it. Shishi opened one capsule, revealing 2 wand-like objects, one black and one white. These are for you and Goku to use together. Bulma whispered, her cheeks flushing as she leaned close to Shishi's ear. The specific functions are in the manual. Read it yourself. I won't teach you. Shishi's ears turned red as she quickly put the items away. Bulma, you really? Alright. It's just us. Bulma wrapped her arm around Chi-Chi, her face still flushed. Those capsules are all full of them. I haven't even used these myself. I'm giving them to you because I see you as a sister. Don't let the kids see them. This. Shishi was momentarily at a loss for words, not even noticing Bulma's sneaky hands. Training in martial arts really makes a difference. I'm getting more and more jealous of you. TSK. Your skin feels even softer. Could it be from all that nourishment? Seeing Bulma getting carried away, Shishi shuddered and quickly grabbed the offending hand. Caught red-handed, Bulma mentally cursed her lack of experience and impatience. Still, how did Shishi's tiny frame manage to raise 2 kids? Could it be? Her wicked grin met a death glare. Okay, enough of that. I have something serious to tell you. Bulma quickly changed the subject, subtly withdrawing her hand. She pulled out another small cloth bag and opened it to reveal a pouch of green pills. I made these from cultivated senza beans. Senza beans? Shishi's eyes lit up momentarily, forgetting Bulma's earlier indiscretions. After all, she had a husband and kids, though a little roughhousing behind closed doors wouldn't put her at a disadvantage. These are semi-finished products. Bulma looked a bit embarrassed. I haven't managed to cultivate real senza beans yet. After all, everyone has their specialty. But don't underestimate them. While their healing effect isn't as good as the real thing, they can restore a huge amount of stamina. Having been serious for only a few seconds, Bulma's eyes curved into a sly smile again as she looked at Shishi's pretty face. If you ever find yourself short on energy or in other situations, well, you know what I mean. Shishi's face flushed with feigned anger. Bulma, what's wrong? I'm being perfectly serious. You're the one with the dirty mind. Bulma defended herself shamelessly, but the mischievous grin on her lips was impossible to suppress. You wicked Bulma, I'm going to get you. Bring it on, you little pushover. Think I'm scared of you? Jade hairpins fell amid waves of shadow, pale fingers plucked flowers, disrupting the serene scene. The two of them made quite a ruckus. Bra, holding her new toy, ran to the guest room. Broly was lying on the bed in a daze, having just finished the meal the maid had brought. Battle power 3,500. Bra read aloud, then frowned. That's not right. When did you learn to control your ki? Broly, aren't you supposed to be a madman? Why are you so quiet? Bulma squatted before Broly, her face brimming with curiosity. The corner of Broly's mouth twitched. This brat. If he weren't Kakaroto's child, he really would. I don't actually enjoy fighting. Broly took a deep breath. Really? Bulma's eyes went wide, her expression screaming. You've got to be kidding me. A madman like Broly claiming he didn't like fighting was akin to Zhang Fei declaring he loved painting. I don't believe it. Broly didn't want to argue with her, so he simply closed his eyes and fell silent. How boring. Seeing that he was ignoring her, Bulma turned off the scout, made a funny face, and spun on her heel to leave. Uncle Piccolo is more of a villain than you are. Broly opened his eyes and watched the bouncing figure recede, letting out a helpless sigh. Every time he transformed, he lost control. That feeling of being unhinged was worse than death. These past few days of peaceful life had made him reluctant to return to that state. Until he found a way to maintain his sanity, he not only didn't want to engage in pointless fights, he simply couldn't afford to. The sunlight fell upon his face, warm and comforting. Broly closed his eyes once more. Life had settled into a quiet rhythm. Shishi was utterly blissful during this time. With some assistance, she had once again tasted the thrill of matching Goku blow for blow. Of course, that was only when he refrained from transforming. But even if Goku did transform, she'd be even happier. Between training sessions, Bulma frequently visited Penguin Village. She and Aral always played together, returning home covered in dirt late into the night. Gohan, on the other hand, headed to the mountains before dawn to spar with Piccolo. Zero stayed home to cook and occasionally gave the two children lessons in general knowledge. As for Goku, after a period of training, he took Broly and Krillin along to search for the Dragon Balls. Later, to the children's astonishment, Goku summoned Shenron and revived all the Earthlings who had died within the past year due to the alien invasion. Since Krillin had hit a training plateau and missed Master Roshi, he returned to Kame House. The wish to reinforce Earth's defenses would have to wait until the next opportunity. As for Broly, he also took the chance to ask Shenron about his problem. The dragon replied that it was beyond his power to resolve, and that Broly would have to cultivate his mind and spirit slowly on his own. Evening. Little Bulma, have you got it? Zero pointed at the small blackboard hanging from the apple tree, holding a thick book. Benzene nitrogen and alkane nitrogen combine to form something called alkyl octanitrogen. Bulma slumped over the desk, spinning her pen at dizzying speed, her soul seemingly having left her body. Beside her, Gohan was diligently taking notes, his handwriting neat and orderly, a clear sign of a future top student. Apart from the two of them, there was also a large figure sitting nearby, Broly studying alongside them. Sister Zero, please don't torture me, Bulma muttered, burying her face in her arms. If you keep nagging, I'll be done for first. Bulma, it's okay. I can teach you slowly later. Gohan said with earnest sincerity. Bulma lifted her head, met her brother's genuine gaze, and sighed again. Forget it, bro. Spare me. No, spare yourself. Gohan scratched his head and didn't insist further. It seemed Bulma truly had no love for studying. Well, had just learned all this bookish stuff for her. Broly sat quietly on the side, wearing a pair of old-fashioned round glasses. His serious demeanor was so intense that even Gohan felt a bit of pressure. Uncle Broly. Gohan couldn't help asking, don't you need to train every day? I need to read. Little did Gohan know Broly's unique constitution meant his battle power increased on its own even if he slept all day. But you've been reading for months. It's fine. I'm not hungry today. Gohan fell silent. Having just escaped the grind of training, he now faced a new grind of studying. What could he do but redouble his efforts? Goku stood in the yard gazing at the starry sky and the group studying lost in thought. Broly had been like this for months. Unlike Gohan, who trained by day and studied by night, Broly immersed himself in books from dawn till dusk. After receiving Shinran's guidance, Broly had become obsessed with books. Though he showed little aptitude, he looked more dedicated than anyone. Truth be told, Goku kind of admired his spirit. He certainly couldn't stand doing that himself. Could Broly's combat power be wasted like this? A thought flickered through Goku's mind. An older Gohan had once regressed from Super Saiyan 3 to barely Super Saiyan 1 within a year, all because of his studies. This guy's control over his ki was even worse than Gohan's. No be Broly. But the energy within him was still rising. That couldn't be faked. Could the power capable of obliterating galaxies truly be weakened by a few books? Looking at that burly frame, it seemed highly unlikely. Goku shook his head. He must be overthinking. But he had to prevent Gohan from ending up like that in the future. Shishi walked out and draped a jacket over his shoulders. Goku, what are you thinking about so lost? Nothing much, Goku replied, adjusting the jacket. Just some things about Gohan's future. Gohan. He's very hard-working, trains diligently, and studies seriously. Shishi followed his gaze. Shouldn't we really be worrying about Bulla? That little girl is wild and unruly all day, not as obedient as Gohan. Maybe I'm just worrying too much. Goku shook his head. Regardless, the world was already different from what he remembered. Chi-Chi, Bulma, everyone had changed. Gohan might not walk that path. He'd just have to keep an eye on things. Not far away, Piccolo sat cross-legged in midair meditating. The couple's conversation fell into his ears without missing a word. He opened his eyes, letting his gaze rest on Gohan for a few seconds. The boy's small shadow stretched longer under the lamplight, his calm bearing a striking resemblance to a young Goku. Piccolo withdrew his gaze and closed his eyes again. His mind was heavy with thought. A sleepless night passed. The next day the sun had long risen. Piccolo still frowned, his heart beating faster than the day before. He opened his eyes again to find Gohan's concerned face staring back at him. Uncle Piccolo, are you sick? Gohan looked up, his face full of worry. He had never seen Piccolo like this. Dad has senza beans. He'll get you one. No need, Gohan. I'm fine. Piccolo's gaze drifted toward the distant stars. The unease in his heart had not ceased since last night. He was silent for a moment before speaking. Namek. My former homeworld. He pressed a hand to his chest. Ever since I absorbed Slug, I've had a faint sense of my kin. Has something happened? Gohan knew the story. Namek was Piccolo and Kama's homeworld, but Piccolo never spoke of it willingly. I sensed someone calling out to me. Piccolo's voice trembled, veins bulging on his hands. Namek is in danger. Our people there are facing extinction. Without a second thought, Gohan said, then let's go together. Piccolo looked down at the small child before him. The boy held his head high, his gaze pure and resolute. Are you sure you want to help me? Gohan nodded. Uncle Piccolo's troubles are my troubles. Interstellar travel was never a spontaneous journey. Before Bulma lay a chaotic mess with wires dangling in front of her like a cascade of metallic vines. Dressed in work overalls, she clutched various tools in her hands, her face smudged with black grease as she plunged headfirst into the cockpit. Bulma, how's it going? Goku peeked in from the doorway. When can we leave? Goku, I'm only doing this for you. Bulma emerged from inside, her face covered in gray dust, her hair a tangled mess like a bird's nest, and a wrench held high in her hand. You expect me to whip up a spaceship in a single day? Do you think I'm Superman? She had been toiling for nearly a full day, not a single spot on her body clean, even her fingernails caked with the scent of motor oil. Even if the previous gravity chamber had interstellar travel capabilities, getting to a place as distant as planet Namek required far more than just a few tweaks. I'm just anxious, Goku said, scratching his head. If you're that anxious, fly there yourself. Bulma shot him a glare. Aren't you the one who can do that instant transmission thing? Just zip over in a flash and be done with it. Why bother me? I don't know any of those people, and it's too far to sense their ki. Goku explained apologetically from the side. Just stay put and don't cause me any trouble. Bulma grumbled with a resentful look before diving back into the engine compartment. Shishi was nearby, handing over tools, her own clothes bearing many oil stains. Gohan was also helping with adjustments, running back and forth countless times, while Zero worked outside on welding, handling some of the more complex tasks. Miss Bulma, the core components are secured. Good. Next up is fuel charging. Bulma poked her head out, glanced at Zero's handiwork, and nodded with satisfaction. You're 2 hours ahead of my estimate. Of course. I'm all around talented. Bulma's mouth twitched, and she ducked back inside. This girl was great in every way except for her occasional narcissistic remarks that even made Bulma feel inadequate. Bulla wandered around listlessly. Like her father, she was all thumbs, so Bulma wouldn't let her touch a thing. You two father and daughter just stand there and behave. If you tried to help it take 3 days to fix things. That was Bulma's exact words. So Bulla had no choice but to roam about. She climbed into the pilot's seat, spun around a few times, then pressed her face against the porthole to gaze outside. Finally, she rummaged through the cargo hold, hoping to find some snacks. Nothing at all. I'm so bored. Bulla kicked out to the side, and a panel on the wall immediately caved in. Bulla, are you causing trouble again? Shishi's voice drifted in from outside. A jolt of panic shot through Bulla, and she quickly shoved a chair in front of the dent. No, I'm definitely not taking anything apart. Shishi was speechless. After a whole day's struggle, the spaceship was nearly complete. Bulma set down her tools and patted the dust off her clothes, only to send a cloud of grime into the air, making her cough violently. Goku, after I sent this ship over, did you ever take care of it? Seeing the blank look on Goku's face, Bulma took a deep breath. I've already set up the fully automated navigation. She walked over to the ship and knocked on its silver-white hull. When the time comes, you won't have to do a thing. Just keep an eye on Gohan and Piccolo, make sure they behave. Leave all the remaining operations to me. You're coming too? Goku asked, puzzled. Of course I am. Bulma pointed a finger at his nose. I built this ship. If I don't go, who's going to fly it? You? Or Piccolo? But you just said. I said don't do anything. Now shut up. Bulma was fuming. After slaving away all day, she couldn't even get a moment's peace without him pestering her with questions. Fine. Zero walked in carrying a suitcase. Inside were things. Shishi had prepared a few capsules containing a change of clothes for father and son, snacks, a first aid kit, and more. Of course, there were also the half-finished Senzu beans from Bulma and the dragon radar, stuffing the case to the brim. Goku, make sure you stay safe over there, Shishi said, straightening his collar. I'm entrusting Gohan to you. Don't worry. Goku nodded. I'll look after him. Then she turned and headed to Gohan's room to check if he had forgotten anything. Goku stood at the hatch about to step inside when a thought struck him. Oh, I think I forgot something. What? Bulma asked. Senzu beans. Corinne sent some over with Yajirobe a while back. I still have a few left. Taking them along would be a good precaution. Goku headed back toward the house. Bulma, wait for me. Hurry back. Bulma shouted after him, then went back to double-check the ship's rear engine. After making a full circuit and confirming everything was fine, she spotted Gohan and Piccolo heading inside. Wait a bit longer, Goku will be out soon. She walked toward the house, planning to wash her hands while calling for Goku. Goku, did you find the Senzu beans? There's too much stuff in the room. Give me a minute, I'm almost done. Bulma pursed her lips unfazed and began noisily washing her hands. Just then the ship's engine let out a low rumbling roar. Huh. Bulma froze, instinctively reaching behind her. I didn't start it. The roar grew louder, flames already spewing from the nozzles, sending dust scattering across the ground. W8. The ship visibly shrank as it began to lift off. Bulma rushed to the nearby console and started frantically pressing buttons. A screen flickered to life, revealing Bulla's mischievous grin. Andy, Bulma, you guys are way too slow. Bulla, we're heading out first, we'll call you when we get there. The video feed cut off instantly. Bulla. Bulma stood there, mouth agape, frozen as if struck by lightning. Inside the ship, Zero gazed at the starry sky outside the window and murmured to herself, I knew it. It would come to this. Sister Zero, don't worry. Bulla sat in the pilot's seat, her feet dangling far from the floor, but she felt it was no problem at all. We need to have confidence. Do you know how to fly this thing? Nope. Bulla declared with an unabashedly confident little face. That's what you're here for. Zero wore an expression of utter despair, but she still checked the navigation route. After a long moment, she let out a deep sigh. At least the route is fine, and the power supply is sufficient. Piccolo and Gohan exchanged a glance, a shared sense of having narrowly escaped disaster washing over them. The journey they had eagerly anticipated was now shrouded in uncertainty. Inside the house, Goku was still searching for the Senzu beans. I'm sure I put them right here. He opened a cloth pouch and poured its contents into his hand, a pile of tiny pellets. Huh, these aren't it. Chi-Chi stood at the doorway, gazing at Goku inside the room, her face etched with surprise. Goku, didn't you just go out? No, I've been looking for Senzu beans all this time. Where could they be? Then who flew away with the spaceship? They exchanged a glance, their expressions shifting simultaneously before dashing out of the house, leaving Bulma alone in the yard. Boo. Bulma. Goku's voice wavered slightly. Where's the spaceship? It flew away. She gazed up at the sky, frozen in a half-petrified stance. Who flew it? Your precious daughter. Bruh. Yeah, your little girl Bra's son did it. Bulma turned around, clutching a chip, her expression more woeful than tears. See this? It fell off when the spaceship launched. As the head of the household, shouldn't you do something? Goku stared at the chip, his mouth slightly agape. Bruh. Chi-Chi leaned against the doorframe, her voice trembling, whether from anger or worry. The original plan was to send Goku, Piccolo, Gohan, and Bulma. Bra was excluded because she was too rambunctious. If anything went wrong in space, it would be a disaster for everyone. Did Piccolo and Gohan go too? And Zero, Bulma added. Zero went along. Chi-Chi frowned as Zero was usually more obedient. Probably forced by Bra, but it's fine. Zero's technical skills are reliable. Bulma pulled out a communicator, the same one she had boasted about earlier, and pressed a few buttons. Can't reach the ones on the ship, but there's this. Zero has one on him, let me try. Soon the small screen lit up, and a blurry image gradually enlarged. On the screen, Bra's face was pressed close, filling the entire display, revealing only one eye on half her face. Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? This is Bra. Bra. Chi-Chi shouted directly. You come back here. Mommy. Bra handed the communicator back to Zero and moved away, revealing her cheeky little face. I've already flown out, I can't come back now. Don't you get cheeky with me. Don't worry, Mommy, Bra said with a grin. If Big Brother can go, I can too. You just wait, he'll have Goku bring you back. Would you really want that? With me and Big Brother gone, you two get some alone time. Who taught you that? Shut up. Naya. Bra made a funny face, then the camera shook and cut to another scene. Chi-Chi was fuming while Bulma chuckled to the side. All right, Goku said, pulling Chi-Chi aside. Don't be mad. Let me talk to them. Zero. Goku called softly. Lord Goku. Zero glanced at Bra and reported, the ship's issues have been fixed. The course is correct. We'll reach Namek in a month at most. They'll keep an eye on Miss Bra. Thank you. Goku nodded. He shared a spiritual link with Zero. If danger arose, he could use instant transmission to rescue them. Zero's presence was as good as his own. Zero was about to say more when Piccolo's voice came through the communicator, too chaotic to discern clearly, but his tone was clearly displeased. Then the camera shifted and Gohan appeared on the screen. Mom. Gohan's face was flushed. Don't worry, you'll take good care of my sister. Chi-Chi looked at her son's expression, her nose suddenly tingling, and she stopped fretting. Gohan, you must contact us as soon as you get there. Got it, Mom. And take care of yourself. Okay. The call ended. Chi-Chi stood for a moment, then turned to face Goku. You were looking for Senza beans. Yeah, but I couldn't find them. I put them in another room. They'll tell you later. She snatched the bag from Goku's hand and tucked it into her bosom. It was from Bulma. She couldn't keep it out in the open or she'd be laughed at. She had to put it away quickly. But Bulma was busy organizing nearby equipment and didn't notice her little move. All right, since you've all decided, I'll head back. I need a shower immediately, am exhausted. She yawned and walked toward the hover car. Bulma, stay here tonight. Chi-Chi called out to her. You're so tired today. I've already prepared hot water. Tomorrow Goku can take you back with instant transmission. Bulma thought for a moment and nodded. All right, I want stand on ceremony then. The sun set. After her bath, Bulma changed into clean pajamas and dragged her weary body, looking for a quiet guest room to sleep in. As she passed the room from last time, she paused, remembering Chi-Chi, saying it had the best soundproofing and the most comfortable bed. Forget it, I'll take this room tonight. She pushed the door open and collapsed onto the bed. After lying for a few seconds, she sat up, grabbed a small bottle marked B, shook out 2 pills, and tossed them into her mouth. Huh, this taste. Bulma smacked her lips. What's going on? I thought I gave them vitamin B. Oh well, it doesn't matter. She put the bottle back, buried her face in the pillow, and closed her eyes. I'm really worn out today. In a few seconds, the sound of steady breathing arose. On the other side, in Chi-Chi and Goku's bedroom, also with ultrasound proofing, Chi-Chi was drenched in sweat, limp, and sprawled on the side, too exhausted to even move a finger. Beside her, Goku maintained his Super Saiyan form, his golden hair glowing softly under the light. Goku, wait a moment. Chi-Chi weakly reached out a hand, rummaging through the bedside table. Huh, where did it go? The bag was empty. Had she eaten them all? Chi-Chi, what are you looking for? That. Chi-Chi blushed. A small bag. To restore energy. The one I took earlier. Goku fished out the small bag from her clothes, but this one had a large A written on it. Chi-Chi took it and examined it closely. The color was a bit different, but the packaging looked similar. Maybe it was just a different flavor. After half a second of hesitation, she took out a pill. Oh well, I'll read the instructions tomorrow. Can't let Goku down. In the guest room, Bulma jolted awake from a deep sleep, springing up from the bed, momentarily disoriented about where she was. In an instant, a tingling sensation surged through her body like an electric shock. What's happening? Her face flushed crimson, and she trembled all over. Something's wrong. Something's very wrong. She suddenly remembered and grabbed the small bottle, reading the fine print. Empathy pill, experimental, do not consume. Bulma, how did I accidentally pack this unfinished product for Chi-Chi? Then another jolt shot through her, and her mind went blank. Goku Kikime CCCCCCC. After a bout of incoherent babbling, her eyes rolled back, and she completely lost consciousness, omitting 10,000 words. Deep in the cosmos, on an obscure planet, 2 spherical spacecraft plummeted to the ground like meteors crashing heavily. The hatches opened, Vegeta flexed his neck, scanning his surroundings. Vegeta, the gravity here is about 1.3 times that of an ordinary planet, and the oxygen content in the air is significantly higher. Nappa stepped out of the other craft, reporting the data. So what? Vegeta sneered. No matter how you look at it, this is still a low-class planet, hardly worth our vigilance. Yes, Vegeta. I was overthinking. Any sign of Raditz? Nappa pressed the scouters again, shaking his head. Still nothing. Vegeta's face darkened. Months ago, Raditz had lost contact after arriving on Earth, and even after they returned to Frieza's planet, there was no reply from him. That worthless fool. Could he have died on Earth? Let's get something to eat first, Vegeta ordered. Aren't there some specialties from the West Galaxy on the ship? Nappa scratched his head, feeling it was superfluous. On low-class planets like this, the food usually tastes quite good, Vegeta explained. Keep your ant beef cans for yourself. Without Raditz as a buffer, being alone with this idiot was sheer torment. All right, fine. Nappa fell in step with Vegeta, his stomach growling at the thought. The two headed toward the city. At the city's edge, the streets grew livelier. The architecture was modern, but the pedestrians were a motley mix, some humanoid, some with antennae, others half-ape. The air was thick with the scent of food, spices, and an indescribable stench. Ignoring the foul odor, Nappa's stomach rumbled loudly. Vegeta shot him a glance. Nappa immediately straightened his back, pretending nothing had happened. Over there. Vegeta nodded toward a restaurant that looked somewhat clean. They entered and chose a seat by the window. The waiter, trembling, sized up their physiques and handed the menu to Nappa. Seeing no reaction from Vegeta, Nappa opened the menu, his brow furrowing deeply. The jumbled script was utterly illegible to him. 10 of everything on here. Nappa slammed the menu on the table, addressing the waiter. If it's not good, you'll pay. The waiter swallowed hard, bowed, and retreated. Bored, Nappa began scanning the planet's strongest battle power. Well, found anything. The strongest. Battle power 176. Seriously. Pathetically low. The common folk range from 10 to a few dozen. I thought the strongest might hit a few thousand. Vegeta found it amusing as well. Such an oddball planet was a rarity. Before their food arrived, a grating voice reached them. Why can't humans be butchered and eaten? A gorilla-like creature spoke flatly. Think about it, pigs can be slaughtered, cows can be slaughtered. Why not humans? It's all meat. What's the difference? Across from him sat a blonde woman. Instead of anger or rebuttal, she propped her chin on her hand, a thoughtful expression on her face. Makes sense. The blonde nodded. Right. The half-ape beamed with delight at the validation. Lucy, I knew you'd understand me. They exchanged smiles, then kissed. Oblivious to everyone, the other diners seemed amused, as if such scenes were routine. Nappa's hands trembled from sheer disgust. The dual torment of body and mind made him want to annihilate this planet on the spot. Such vile scum, Nappa muttered, his voice low. Vegeta? Vegeta said nothing, but his face was now dark enough to drip with fury. He raised his hand slightly. That gesture was enough. Nappa strode behind the half-ape and placed a hand on his shoulder. Huh. The half-ape turned. Who's that? Nappa's fingers tightened. Crack. The sound of bones shattering. The creature tried to scream, but Nappa's other hand clamped over his mouth first. Did I say you could yell, eh? Nappa hissed through clenched teeth. Disgusting vermin. With a slight pull, the arm came off like a roasted chicken leg. Blood sprayed across the table. Oh. The blonde woman screamed. Other patrons joined in, scrambling in panic. Nappa ignored them, his focus on the half-ape. He broke the other arm, crushed the kneecaps, then methodically stomped from foot to thigh, each step deliberate. None of the blows were fatal, but each brought unbearable agony. The half-ape's face twisted beyond recognition, muffled whimpers escaping his lips. He longed to faint, but Nappa wouldn't allow it. Each precisely timed pain kept him conscious. Scum, Nappa muttered, hoisting the mangled body high above his head. Then he slammed it to the ground with tremendous force. Thud. Flesh and blood splattered. Bones shattered into dust, and the floor cratered. In the pit lay only a red, shapeless paste. Oh. Sage Charlie. The blonde's screams persisted. Nappa turned and looked at her. Shut up. He raised his hand, a glow forming in his palm. A beam of energy blasted out, reducing the woman, and half the city, to rubble. Nothing but ash remained. Vegeta, Staring at the ruined restaurant, Nappa stammered. Vegeta had wanted to eat and had destroyed the place. It's fine, Nappa. Vegeta stood, his expression unchanged. With creatures like that, I've lost my appetite. The two, along with their ships, flew into space. A planet that spawns such filth, Vegeta's voice was ice cold, has no right to exist. He raised his hand, energy coalescing in his palm. Boom. As the core was detonated, a colossal explosion erupted from within the planet. Cracks spread across the surface like a spider web, followed by a massive shockwave that ground everything to dust. Let's go, Nappa. We're heading to Earth. Vegeta returned to his spaceship, issuing orders. At least one of Raditz or Kakarot must still be alive. Let's see what they've been up to. If that planet proves worthless, well, destroy it too. But this last thought remained unspoken. The two spherical spacecraft trailing flames set course for Earth. Meanwhile, Earth. After acquiring Slag's equipment, Raditz found life on Earth somewhat easier. Yet many troubles followed. Not again. Raditz grumbled. A few strange robots had ambushed him earlier. He dealt with them easily. But days later, tiny creatures resembling Cybermen appeared. These were uglier than Cybermen, with only a tenth of their battle power, bearing the same mark as the previous robots. Though he could crush them with a single slap, it was revolting. They were slimy underfoot and burst on impact. After killing one, he pondered and decided to feign capture deliberately. It was a classic trick from his days on Vegeta's team. By pretending to be caught, he could infiltrate their lair. Even if he couldn't take over, he might snatch some loot. Don't kill me. I'm just an ordinary person. I surrender. After being struck by an Earth-made Cyberman, Raditz deliberately flew backward, shouted, and collapsed with his eyes rolling. His performance was so convincing, even he believed it. Raditz was dragged through a labyrinthine path before finally entering an underground laboratory hidden deep within an iceberg. Upon entering, he found numerous women and children imprisoned inside. He scanned the surroundings. Several bioengineered beings in white lab coats held syringes drawing blood from the captives. Some were bound in chains, others lay unconscious. Under the cold glare of fluorescent lights, the entire chamber resembled a vast morgue. Raditz realized he had truly reached their lair. He prepared to break free from his restraints and slaughter everyone present. An exceptional physique. A booming voice echoed from above. Raditz looked up to see a massive transparent vat suspended overhead. Within it floated a colossal brain wired with countless cables and conduits. Dr. Willow, this is fresh experimental material captured by the field team. A hunched old man stood beneath the vat, leaning on a cane, gazing upward with a sycophantic smile. This man defeated prototype robot barehanded, yet still fell before our bioenhanced soldiers. Oh, the brain's voice carried a trace of disappointment. Then he is nothing extraordinary. Raditz's lips twitched. He admitted it. Whether Frieza, Vegeta, or even Kakarot's entire family, none were foes he could overcome. Across this universe, there were far too many who surpassed him in strength. But that did not mean a brain floating in a jar had the right to scorn him so casually. Old man, and you brain. Raditz tightened his grip slightly on the chains. Have you mistaken something fundamental? The abrupt declaration made Dr. Ken frown. Before he could rebuke, Raditz wrenched his arms apart, and the chains snapped clean in two. I am a Saiyan. Do you truly believe those pitiful bioconstructs could ever best me? Raditz cracked his wrists and strode toward Dr. Ken. Had I not wished to locate your lair, I could have razed this entire base with a single finger, not to mention those laughably crude vegetable men. Dr. Ken's face paled. He stumbled backwards several steps, placing himself at what he deemed a safe distance. Stop him now. The bioengineered guards dropped their syringes and lunged at Raditz. A faint smirk curled his lips as he raised his right hand, fingertips gathering several pea-sized energy spheres. Bang, 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 bang. The bio-soldiers exploded like paper dolls, splattering thick viridian fluid across the floor. Is this all you've got? Raditz flicked his fingers dismissively. If this represents your full arsenal, I am profoundly disappointed. Dr. Ken's legs trembled violently. Impossible. How can this be? He staggered back again, until his spine struck a workbench. How can a mere human body unleash such overwhelming power? Your assessment has failed, intoned Dr. Willow. Release the rampage warriors and summon every test subject currently housed here. Moments later, concealed wall panels slid open. Dozens of deep green creatures surged forth, quadrupedal bestial, moving with terrifying speed. Screegiga. Though small in stature, they swarmed in overwhelming numbers, carpeting the floor in writhing, chittering masses. Boring. Raditz glanced once, then spread his fingers wide, conjuring a fist-sized sphere of raw energy. Watch closely. This is what true assault looks like. The sphere launched forward, trailing incandescent plasma as it hurtled into the green tide. Boom. A charred crater split the floor. Shockwaves hurled fractured stone slabs and severed limbs skyward. Over a dozen earthborn vegetable men reduced instantly to ash. The remaining abominations charged en masse. Raditz blurred between them, each movement claiming multiple lives. Viridian ichor drenched his body, yet he felt no fatigue, only rising exhilaration. Pathetic, pathetic, pathetic. Within 30 seconds, only scattered green pulp remained. Dr. Ken collapsed, his trousers soaked with urine. Any final words? Raditz loomed over him, gaze cold and imperious. Dr. Ken's lips quivered. The rampage warriors are coming. You're doomed. Rampage warriors. Raditz's brow furrowed. The brain had mentioned that term moments earlier. His curiosity was answered almost immediately. 3 heavy, echoing footsteps reverberated from the tunnel's depths. A crimson-muscled giant. A yellow-skinned, obese brute. A deep green, spotted monstrosity. Raditz tapped his scouter. Combat power. Red 1, 328. Yellow 282. Green 1 strongest, 426. Raditz laughed aloud. So these 3 insects constitute your ultimate trump card. I nearly died laughing. Dr. Ken's face twisted in venomous fury. You'll stop laughing very soon. Yellow Mysods lunged first. Raditz spun. A devastating reverse kick sent him flying 50 meters into the wall. Next came green-skinned Jacimi. As he closed in, his left arm lashed out, tendrils of sinewy muscle coiling like serpents. Raditz dodged sideways, but the tendrils twisted midair, wrapping tightly around his back. Wah! A searing jolt of electricity erupted from behind. Blinding pain forced a cry from Raditz's throat. The current surged for 3 seconds, paralyzing his muscles. Before he could react, crimson-haired Abilio swept his arms outward. White glacial winds howled forth. Raditz hesitated half a heartbeat too long. Frost raced upward from his feet, freezing his legs solid to the thighs. It worked. Dr. Ken grinned triumphantly. This is the price of underestimating us. Raditz's voice lowered, dark and lethal. These insects' combat prowess exceeds their readings, but you've just sealed your doom. Aya! Veins bulged across Raditz's temples. With a thunderous roar, violet aura erupted from his core, shattering the ice into glittering shards. His full power surged forth. 3200 points, the latest reading after repeated near-fatal injuries sustained on Earth. In one explosive stride, he closed the gap to Abilio, who tried to flee, but Raditz's right hand locked around his throat in a crushing grip. Your technique is impressive, but your strength is negligible. Boom. A violet energy blast erupted. Abilio disintegrated mid-struggle, vanishing into ash. Mysods attacked from behind, attempting to grapple Raditz, but met another energy sphere instead. Think you can trap me again? How naive. His torso ruptured inward, like an overinflated bladder bursting, yellow fragments scattering in all directions. In the next instant, Raditz stood before Jacimi. As the creature extended its tendrils, Raditz seized them, ignoring the electric agony, and yanked with brutal force. AGH'd. The tendrils tore free in a shower of sparks. Jacimi's eyes shifted from ferocity to raw terror, but before he could retreat, Raditz's fist blazed toward his face. Crunch. His skull detonated. Gray matter and viridian fluid splattered across the walls. Silence fell absolute and suffocating. Dr. Ken crumpled once more, eyes wide with primal dread. You said I was doomed. Raditz stepped forward, looking down upon the trembling, hunched scientist. I am humanity's greatest scientific genius. You cannot kill me. His lips quivered, yielding only that hollow plea. A genius. Raditz scoffed. After decades of research, you produced that trash. Filthy insect. You're not even worthy to serve the Saiyans as slaves. Thud. Raditz drove his boot into the old man's chest, sending him hurtling backward into the wall, where he slumped lifelessly to the floor. With the last enemy fallen, Raditz lifted his gaze to the massive brain suspended above. Your turn. He raised his right palm, energy coalescing into a brilliant sphere aimed squarely at the transparent vat. Boom. Light flared, then faded. The vat remained unscathed. What impossible? Raditz's pupils contracted sharply. Dr. Willow's colossal mechanical form burst through the mountain, causing the entire peak to tremble as debris and ice cascaded down, while screams echoed from the imprisoned laboratory within. Saiyan. Dr. Willow's voice boomed, resonating from all directions. Never heard of that race. No matter, I want that body of yours. Such a powerful physique paired with the smartest brain on Earth. It's a match made in heaven. Raditz's expression darkened. He gathered energy, once more purple light coalescing in his hands before he clapped them together. Burst energy wave. A thick violet energy blast shot straight toward Dr. Willow's transparent barrier. He intended to shatter this heap of scrap metal in one strike. Huh! The pincer-like mechanical arm swung out, colliding with the energy wave. A dull thud echoed through the mountain, and the violet beam was deflected skyward, piercing through the peak and soaring into the night. What a... Raditz's heart jolted. His full-powered attack had been deflected. Did you think I was negotiating with you? Dr. Willow's mechanical body emitted a blinding red glow. I told you that body is mine for the taking. Several yellow beams shot from the giant pincer, hurtling toward Raditz. He barely dodged two, but a third grazed his shoulder, leaving a charred black mark. Before he could adjust his stance, a mechanical arm swept in from the side, slamming solidly into his waist. With a bang, Raditz's body was sent flying, crashing through several walls before landing in a pile of rubble. Dust filled the air as stones clattered down, burying him up to his chest. Cough. Raditz spat out blood, struggling to his feet. His back burned with pain, and at least 2 ribs were cracked. But his opponent cared little for his thoughts. The mechanical form smashed through the wall, its massive shadow looming over the ruins. Raditz's vision blurred. Gritting his teeth, he steadied himself and gathered his energy once more. He had fled so many times before, but this time he refused to run. Hiya! Raditz roared, leaping into the air, his hands unleashing a flurry of energy blasts like a torrent of violet rain. Boom! The countless energy orbs struck the mechanical body, igniting a series of explosions, and smoke once again shrouded the area. His assault was far from over. A dark silhouette shot upward as the mechanical form enduring the barrage rammed into him and smashed through the mountain's thick wall. Gwah! The immense impact forced a gush of blood from Raditz's mouth. Then a mechanical tail lashed out, sending his body tearing through the mountain, once more flying out the other side. He crashed heavily onto the ground, creating a 2-meter-deep crater. Raditz knelt on one knee, battered and bruised. His hard-won new battle suit was now tattered beyond recognition. Blood streamed down from his forehead, blurring his left eye, and the world dissolved into a hazy red. I am a Saiyan. I won't lose. He clenched his teeth, his voice hoarse. Tenacious vitality, impressive. Dr. Willow offered a timely appraisal. This body of yours is even more perfect than I imagined. Yet his actions never ceased. Another tail strike filled the space with dust once more. Raditz lay amidst the rubble, covered in wounds, unable to move even a finger. His consciousness flickered between clarity and oblivion like a dying flame, and everything before him began to blur. Is this the end? He murmured, his voice so faint only he could hear. The one time I actually tried. And I lose so utterly. Kakarot, it seems we'll never meet again in this life. His pupils slowly lost their focus. Just then, a crisp sneeze sounded beside him. Raditz forced himself to stay alert and turned to see a woman with golden hair. Hey, you're one of Son Goku's kind, aren't you? The woman's sharp eyes locked onto Raditz as she shouted, reminding him of the female Saiyans had seen in his youth. Are you out of your mind? She pointed at the mechanical bodice waist where under the moonlight several thick pipes were visible. You've been fighting so hard for so long, and you didn't think to pull out those huge energy lines behind it. Raditz followed her gaze, his eyes lighting up as realization dawned. She was right. It was a machine. It would cut off its power, and it would stop moving. Huh. He let out a low growl, trying to gather his energy, but his severe injuries caused him to collapse back. Can you even do it? The woman leaped over, ran into the crater, grabbed his arm, and hoisted it over her shoulder. With surprising strength, she dragged him out of the pit. Get off me. Mind your own business. Raditz shook off her hand, stumbling, but managing to steady himself. TCH. As if I care about you. Hiya. A white aura flared anew as he summoned his remaining strength. Instead of targeting Dr. Willow's energy lines, he aimed for the earlier breach and shot into the sky. Trying to flee. Not so easy. Dr. Willow burst out of the mountain in pursuit. When he stopped, he found Raditz hovering in the air, a cruel grin spreading across his face. Too bad, clever scientist. Ignorance is your greatest weakness. As he spoke, the corners of his mouth stretched nearly to his ears. Today is truly my lucky day. He lifted his head, fixing his gaze on the moon in the sky. Blood's waves filtered through his pupils, absorbed by his eyes. His blood began to boil, his heart raced. The long-suppressed power within finally found its release. Thump, thump, thump. The dull thud of his heartbeat grew faster and heavier with each beat. To Dr. Willow's astonishment, Raditz's body swelled violently. Muscles bulged wildly, black hair covered his entire form, and his face twisted and elongated. Roar! A deafening roar tore through the night sky. A giant ape tens of meters tall materialized in the air. Save for the overly long fur on its back, no trace of its original form remained. Bang! The giant ape's hand shot out, clamping onto Dr. Willow's energy pipe and yanking it with force. Then, losing all reason, the two colossal beings tangled together and crashed to the ground, gouging out a deep crater. Bang! 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 Under the moonlight, the giant ape, like a tireless engine of destruction, furiously tore and pounded at Dr. Willow's mechanical frame. Armor plates were ripped off piece by piece, components were crushed, and wires were snapped in the beast's grip. Dr. Willow's attack struck the giant ape, in return splattering crimson blood, but this only fueled the beast's ferocity, driving it to destroy with even greater frenzy. The entire iceberg collapsed completely. The moon shifted, and after an hour of brutal combat, sunlight peeked through, dispelling the night and the blood's waves. The giant ape shrank rapidly. The once massive mechanical body lay in scattered pieces, leaving only a third of a brain on the cold, snowy ground. Yet without nutrient fluid or a protective shield, arcs of electricity still flickered across the brain tissue. No. Impossible. Dr. Willow's voice was barely a whisper. I am Earth's greatest genius. How can I die here? His residual spiritual energy burst from the brain, transforming into a streak of azure light that shot toward the unconscious Raditz. Bang! A white energy blast flew in from afar, striking the spiritual energy with pinpoint accuracy. The light scattered into countless specks, dissolving into the morning breeze. The final glimmer of that brain was extinguished entirely. Lan Shi. Goku's figure instantly materialized amidst the rubble, his hands still poised in the stance of having fired a ki blast. Those are all taken care of, Goku said, withdrawing his hand and walking towards Lan Shi. Except for these two children, I've sent everyone else home. Lan Shi's blue hair cascaded over her shoulders, making her appear serene and gentle. She crouched down and patted the two girls' heads. Big brother sent the others home. What about you two? Why don't you want to go back? The two little girls hung their heads, clutching each other's clothes. One with twin ponytails and red-rimmed eyes looked at Goku. Big brother, we have nowhere to go. Goku scratched his head, a look of awkward embarrassment on his face. He truly wasn't good at handling these situations. I still have some money on me. How about you use it for now? Goku crouched down, pulled a wad of bills from his pocket, and pressed them into the girl's hand. Lan Shi glanced at Goku, a faint smile curving her lips as her voice grew even gentler. How about this? You two come with me, okay? They'll take care of you. The two little girls looked up simultaneously, their eyes suddenly shining bright. Goku let out a long, relieved breath, a look of release spreading across his face. Then leave them to me, Lan Shi said, taking the money and counting it in her hand. Goku, you go ahead and get back to your business. All right. Goku turned to leave, but then remembered something. He took a senza bean from his pocket and handed it to her. This is a senza bean. That guy. Goku pointed towards the distant Raditz. If his injuries are too severe, well, I'll leave it to you two. Lan Shi had hinted at it when her hair was blonde, and Goku certainly wasn't going to spoil her plans. By the way, Goku, that man is your clansman, right? Lan Shi took the senza bean, held it in her palm, and nodded. Do you know his name? He looks really familiar, like I've seen him before, Goku said, pinching his chin in a thoughtful pose. But I just can't quite remember who he is. If you can't remember, then forget it. Lan Shi forced a wry smile. Goku stopped dwelling on it and vanished instantly. Lan Shi called the two girls over, and together they dragged Raditz to a borrowed car. All right, let's take him home. Goku teleported back to Mount Paozu, landing in the yard. Shishi was holding a bowl of freshly made kanji. Goku, what happened? You were gone so long. Goku went inside, sat down, and recounted the events briefly as he drank the kanji. He had sensed an unusual aura, the battle between the giant ape and the android, the avalanche rescuing people and sending the victims home. As long as everyone's safe, that's what matters. Shishi nodded and didn't press further. She pointed towards the guest room. That was the medicinal stew I made for Bulma. Did you just drink it? Goku was speechless. Just kidding, there's more in the pot. Shishi laughed at Goku's expression. Oh, and I heard some noise earlier. Bulma should be awake by now. Awake? A heavy weight settled in Goku's heart as he quickly strode towards the guest room. Perhaps due to the urgency of the spaceship matter, Bulma had been asleep in his house for 2 days straight without waking. Fortunately, he had some medical knowledge. After an examination, he determined Bulma was suffering from overwork. This only deepened Goku's guilt. If he hadn't kept pushing her, Bulma wouldn't have worn herself out like this. In the guest room, Bulma was propped against the headboard, her Saiyan hair scattered across the pillow, her face deathly pale. She stared blankly at the room. This wasn't her bedroom. Where was this? Sunlight filtered through the curtain's gap, falling on her slender fingers. She tried to recall, but her mind was a jumbled mess like a pot of porridge. The door slid open. Bulma, you're finally awake. Does your body feel uncomfortable? Do you want something to eat? Goku walked in, his signature smile on his face. Bulma lifted her head and looked towards the doorway. The sunlight outlined Goku's silhouette. As Bulma gazed at his impossibly young face, she suddenly scrambled back into the corner of the room, curling into a tight ball. Her back pressed against the wall, arms wrapped around her knees, her eyes filled with sheer terror. You? Don't come near me. Goku froze, his footsteps halting. Bulma, stay away. Don't touch me. Bulma's voice trembled. She huddled in the corner, staring at Goku like a frightened animal. Seeing this, Goku felt a pang of awkwardness. Was he some kind of monster? But then again, he was no longer the naive mountain boy who knew nothing. If Shishi saw Bulma like this, there would definitely be a misunderstanding. That would be a disaster. Bulma. Goku lowered himself, trying to appear more gentle. Are you still half asleep? It's me, Goku. He flashed his characteristic grin, showing his bright teeth. Bulma's grip loosened slightly as she looked at that familiar smiling face. An inexplicable emotion surged within her. You? Are you really Goku? Who else would I be? After confirming his identity, Bulma covered her mouth, her eyes turning completely red. The youth before her had smooth skin and clear eyes bearing no traces of time. He looked like he was only 17 or 18 years old. She glanced around the room, then picked up the small mirror on the bedside table. Staring at her reflection, tears began to stream uncontrollably down Bulma's face. The person in the mirror was young, vibrant, with light still in her eyes. It was not the version of herself ravaged by decades of time and hardship. She had been reborn. It wasn't a dream, it was real. In her past life, she had been hunted by dark. Goku watched Trunks fall before her, saw everyone die one by one, and felt the coldness of her own body as she fell. Everything, every single detail told her this was not a dream. It was all real. It's all my fault. Goku's voice cut through her thoughts, laden with profound guilt. I shouldn't have pushed you so hard. Fixing the spaceship could have waited a day or two. I won't do that again. Bulma's heartbeat quickened. Goku was this nervous, this remorseful. Had he been personally taking care of her, judging by his current age? Did that mean he wasn't married to Shishi yet? Otherwise, why would he let her stay overnight? Otherwise, why wasn't Shishi the one looking after her? The heavens had finally opened their eyes. In her past life, she had suffered almost her entire existence. Was this life finally going to make amends? Bulma stared at the guilt-ridden Goku before her, a new warmth kindling in her eyes. She stood up. In this life I will. Goku, I've ladled out the medicinal stew. Come and take it to Bulma. A familiar female voice reached Bulma's ears. Snap. It was the sound of a heart breaking. The hope that had just begun to stir in her heart was utterly shattered. What's going on? Bulma's body swayed as if she had lost her soul. They are already married. Good heavens. Why did you do this to me? You gave me a second life, but not a second chance. Her eyes reddened again, as if something was lodged in her chest, unable to rise or fall. Then a sharp pain shot through her mind, and a violent dizziness surged once more. Bulma. Bulma. Goku's voice grew increasingly distant. Bulma's eyes rolled back, and her body went limp, collapsing softly. Goku caught her with swift reflexes, lifting her steadily and placing her back on the bed. He reached out to examine her. Strange, Goku frowned. There's nothing wrong with her body. Shishi entered with a bowl of medicinal soup and paused upon seeing Bulma still lying in bed. Huh, why did she faint again? Maybe she's too weak. Goku stood up, voicing his conjecture. I checked just now. Bulma's body is fine. She might be hungry. Then it's hunger. Shishi set down the soup and pulled out a senzu bean from her pocket. I brought this specially. You decide whether to give it to her. She placed the senzu bean in Goku's hand and went out to prepare the meal. Forget it, let's eat first. Goku pushed the senzu bean into Bulma's mouth. Before he could withdraw his fingers, her eyes snapped open. Sensing the foreign object in her mouth, Bulma's mind stirred violently. She quickly reacted and swallowed the bean. After taking it, her complexion grew rosy, her breathing steadied, and she felt as if fully recharged. Her gaze fell on Goku's face, and her ears turned red. Two souls, two lifetimes had now fully merged. She was Bulma, the heiress of Capsule Corporation, a genius scientist, and also the woman who had watched over the desolate, apocalyptic world for decades. Upon waking, the first thing she sought to understand was what had happened that night. Her own invention, she knew it well. That night she had felt everything Shishi could feel. She had actually experienced such a thing. Bulma's face burned like fire, reddening from the nape of her neck to the tips of her hair. Bulma, are you feeling better now? Huh, why is your face red again? Goku's voice drifted as if from afar. Bulma didn't hear a word. She only saw his lips moving, and finally that image perfectly overlapped with the deepest figure in her heart. She thought of her past life again. A Vegeta of Trunks, of the days and nights she spent alone in the empty mansion, staring blankly at the family photo on the wall. Perhaps it was the loneliness of guarding alone for most of her past life, or perhaps the innocence of this one. That suffocating, overwhelming feeling. The urge to flee, yet the reluctance to let go. Combined the joy of both lifetimes, and those few hours surpassed all. Comparing the two sets of memories, she easily realized that from much earlier this world had diverged completely from the one she remembered. Goku hadn't returned to the afterlife. Shishi had grown fond of being playful, and as for Vegeta, who knew where he was now? Whether it was rebirth or a parallel world. In her world, aside from the person before her, the only one she couldn't let go of was Trunks. Perhaps knowing the future in advance, she wouldn't have to endure those partings of life and death again. If only she had never met Vegeta in her past life. Bulma, are you still unwell? Goku shook her arm, pulling her from her thoughts. Want me to help you relax? Bulma looked at his face. Goku must be 26 by now, yet he still looked like a teenager of 17 or 18. That innocent face bore no trace of time's passage. She stared for a long while, then suddenly smiled. Goku, you know how to give massages. Of course, Goku nodded earnestly. I'm really good at it. Shishi always loves it. Bulma leaned against the headboard, her hair cascading down. Her expression was calm, but the slight curve of her lips betrayed her hidden thoughts. If it's not good, I won't let you off easy. Bulma accepted reality. No matter what lay ahead, life had to go on. Your body isn't fully recovered yet. Stay a few more days. Since the kids aren't around, we can chat together. Those were Shishi's exact words not long ago. Fortunately, she didn't want to leave either. Teasing Goku occasionally and amusing Shishi was far better than living alone in West City. With some reluctance, she ended up staying there for the following days. Chi-Chi, have you lost weight? Bulma wrapped her arms around her waist, measuring with her body. Look, your waist is thinner. Is it a? Shishi had grown accustomed to her sudden advances. Of course. Don't you pay attention to your figure? Oh, maybe it's because of the increased training load. Shishi came up with an excuse. But I really have to thank you, Bulma. The bracelet you invented makes training so much easier. Bulma held the softness in her arms, breathing in the fragrance from Shishi's hair, lost in thought. In her past life, neither she nor Shishi had experienced many happy days. Gazing at the cooking smoke outside the window, she truly hoped this kind of life could last forever. Bulma. Shishi's voice called softly. What? You're spacing out again. Shishi felt that since waking up, Bulma's behavior had been strangely off. After several attempts to probe, she found nothing wrong. Perhaps it was a side effect of the coma. After all, Bulma was just an ordinary person. She and Goku would need to take extra care of her. In the backyard, Goku's figure suddenly appeared. Shishi, his voice came from the yard. Something seems to be wrong with Broly. Shishi sensed the key. From the direction of Mount Pegasus rear, there was indeed an unsettling, oppressive aura. You and Bulma stay home. He'll go check it out alone. Goku's expression was deadly serious. Since last time, Broly hasn't been like this for months. Something must have triggered him. Shishi acknowledged, promising to guard the house. Bulma listened to their exchange and began to drift off again. Goku's figure vanished instantly. At the rear mountain, Broly's dwelling. The main structure was a capsule house, 2 bedrooms, and a living room connected to a small yard. Though modest, it sufficed for his needs. The yard was swept clean. Piles of chopped firewood were stacked in the corner, and the newly planted greenery by the window had sprouted fresh leaves. But now the once cozy yard was filled with a suffocating pressure. Broly stood in the center, fists clenched, eyes wide with rage, the whites of his eyes bloodshot. His hair had turned an ethereal blue, and his body trembled slightly as he desperately fought against his primal instincts. The young maid Shishi had arranged was already hiding outside the yard, but that distance offered no comfort. Broly. Goku approached him. What's wrong? Broly didn't answer. His gaze fell on Goku, and his body shook violently. Kakarot. Goku's expression shifted. He could sense that one of Broly's threads was about to snap. Lord Goku. The young maid gathered her courage, striving to keep her voice steady. Please don't provoke him further. I might have a way to bring Broly back to his senses, the young maid said as she approached the two. But I'm not sure if it will work. Oh, you have a plan. Goku watched as she pulled out a small tattered notebook with frayed edges on its cover. Is it some strange magic? Well, whatever it is, hurry up and start. With Goku's approval, she flipped open a page and cleared her throat. Kashikuna Daiji, Asa Lai. Broly's body trembled, and his muscles began to relax slightly. It's working. Keep going. Goku's eyes lit up. The maid turned a few pages and continued humming softly, her melody gentle and soothing like moonlight on a quiet night, calming Broly's restless heart. Gradually my heart is drawn to you. The moon squeezes oil, 8 uncles kiss the sky. Oe def fan tau 11. Suki sa misati iri. Slowly Broly's eyes closed, the blue of his hair fading, and his breathing grew steadier. Goku looked at her as if seeing her for the first time. You're really something. By the way, what's your name again? Lord Goku Mtsurai. Lady Shishi sent me here, she explained. Broly often suffers from insomnia, so I used to sing these lullabies to help him sleep. I never thought they'd actually work. Goku nodded and turned to Broly. Broly, what happened just now? Broly lowered his head, stared at his hands, and after a long silence said, I sensed a Saiyan approaching this planet. Goku raised an eyebrow. A Saiyan? How many? When Broly fell silent again, Goku extended his senses to feel the energy signatures near Earth. 2. One of them feels very familiar. Could it be Vegeta? I don't know, Broly said in a low voice. I'm not good at your techniques. My bloodline only tells me that an annoying presence is drawing near. Eastern capital. 2 fireballs streaked across the sky, one after the other, crashing into the suburbs near the city center. As the smoke cleared, 2 hatches opened simultaneously. A crowd of onlookers gathered nearby. The memory of Slug's invasion still lingered, so they kept their distance, too afraid to approach. Vegeta stepped out, cracking his neck, ignoring the insignificant earthlings around him. Let me see the power levels of the strongest on this planet. Beep. Beep. 1480. 1830. 610. 3000. He tapped the scouter at his ear, scanning the surroundings. 3000 confirmed. That's Raditz's data. Not bad, he's managed to surprise me. Nappa emerged, as well stretching his limbs and breathing in the Earth's air deeply. So this is Earth. Gravity is only a tenth of Vegetaceous. The air is quite nice. Before he could continue, Vegeta's voice cut in. Nappa stopped dawdling. I've located Raditz. Oh, so the brat didn't die after all. Target distance. 20 kilometers. He should be in this city. Vegeta stared at the data, the blaring car horns around him irritating him. Nappa wanted to wipe out the bystanders, but Vegeta stopped him. Raditz's battle power doubled in just 1 year. This planet must hold some unknown secret. Forget your pointless greetings. A mere power level over 1,000 is worth such caution. Shut up. If you ruin this, I'll have your head. Follow me now. Ignoring the stunned looks around him, Vegeta soared into the air. Nappa, though irritated, obeyed the command. After they left, the crowd finally dared to approach the spot, chattering excitedly. Hey, did you see that, eh? Those two. They're aliens, right? Were they about to attack us? Last time they said hundreds of thousands died. Are those round things their spaceships? They flew off that way. We need to tell the police. A small town near eastern capital. A rental house. Raditz sat on the couch in casual clothes, legs crossed, a can of beer in hand, watching a boring variety show on TV. Saiyan had incredible recovery. When had woken up a few days ago, his injuries were nearly healed. Lunch had decided to save the sins of Bean, as they were now precious after Yajirobe's wastefulness. After Lunch rented the house, he, like the two girls, naturally moved in. He had saved their lives after all. What was a few meals? Uncle, why are you drinking again? A little girl with twin tails peeked out from the bedroom, her voice timid. Adult business, kids, stay out of it. Raditz's glare sent her scurrying back. After a moment, she gathered her courage and poked her head out again. But Sister Lunch said you shouldn't drink. It's bad for you. Raditz's lip twitched. Kids were such a nuisance. He was about to scold her when a slender hand reached from behind and grabbed his tail. Did you hear that? Cut down on the drinking. Ever since we started living together, you've been drunk every day? What kind of example is that? Blonde Lunch stood behind the couch, her fingers gripping his furry tail. The sensation sent tingles through Raditz's entire body. You? Raditz's face flushed red, his body tensing. Could you? Not. Much. Lunch frowned, tightening her grip. Raditz shuddered, his words caught in his throat. Sister Lunch is amazing. She beat the uncle again. The two little girls peeked out, clapping their hands. Shut up. Raditz glared at them, and they shrank back into the room. I'm only holding back because you're a woman, Raditz blustered. Don't push your luck. Lunch moved around to the front and sat beside him, her fingers still teasing his tail. Under the influence of the alcohol, Raditz's gaze grew hazy. All talk, but you're enjoying it, aren't you? She released him, grabbed a beer, and took a long gulp. I risk my life every day robbing to support you all. Can I say a few words? Raditz. With his weakness in her hands, he kept quiet. Your wounds aren't fully healed yet. If I catch you sneaking drinks again, just wait and see how I deal with you. She let go of his tail and downed the remaining half can. But the moment he was free, Raditz lunged forward, pinning her down on the couch with one large hand. Raditz, you bastard. What are you doing? Lunch struggled fiercely against his rough actions. Little wench, have I been too soft on you? Raditz's face darkened ominously. Raditz's long hair draped over Lan Chi's face, causing her nose to itch. Achoo. Lan Chi's hair instantly turned blue, and the two of them maintained their previous position. Lan Chi's gentle voice emerged. Mr. Raditz, could you please let me go for a moment? Hearing her voice, Raditz's anger dissipated significantly, and he relaxed his grip. As a principled Saiyan, he certainly couldn't bully a weaker girl. It was the blonde one who was being troublesome. Once she transformed back, he'd teach her a lesson. Raditz would never admit that he feared offending the blue-haired Lan Chi, worrying that she might not cook delicious food for him afterward. Mr. Raditz, Lan Chi stood up and began to tidy the messy table. There is still quite a bit of wild beef left from last time. Should we cook it all tonight? Raditz wiped his nose and offered to help tidy up. That little bit isn't enough to eat. There are still plenty on the nearby mountain. He'll catch another one later. However, just as he stepped out of the courtyard, his expression changed. Someone was coming. Mr. Raditz, what's happening? Lan Chi pushed open the door. Get back. Raditz's eyes widened, the alcohol-induced haze dissipating by 7 or 8 parts as he shouted at Lan Chi. Yet it was already too late. Within a short time, two figures landed in the courtyard. Vegeta and Nappa. The air temperature suddenly dropped several degrees. Vegeta crossed his arms, observing the man and woman before him, a playful smile creeping onto his lips. Nappa stood beside him, pressing the button on his scouter. Beep beep, battle power. Indeed, 3,000. He glanced at Lan Chi, then cast a look toward the house, and finally returned his gaze to Raditz. Raditz, it's been a year, and you've improved, huh? Nappa grinned maliciously. 1 in the courtyard, and 2 more in the room. No wonder you're hiding on Earth, living pretty well with a woman by your side. Raditz's expression darkened instantly. Vegeta looked at Raditz, and after a few seconds, he finally spoke. Eliminate them, then come back with me. His words held no warmth. I can forgive your disappearance this past year as a reward for your improved battle power. Raditz's body stiffened. He turned his head with difficulty to look at the terrified Lan Chi. Her face was filled with fear, trembling all over her body pressed against the wall behind her. Vegeta, Raditz's voice began to tremble. Could you spare them? They are just ordinary Earthlings. A brief sentence was painfully squeezed out as if it drained all his strength. Earthlings? Vegeta revealed a mocking smile. Can I take this to mean you are defying my orders for 3 Earth women? Raditz's eyelids drooped as he fell silent. Raditz, don't be foolish. Nappa stepped forward, warning him. This is Vegeta giving you a chance. Your battle power is 3,000, now much more valuable than before. Don't keep us waiting too long. Raditz stood there, his body feeling as if it were nailed to a cross, every cell struggling. After a long silence, I refuse. The voice came out and Vegeta's facial muscles twitched slightly while Nappa's smile froze on his face. Say that again. Vegeta's voice began to grow dangerous. I said I refuse. Raditz raised his head, locking eyes with Vegeta, already prepared to face death. The atmosphere around them grew colder. Vegeta smiled. Raditz, you don't actually think that 3,000 points of battle power gives you the right to resist me, do you? Raditz did not respond, his body drenched in cold sweat, but he remained steadfast in his previous decision. Nappa. Here. Vegeta shifted his gaze away, turning to lean against a nearby rock. Kill those 3 women, then teach him a lesson. Remember, don't kill them. Understood. Nappa faced Raditz, showing no hint of reluctance or helplessness, his excitement barely concealed. Don't blame me, Raditz. Nappa flexed his wrists, the joints cracking. Who told you to anger Vegeta? Nappa slightly raised his hands, assuming a fighting stance, unable to suppress the grin on his face. Opportunities to beat up Raditz were not something one encountered every day. Every time he saw that kid with long hair, it made him simmer with anger. Who said Saiyans couldn't be bald? In the past, they were all one team. Despite being one of the few surviving Saiyans, Raditz was cautious, always protected by Vegeta. Now that he had defied Vegeta's orders and his battle power had risen to 3,000, he could finally enjoy the thrill of fighting. Raditz's forehead broke out in fine cold sweat, his back completely soaked. 8,000. That was Nappa's battle power. Even if he didn't exert his full strength, he was at least at a 4,000 level. Not to mention, there was also Vegeta beside him, boasting a staggering battle power of 18,000, capable of crushing him with a mere gesture. It was just, the year on Earth had changed him in many ways. He didn't know when it started, but perhaps he had already begun to like this planet. Otherwise, with his previous temperament, he would have killed Lan Chi on the first encounter when she touched his tail. Instead of trying to find excuses to spare her, Raditz spread his legs, lowered his center of gravity, his gaze firmly locked on Nappa. Lan Chi was right behind him, and there were 2 young girls in the house. He couldn't retreat. Nappa moved, not charging at Raditz, but towards Lan Chi. He hadn't forgotten Vegeta's orders. The punch, wrapped in bright yellow energy, blasted towards the trembling, blue-haired woman by the door. Raditz's pupils constricted, his body reacted faster than his mind. He sidestepped, crossing his arms to block in front of Lan Chi. Bang! As their arms collided, a shockwave erupted, stirring up dust in the courtyard. Lan Chi's hair flew up completely, and her eyes were blown wide open. Raditz took half a step back, and Nappa jumped back to his original position. In their first clash, they seemed evenly matched. Nappa retracted his fist, narrowing his eyes. Your data can't just be 3,000. Raditz did not answer. He took a deep breath, and a white aura burst forth from his body, his long hair standing upright and his muscles slightly bulging. The temperature in the courtyard rose a few degrees. Nappa's scouter emitted urgent beeping sounds as the numbers jumped from 3,000 to 3,005. Then to 4,000. 4,005. 5,000. 5,000. Is this your full strengths? Nappa became more serious, his tone laced with surprise. You really can bring surprises, huh? He flexed his neck again, white sparks dancing around his fists, his energy rising significantly. All right, let me play with you for a while. Raditz's heart sank. Despite the detector being left in the room, they could sense the power erupting from Nappa. 6,500. Nappa charged at Raditz again. This time he aimed directly at Raditz, moving significantly faster than before. Raditz barely managed to catch a punch, sliding back half a meter, his arm numb and his palm stinging painfully. The second punch followed closely, and he sidestepped the punches, wind brushing past his ear, creating a large crater in the wall behind him. Debris flew everywhere. Raditz had no time to adjust his stance as Nappa's knee had already slammed into his abdomen. Cough. Raditz bent over, a wave of sweetness surged in his throat, pain crackling through him like electricity. With no time to think, he used the momentum of bending over to drive both fists straight into the root of Nappa's thigh. If this hit landed, even his opponent would fall down no matter how strong. However, Nappa's reaction was faster than he expected. He twisted at his waist, and Raditz's full-force strike only landed on Nappa's knee. Nappa's body swayed, and both fighters used the momentum to create distance. Is that it, eh? Nappa sneered, a vicious smile spreading across his face as he flexed his neck. After your battle power has increased, is this all you can do? Raditz remained silent, gritting his teeth as his body lunged forward. 5,000 was his limit. A prolonged defense would lead to defeat. He had to take the initiative. A flurry of strikes charged with white energy aimed at Nappa's vital points. But Nappa was faster and stronger each collision, making Raditz's arms numb. However, he still had to protect the person behind him. He absolutely could not lose. Lanchi was huddled against the wall, hands covering her mouth, tears welling in her eyes. She wanted to run to hide the two children, but her body felt as if it were nailed to the ground, her legs refusing to obey. Raditz's peripheral vision unconsciously swept towards her. Still can't focus. Nappa seized the moment of distraction, delivering a sweeping kick to Raditz's chest. Bang! With a dull thud, Raditz flew out, crashing through the wall and tumbling into the room, where the furniture shattered and dishes clattered to the ground. Uncle! The two girls screamed in fright, huddling together, their faces pale. Don't make a sound. Raditz, panting heavily, stood up from the wreckage and warned them. Blood lingered at the corner of his mouth, and his left side ached faintly. Escaping was already a luxury, but if they did not stay quiet, they would likely alert Vegeta in the yard, leading to certain death. Nappa stood in the center of the yard, seeing his opponent emerge, ready to strike again. The previous blows barely counted as a warm-up. At that moment, the detector by his ear emitted a rapid alarm. Beep, beep, beep. What was coming? Was it in the air? Instinctively, he looked up at the sky, which was clear, yet the detector continued to sound. Beep, beep, beep. No, it was behind him. Suddenly, two figures appeared next to Vegeta. Hey, Vegeta. Goku stood before Vegeta, wearing a light blue martial arts uniform with a complex and warm smile, full of nostalgia. I sensed a familiar energy just now, and it really is you. Broly said, gripping his shoulder, his tall frame blocking the diagonal sunlight. Goku. Lanky's face lit up with surprise, filled with the joy of having survived a calamity. In her heart, as long as Goku was present, any problem could be solved. It was like this with the Demon King Piccolo, it was like this with Dr. Willow last time, and it would surely be like this again now. Goku nodded at her, his gaze sweeping across the devastated yard before returning to Vegeta. Vegeta remained silent, observing the familiarity between them. His gaze shifted from Goku's face to Broly's, then he noticed the tails wrapped around their waists. They were both Saiyans. A slow grin spread across Vegeta's lips. Nappa pressed the detector. Beep, beep, the screen displayed two numbers, 39. 91. Vegeta, these two have battle powers. Nappa's voice carried a hint of doubt. He recognized their identity as Saiyans. Not to mention the sudden appearance technique. Even the weakest Saiyan would have a higher battle power than that after reaching adulthood. I see it, Vegeta interrupted him. Both of them are in the tens, they must have used some special technique. Then he turned around, arms crossed, looking at Goku with a playful expression. You're Kakarot, aren't you? I'm not Kakarot, I'm Son Wukong now. Goku retorted. Vegeta did not respond, instead lingering on Broly for a few seconds. He did not know the big guy, but he could tell that Broly's body was subtly trembling. Was it fear? Or nervousness? He had not revealed much energy, yet the other party was acting this way, just like before with Raditz. Their power was definitely limited. Lowly minions weren't worth paying attention to. He wasn't cosplaying as the Ginyu Force, oh why bother gathering so many subordinates? His gaze returned to Goku. This man's relaxed demeanor did not seem feigned, and coupled with the ability to appear out of thin air, this Kakarot was definitely stronger than he had imagined. Battle power of 39. Screw that. Kakarot, Vegeta stared at Goku for 2 more seconds. I want to know, how did you suddenly appear just now? Oh, Goku blinked. You mean just now, eh? That was instant transmission. Vegeta's forehead twitched slightly. Is it the instant transmission from Yardrat? He had heard of this technique, a skill only mastered by advanced planets in the universe, not just anyone with battle power could learn it. Vegeta scrutinized Goku again, his experience telling him that this person before him was definitely above Nappa. Perhaps only second to himself. Vegeta's mood suddenly improved. If this person could be successfully recruited, he would be far more useful than Nappa. Kakarot, would you consider working under me? Vegeta spoke as if it were a matter of course. As a Saiyan, following me is far better than wasting your days on this trash planet. Goku blinked, his face reflecting confusion mixed with a hint of subtlety. I just greeted him and spoke a few words. How did I end up in a recruitment scenario? What does this mean? Vegeta, it seems like this is our first meeting, right? No worries. Vegeta waved a hand dismissively. As long as you're strong enough, I'm quite lenient towards talent. This isn't about leniency. Goku's lips twitched. I just wanted to be friends with you, and all you can think about is recruiting me. He felt this way during the last time as well. Why would I want to be your subordinate? Upon hearing Goku's reply, Vegeta's smile faded slightly, and Nappa looked even more nervous. As a Saiyan, Kakarot actually dared to refuse Vegeta. Coupled with Raditz's previous disobedience, he genuinely feared that if Vegeta got angry, he would take him down too. I understand why you think that now. Vegeta's gaze turned slightly cold. However, once you realize how strong I am, you will change your mind. Oh, Wukong understood his meaning. So we have to fight in the end, right? He glanced around. The battle just now had yet to cause any casualties. But nearby, aside from Lan Shi and those two children, some ordinary people had drawn close to watch. Even though he himself was somewhat itching for a fight, this was not a suitable place for battle. Wukong sighed. Let's change the venue. It seems you're worried about these ants. Vegeta looked at him with interest, a smile curling on his lips once more. However, I am magnanimous. If your strength satisfies me, I might consider sparing this planet. Do as you please. Wukong finished speaking, then took Broly into the air. Follow me then. Vegeta. Nappa stood on the ground, his expression conflicted. Raditz's battle power was already declining. A few more punches and Nappa was sure he could make him kneel and call him master. Follow Kakarot. Vegeta flew low, not turning his head. He didn't care what Nappa thought. But Nappa glanced at Raditz, his eyes full of reluctance. Raditz hasn't. We'll deal with Raditz later. Vegeta's voice came from above, tinged with impatience. Right now I'm more interested in Kakarot. Nappa clenched his fists, turned around, and glared fiercely at Raditz. You got lucky, you bastard. Then he turned and left. Raditz's expression was blank as he silently watched them fly away. The two little girls sneaked out of the room. Uncle, the older sister asked, have those bad guys gone? Raditz walked to the wall and helped Lan Shi up. They're gone. They'll come back. Won't they? Raditz fell silent, unsure how to answer. Lan Shi could hold back no longer. She curled up in Raditz's arms, buried her face deep in his chest, and tears fell uncontrollably one after another. Raditz's body stiffened slightly, but finally he stroked her hair and patted her gently. It's all right now. Kakarot will handle the rest. Then he turned and looked at the distant sky. But I have to go too. Lan Shi stopped sobbing and looked up at him. Can't you stay? You're still injured. It's nothing. He turned to the little girl with twin ponytails. Lin, after I leave, take care of Sister Lan Shi. Uncle, please don't go, okay? Raditz lowered his head and pulled 2 candies from his pocket. Be good. As your older brother, even if I'm useless, I can't be a coward in front of Kakarot. Uncle. Lin clutched the 2 candies in her small hands, biting her lower lip hard, her mouth stubbornly turned downward. Don't worry, I won't die. Raditz wasn't good at comforting others. He nodded at Lan Shi and was about to leave, but his wrist was firmly grasped by her. He looked down and saw a small green bean lying in Lan Shi's other open palm. What's this? Raditz was puzzled, not understanding its meaning. It's a Senza bean. Lan Shi's voice was soft as she struggled to steady her emotions. Wukong gave it to me before. As long as you have even one breath left, eating it will fully restore you. Raditz picked up the Senza bean, and Wukong's smiling face appeared in his mind. Thanks. He tucked the bean into his pants pocket and turned to leave. Raditz. Lan Shi suddenly called out to him. Raditz stopped in his tracks without turning back. You must come back alive. Raditz said no more. He soared into the air, heading in the direction Wukong had vanished until he became a tiny black. Lan Shi stood in the yard, her head tilted back, watching his figure disappear completely. 2 more streaks of tears traced down her face. Sister Lan Shi. Lin's voice was choked with sobs, but she held back her tears. Uncle, he'll come back, right? Lan Shi crouched down and pulled both girls into her arms. He will. Their melancholy was soon interrupted as a man in overalls stepped through the broken hole in the wall. It was the landlord. Miss Lan Shi. The landlord held a calculator, surveyed the chaotic surroundings, and swallowed hard. This wall, and the ground in the yard. You see. His words were euphemistic, but his meaning was clear. Pay up. Lan Shi released the 2 children, stood up, and turned around, her voice soft. I'm sorry for the trouble. As for compensation. A cold wind blew by. Achut. Her hair changed from blue to gold, and in an instant her eyes sharpened. The landlord's smile froze on his face. You son of a bitch, you want me to pay up? Golden-haired Lan Shi grabbed the landlord by the collar and lifted him off the ground. No. I just... Didn't you see those 2 just now? Yes, I saw them. Then why the hell didn't you go after them? What do you mean by coming to me? The landlord's legs kicked in the air, his face turning purple. Those 2. Just me. But seeing Lan Shi's expression, he swallowed the words on the tip of his tongue. Both sides were living devils. He couldn't afford to provoke either. Lan Shi released her grip, and the landlord fell to the ground with a thud, scrambling to escape. Lan Shi watched his retreating back, a machine gun somehow already in her hands. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Bullets poured out. The landlord screamed and dodged behind a wall at the fastest speed of his life, then slumped to the ground, his pants soaked. Ha ha ha. Anyone else? Lan Shi emptied the entire magazine, slung the gun over her shoulder, her golden hair shimmering in the setting sun. She looked at the two girls, then waved her hand grandly. Minions, follow me. Wukong and the others halted in a wilderness. Before he and Vegeta could square off, Raditz arrived. Cowardly Raditz, I didn't think you'd dare to follow. I thought you'd be hiding with those women crying in each other's arms. Nappa walked up behind him, his face full of provocation. You were lucky just now. After Vegeta finishes with Kakarot, it'll be your turn. As you wish. Raditz stood together with Broly, not intending to acknowledge him. Worthless piece of trash. Nappa spat, not about to let him off the hook. By the way, Kakarot is your brother, isn't he? To be personally greeted by Vegeta, what luck. The thought of both brothers suffering together makes me so happy. Raditz didn't respond. Beside him, Broly, hearing Nappa's provocation, breathed heavily and his body began to tremble slightly. Two cowards. Nappa snorted, finding it boring, and turned to fly behind Vegeta. Soon after he left, Broly's breathing returned to normal. In the silent valley surrounded by towering mountains on all sides, there was no sign of human habitation. Only the stones and soil beneath his feet, and the sky above dyed crimson by the evening glow. As you wish, Kakarot. Vegeta leaped to a high vantage point, flexing his wrists. Now let me see what you're made of. Goku also walked to a low slope, his steps unhurried, stopping several dozen meters from Vegeta. Looks like you're pretty confident in yourself. A smirk curled at the corner of Vegeta's mouth. As a favor, I'll allow you to strike first. His condescending attitude did not anger Goku. A smile also appeared on Goku's face. Then I won't hold back. He slightly assumed a fighting stance, then vanished from his spot in an instant. Vegeta's pupils contracted, so fast. He crossed his arms in front of him only to feel a tremendous force crashing into him from the front, sending him sliding back 4 or 5 meters. Not bad speed. Vegeta maintained his expression. But your power is too weak. He forcefully flung Goku away, then with a flicker of movement, engaged him in battle. The two exchanged blows, their fists and feet colliding at a speed like two beams of light. Not far away, a beeping sound was heard. Kakarot's battle power is only 5,000. I was worried for nothing. Nappa crouched on a rock, tapped his scouter, and wiped his mustache with his thumb, a scornful smirk on his lips. Vegeta isn't even trying yet. A loser like Kakarot is only a little fast. Raditz stood beside Broly, watching the distant battle, his mind wandering. He wondered if this time he'd get to see Kakarot's transformation. No, there shouldn't be a chance this time. A transformation of that level would require an opponent of Frieza's caliber to force it out. Vegeta, though strong, was different. He looked at Goku's expression. His opponent was far too relaxed, as if playing with a child. It seemed there really was no chance this time. Vegeta's punches grew heavier and faster. After gaining the upper hand, instead of pressing the attack, he deliberately exposed a weakness. Bang! Goku's fist slammed into his chest. Vegeta's body swayed, and a knowing smile spread across his face. Then he suddenly accelerated, slamming a fist into Goku's shoulder. In a flash, he appeared above Goku, clasped his hands together, and smashed down with all his might. Boom! Goku was hurled into the ground like a fastball, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Vegeta descended slowly, landing at the edge of the crater. Come out, Kakarot. An attack like that shouldn't be enough to finish you. His gaze pierced through the dust, locking onto Goku's figure. Kakarot, your talent is indeed remarkable. To have cultivated to this level on such a low-class planet truly surprises me. But, he pointed his thumb at himself. Standing before you is the strongest warrior of the Saiyan race. Far away, seeing Goku completely suppressed, Nappa couldn't resist taunting. Raditz, is this all your little brother has? He laughed out loud. As expected, a loser's brother is also a loser. He can't even withstand Vegeta's warm-up. Raditz's only response was a roll of his eyes. Broly didn't even spare him a glance. Seeing himself disdained by the two, Nappa gritted his teeth in fury. Damn, Raditz, and that little lackey of yours. Once Vegeta finishes off Kakarot, he'll deal with you too. The dust completely cleared. Goku brushed the dirt off his clothes, looked up at Vegeta and grinned. That last one actually stung a little, didn't it? His expression was utterly sincere. Vegeta's brow furrowed. That smile made him deeply uncomfortable. Whether it was an illusion or not, he suddenly felt that Kakarot was up to no good. He composed his expression. Without another word, he charged straight at Goku. This time he put in more force and moved even faster. A purple aura surged around his fists as his attacks rained down on Goku like a storm. But the one-sided onslaught he had imagined did not occur. His every attack was parried and his opponent didn't even take a single step back. Vegeta's figure twisted and turned in the air, their clashes sending out rings of shockwaves with fragments of rock scattering before Nappa. Nappa snapped back to reality, closing his gaping mouth. Even he in his stupidity could see that Kakarot hadn't used his full power. Oomph. Even so, Vegeta hasn't used his full power either. Nappa muttered to himself, his earlier arrogance gone. Frustration began to gnaw at Vegeta as he failed to make any headway. Let's see if you can keep blocking this. He shot rapidly into the air, then swung his arms in a frenzy. Countless energy blasts rained down like a torrential storm upon the valley where Goku stood. Moments later, smoke and rubble completely blotted out the sky, leaving the valley pockmarked and ravaged. Vegeta panted, staring at the ruins below, his brows tightly knit. Suddenly, a hand parted the dust. Goku walked out of the haze without a single smudge on him. My turn now. Before Vegeta could react, Goku was already in front of him. His eyes flew wide open, but before he could dodge, a fist slammed into his abdomen. A dull impact exploded within him, and searing pain radiated from his stomach throughout his body. Vegeta's vision went black, the world spun, and his body plummeted uncontrollably from the sky to the ground. It took him a long while to struggle to his feet, blood already seeping from the corner of his mouth. The muscles in his abdomen, racked with agony, continued to spasm violently, leaving him doubled over. Thighs. Is a fluke, right? Nappa's eyes bulged, his jaw nearly hitting the ground. How could Vegeta? Vegeta gritted his teeth, staring at Goku's face, a wave of humiliation washing over him. How could Kakarot's power? Recalling his earlier boasts, he felt like a complete fool before Kakarot. He refused to believe it. He refused to accept it. He had to prove to Kakarot that he was the strongest. Goku, seeing Vegeta on the verge of breaking down, belatedly slapped his forehead. Oh no, I got a little carried away and forgot to control my strength. As he caught Vegeta's next furious punch, an apology slipped out unconsciously. Vegeta, sorry about that, I didn't control my strength well just now. It was a habit head picked up from sparring with Shishi. In the past, whenever he made a mistake, a sincere apology would always earn him a sweet smile from Shishi. But his well-meaning words only inflamed Vegeta further. His face flushed crimson and his attacks became utterly frenzied. What's wrong with Vegeta? A huge question mark formed in Goku's mind. Seeing his opponent in such a wild state, Goku, fearing he might do something rash, sought to subdue him quickly. Due to Vegeta's erratic, unpredictable attacks, Goku accidentally grabbed hold of his tail. Gasp! Goku drew in a sharp breath, and seeing Vegeta's dark expression, he quickly let go and stammered a defense. Vegeta, I really didn't mean to. It's all because you were attacking so recklessly. Vegeta's mind went blank at that moment, his eyes locked onto Goku as his hands trembled uncontrollably. Kakarot. He rose into the air like a wronged child, his aura blazing around him as strands of hair stood erect. I'm here. Goku raised one arm naturally. I don't care what secrets you have on Earth. Now, you and this wretched planet shall be obliterated together in the cosmos. Vegeta shot high into the sky, his aura exploding and surging as he crossed his hands at his sides, feet apart and body leaning back slightly. The dazzling energy radiating from him illuminated the entire valley. Garlic Cannon. A violet beam descended from the heavens, carrying a world-shattering force as it hurtled toward Goku. Without a second thought, Goku countered with a Kamehameha. Kamehameha. A brilliant pillar of light shot upward, colliding with the violet beam. The two energies clashed, their radiance blinding. The two attacks stalemated. Seeing this, Vegeta's fury subsided, and the corner of his mouth curled upward instead. Haha, Kakarot, you fell for it. He released his hands, and the energy of his blast abruptly weakened. Goku's Kamehameha pushed the garlic cannon skyward. Vegeta gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. Using the recoil, he spun around and flew at full speed in the opposite direction. That was the direction of the spaceship. He was indeed proud by nature, but surviving under Frieza's thumb all this time had taught him when to bend. From Goku's earlier strike, he had already determined that Kakarot's battle power was no less than that of the Ginyu Force members. Moreover, his opponent also had a tail, rendering his last resort utterly useless. Kakarot had been toying with him from the start, and his feigned rage was merely to lull the other into complacency. Now, he had finally found his chance. Knowing the opponent was stronger, persisting in a heating clash would be sheer foolishness. Attacking Earth again would only invite complications with minimal chance of success, and would only enrage Kakarot further. Pride did not equate to courting death, and dignity could only be reclaimed while one still lived. Foolish Kakarot, his vision was limited to this single planet. Once he acquired equal power, he would return to settle the score. As for Nappa, that useless fool, he could be a free gift to Kakarot. Goku pushed aside the residual energy, looked up at the sky, and by the time he sensed something amiss, Vegeta was already far away. He spread his senses across the entire Earth and quickly locked onto Vegeta. As expected, the other was fleeing. Goku watched for a moment longer, confirming that Vegeta had no intention of attacking Earth, then let out a sigh. Vegeta's finally having such a good time, I shouldn't go scare him, Goku muttered to himself. But Earth's defenses really need strengthening. Keeping watch like this all the time is no solution. In Goku's many memories, Vegeta was an indelible mark. This Saiyan prince who had once been locked in a life-or-death struggle with him would ultimately become his lifelong rival, one who would push him to greatness and walk alongside him. Even now, though the other was neither a good person nor had his power begun to grow. Forget it. As long as he had no intention of destroying Earth, let him flee. After all, reaching him would only take an instant transmission. Nappa stood frozen, his jaw practically hitting the ground, not even noticing the drool trailing from his mouth. Before he could make sense of it, a round spaceship appeared in the sky, trailing flames as it vanished into the clouds. His mind went blank. What was happening? Vegeta, had he abandoned him and run? Realizing the crux of the matter, his legs began to tremble involuntarily. Just then Raditz walked up to Nappa. Oh, if it isn't our Lord Nappa. He crossed his arms, looking down with an air of superiority. Haven't seen you for a bit, and you've fallen so low. Nappa's face flushed a livid purple. He clenched his teeth, clinging to the last shred of his pride. Raditz, don't get cocky. No matter how strong Kakarot is, it doesn't change the fact that you're useless. And you, this little lackey of his. He turned, redirecting his venom toward Broly. A coward who can't even speak, fit only to polish Kakarot's boots. Broly turned his head, his eyes boring into Nappa. What? Got a problem? Nappa sprayed spittle as he grew more animated. You big oaf, what are you good for besides taking up space? I could take you with one hand. Thump. Wah. Broly extended his fist. A single light punch landed on Nappa's abdomen. Nappa's eyes bulged, his mouth gaping open as his tongue lolled out. His body curled into a triangle, legs clamped together, arms clutching his stomach as he slowly sank to his knees, then collapsed to the ground, foaming at the mouth. He twitched a couple of times and lay completely still. Too noisy. Broly withdrew his fist and turned to walk toward Goku. Raditz's eyes widened. He had suspected Broly was no ordinary fighter, but witnessing it firsthand sent a chill down his spine. Nappa's battle power was 8,000. Though he had been off guard, being reduced to such a state by such a casual punch was something few in the entire universe could manage. Raditz swallowed hard. He had been standing this close to the brute all along. Lucky for him, he had kept his mouth shut and behaved. That was a close call. After a brief silence, Goku walked up to Raditz and met his gaze for a few seconds. I remember now. You're that Raditz, right? Goku spoke first. And the one who passed out in the grasslands a year ago. That was you too. Raditz's mouth twitched, 1,000 words stuck in his throat. Yeah, you're right. Raditz recalled his early days on Earth. So after being severely injured by those two little girls, it was Kakarot who had saved him. Back then he had wondered about some kind-hearted soul on Earth. The thought was absurd. You look different now from what I imagined. Goku studied his face, comparing it to the one in his memories. What are your plans from now on? I don't know. Raditz lowered his head, falling silent for a moment. Just survive for now. When I get the chance, he'll find a way to grow stronger. Goku nodded. When he had first arrived, he had seen that Raditz had taken quite a beating protecting Launch and the two children. If the man could truly reform, he should be happy for him. If you ever run into trouble, feel free to come find me at Mount Paozu. Goku turned, then looked back once more. Give my regards to Launch. Then he walked toward Broly. Raditz stood there watching Goku's retreating figure, feeling as though he had been granted a new lease on life. That's fine too. His lips moved faintly, his voice so soft that even he could barely hear it. Broly stood beside Nappa, looking down at the still twitching body. Nappa's eyes were rolled back, and a pool of frothy saliva spread on the ground. Broly, you went too far. Goku rubbed his forehead, looking exasperated. I did my best to control my strength, Broly said after a few seconds of silence. Who knew he was this fragile? If he's a bother to you, leave him to me. To you? Goku looked at him in surprise. You're not going to drag him off somewhere and kill him, are you? Is that the kind of person you take me for? Isn't it? Broly fell silent, nearly losing his temper at Goku's retort. He took a deep breath. I followed you halfway around the world this time and got nothing out of it, Broly said, controlling his emotions as he explained to Goku. If I can take him back to clean the yard, it'll lighten Chilai's load a bit. Oh, I didn't know you had such a gentle side, Goku said with a dry laugh. But this guy doesn't look like the type who knows how to do housework, does he? Then placing 2 fingers to his forehead, his form vanished in an instant. That's not for him to decide. Broly muttered coldly, seeing that Goku had left without him this time. Then grabbing Nappa by the ankle like a chicken, he flew off toward Mount Paozu.